Alright, last time I played this, wow, I don't even know how long ago it was. It had to have been at least, 4 or 5 months. This should be really interesting, though. Meow. Oh shit, that was, I guess that was an accident that we did. I didn't mean to enable emote only chat. That was weird. How do I turn that off? Emote only chat. Mm, there we go. My stomach has been feeling kind of bad, so I may be watching stream for a little bit longer. I see. I'm sorry that your tummy hurts, though. It's nice to still have you here, but, you know, it sucks about the circumstance. Love is a parasite. Coquette Dragoon. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking, Specky. Seed Sewing Circle by Ivy May. Coquette Dragoon is a work for adults only. And contains strong themes, graphic violence, depiction of disordered eating, abuse, drug use, self harm, nudity, and sexual content. Reader discretion is advised. Wow, it has definitely been a while. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Select a setting for the character icons during the dialogue. This can be adjusted at any time. Chapter 3. Eating flowers. Hey Doinier, how are you? Fucking dork. Drizzle said that something bad happened to the Patreon of this game. Well, the developer still has their Patreon up. But in order to keep it, there was some I guess how you'd say there was some what do you call it again? In order to keep their Patreon up, to be sure that they wouldn't get like sniped from space, basically. They censored. The developer censored herself. I actually went to the version right before all the Patreon stuff happened, because they had literally just come out with a new with like a new update, like literally like 2 or 3 days before the Patreon thing happened. They don't want to have their game be censored, but it was like, I really need to pay my rent. And that's a big thing. Like, people having to decide how they want to like move forward with their content, and you know, for the people who rely on their content to like pay their bills, it's kind of a hard choice to make. Hey, what? Only one insult per stream? Oh yeah. I think it is that way. I mean, there's also the Sundere compliment, which is kind of like an insult. I love eating flowers. Love is a parasite. Coquette Dragoon. Chapter 3. Eating flowers. Makes me think of Issy. Really hard to know what's edible and what's not edible when you're such a big baby. Ah, and I see there's a copy spell so Donor can get insulted again. You'd think that someone who's such a loser wouldn't be so excited to be insulted. But you know, everyone has their own likes and dislikes, and some people really like being insulted. Just having it kind of like rubbed in their face. And hey, who am I to say that you're a deadbeat loser? Everyone has their own style. I am pilot of the Lilac Navy. If you are reading this, I am unable to communicate due to injury or equipment damage. I have been separated from my craft, or it has been destroyed. As a citizen of the Lilac Fleet, failure to assist me is a criminal offense. If you are a member of the neutral territory, please give me aid and take me to the nearest Lilac Fleet post. You'll be rewarded generously. Zhao slid the fireproof chit into her pilot's emergency pack, placing it beside an empty holster for a handgun she hadn't been issued yet. She had basic qualifications to handle firearms as part of her old work training, and it felt odd to omit, given what she was just about to do. The rest of the items were familiar to her as standard for any extravehicular operations. Rope, bandages, suit sealant, rations, radios, and survival equipment. Zhao fidgeted with her neckerchief, hesitant to undo the buttons on her shirt. Susie glanced at her, skirt around her ankles. You can get changed in the shower booth if you need some privacy. Oh, right. That should have been obvious, Zhao stuttered. Zhao loosely folded up her suit and headed towards the stalls at the back of the room. I'm not hard to figure out, am I? As she closed the door behind her, the lack of mirrors inside made her whole body sigh with relief. She quickly unbuttoned her shirt, draping it over the rail meant for hanging a spacesuit. Her stomach tightened at the sight of her bare legs. When I first got here, I got changed without even thinking about it. I wish everything could have just stayed that way. Pushing through thoughts out of her mind and keeping her eyes on focus, she pulled her pilot suit over her legs. Unlike Sema, it was quite easy for Zhao to get the suit over her small rabbit tail. She closed the seal on the base of the neck, leaving the collar open. Zhao's legs were rigid as she stepped back out, folding her uniform and neatly placing it in her locker. Susie sat waiting on the bench with a soft smile, a silver case in her hands. All ready? Zhao nodded. Susie opened the case and carefully removed a black band with no distinguishing marks. Zhao had already been instructed on it, raising her chin and presenting her neck. Susie leant over Zhao and firmly pulled the collar around her neck. Zhao held open her suit's collar so Susie could fit the clasp behind her, breath held to prevent herself flinching. It's not too tight? Susie asked. Zhao shook her head. No, it feels okay. Good. It needs to be tight, but not uncomfortable. I don't really feel anything. Zhao gingerly touched it. It felt like hard vinyl. You won't. It's the antenna, really. Susie closed the collar on Zhao's suit. I see. Susie slung her bag over her shoulder. Alright, let's get moving. Lilac Fleet Special Division Dragoon Command. Zhao floated before her dragoon's torso, her hand on the machine's chest. She drew a sharp, stinging breath of the hangar's cold air. Am I still dreaming? Do I want to get in? Do I want to run away? She clumsily slowed to a stop beside her, clinging to a wire. Feeling okay? Yeah. Put out your hands. Zal complied. Susie lightly pressed Zal's palms between her finger and thumbs. Susie hung her head before letting out a small exhale. You're shaking. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Zal, you don't need to act like you aren't scared. Everyone is, their first time. Zal nodded. It's okay. It's just a practice run. We won't be in any danger. It's not that. It's just, how do I know that my test results weren't just some kind of mistake? Zal winced. Saying it out loud only made it worse. Susie looked a little surprised. Had she really never heard that fear before? She placed a hand on Zal's shoulder. If you pass the test, you can do it. Don't worry. Zal nodded weakly. Susie squeezed her shoulder in response. It'll be okay, I promise. Okay. Zal's voice wavered. Try saying it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Zal muttered to herself. It'll be okay. It'll absolutely be okay. Are you ready to board? Yeah. Alright. I'll run you through the start procedures. Zal cautiously pulled herself through the open hatch, examining the small pilot compartment. She was used to moving in tight spaces without gravity, but even for her, it felt difficult to turn around and get her legs into the recess beneath the large control unit. Susie ducked in after her and reached for the harness. I can... Zal stuttered. It's fine, Susie smiled, pulling the belt around Zal's waist and fiddling with the latch. These are trickier than they look. Right, Zal blushed. Okay, first, turn that battery switch on. It's here. Susie pointed to a switch on the console in front of Zal. Got it. Susie ran down a long list of switches with functions Zal didn't understand even remotely. Zal followed her hand and pulled each one. Hold the GI prime switch for 5 seconds. GI is set to arm. Hold the collar signal test. Okay, signal received. Hold collar pair for 5 seconds. Collar paired. Pilot registered. Begin GI, boot sequence. It starts in 5 seconds. Susie paused for a moment. Okay, this'll sting a little. Huh? Main system pilot connections. 3, 2, 1. System ready. Connection stable. Welcome aboard, pilot. Data link established. Whose thoughts are these? Loading test configuration. Reactor master arm switch activated. Who is this voice in my head? Diagnostics complete. Launch preparations readying. I can't move. I can't feel. What's happening to me? Where am I right now? I feel sick. I feel sick, 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 I feel sick. Zal doubled over, hand clutching her mouth. Thoughts filled her head that were not hers. Knowledge and memories appear from experiences that never happened. Numbers, terminology, mathematical formulas, military tactics, physics, odds of survival when the body is pierced by a tungsten shell, flight patterns, ship names, the methods of predicting enemy movements through debris field, ballistics. So much. Years of training, experience, reinforcement, understanding, theory, and practice. All of it injected in an instant. Her body convulsed and retched. Her heart burst in her chest, knives dragging themselves across her skin beneath her sweat-soaked suit. Where was she? Her eyes saw the cockpit. They saw Susie. They saw every angle of the Dragoon hangar with a little orange square painted over every living being indicating it was a potential target. She curled up in her seat, clutching the sides of her head. She felt her blood pouring out of her. Where was she? Her ears heard rhythmic tapping and whirls from the computer. Was it coming from inside her? I was right about all this. I was right. Pain. Violation. Change. Zal, can you hear me? It's okay. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Val coughed, shuddering, and frantically wiping away the blood and vomit trailing from her mouth. Zal, it's okay. You're not hurt. After what felt like an eternity, Zal opened her eyes. Susie's hand rested on her shoulder. Sorrow cast across her face. There was no blood. The medication stopped her from vomiting. Only a few seconds had passed. Sorry. Zal exhaled and hung her head, wiping the sweat from her face on her sleeve. Does it hurt too much? No, it's just... Zal rubbed her head. She had sailed in silence. It was done. She could feel the wiring inside the Dragoon as if it were a part of her, and nothing about it felt strange. It was like she had been part of this machine her entire life. This was past the point of no return. Sorry, if I told you how painful it'd be, you'd only be more nervous. We're gonna continue, is that okay? Zal gave a short nod. Just a simple exercise. I'll point to control and you tell me what it does. Susie pointed to a random switch only marked with initials. That's for... Zal winced. A sharp pain in her head returning the correct information. Filtering air inside the cockpit. Huh? Was I right? Bingo! Great. Okay, now this one. That's for checking the pressure of reactor coolant? Bingo again. This one? Zeroing the rifle sight on the vertical axis. Excellent. I told you it would be easy, didn't I? Yeah. Zal smiled nervously. I've never heard of any of these words in my life. How am I saying them? Okay, we're gonna prepare for lunch. I'm not sure if... Relax. You can do it. There's nothing wrong with you. You can feel it, can't you? Zal bit her lip. Susie pulled herself forward and gently placed her hands on Zal's shoulders. I know you can do it. Trust me. Trust in me, okay? Zal nodded, still unsure. Zal nodded, still unsure. But she did trust Susie. Ever since he arrived, she's been nothing but kind to her. Am I just reacting like a stupid kid right now? Alright. I've gotta go board too. Susie pushed herself back slowly. Go through the rest of the start procedure. I'll be on the radio if you need me, okay? Okay. Susie propelled herself away, smiled and gave a thumbs up before shooting a wire over to another hangar bay. Oh yeah, they use like grappling hooks and stuff to get around sometimes. Now, sitting alone, the Dragoon's interior was dark, illuminated only by emergency lighting and the glow of static field displays. With the hatch closed, it became apparent how cramped it was. Even at her height, it would be impossible for Zhao to stretch the full length of her body. This cockpit was constructed around her measurements. This machine was made only for her. Another piece of new information inside her. Her hand guided by a new sense of memory, Zhao performed the preliminary start sequence, pulling switches and analyzing readouts. Cockpit pressurization complete. GI system stable. Connection stable. Emotional correction active. Pilot vitals stable. Thought interfacing active. Everything aboard the Zephyr-Tithes was clean and perfect. But there was something deeply familiar about the interior of a Dragoon. Recycling everything of value was the Lilac's policy. Everything was made to be put back together. Even to an amateur like Zhao, it was obvious how old these components were. It felt like being inside a dying animal. Parts of the console had been replaced and didn't quite match. Clusters of wires and pipes twisted haphazardly through the cockpit interior. Everything was fitted awkwardly, every part salvaged from a different machine. Even the individual keys in the main computer looked like they came from different eras. Some of the plastic yellowed more than the rest. There was no hiding its scars. How many repairs had this machine gone through? How many times had these parts been refitted? How many times was it destroyed and ripped apart? How many people have... Zhao, do you read? Susie's voice chimed in, slightly distorted by static. Yes, I read, Zhao replied. She didn't need to touch the panel. The radio was adjusted automatically by her thought. We're gonna start launch sequence now. Switching to the launch control channel. Lieutenant Susie Fotz, Special Division, Provisional Dragoon Squadron 4125. Requesting clearance to start reactors on Dragoon Unit Code Strawberry and unnamed Dragoon Unit F611 for planned training exercise. A short pause. Zhao couldn't hear the response. A buzzer sounded inside Zhao's cockpit, indicating that the Dragoon had received the signal to begin operation. Beginning reactor start sequence, Susie said. Beginning reactor start sequence, Zhao repeated. Zhao began flipping switches and typing commands as if she'd done it 100 times before. The reactor startup was quieter than she expected, a low hum and vibration rumbling faintly through the cockpit. Reactor 10%, synchronization stable. Main display on, main camera on, auxiliary camera on, fire suppression ready. Left engine on, right engine on, Vanners on, pseudo nervous system operating. Anti-rain field ready. All systems operational. Dragoon Unit F611 is ready to launch. Zhao drew a sharp inhale, recoiling at the voice speaking through her. Strawberry ready to launch, Susie confirmed through the radio. Zhao looked around the cockpit frantically. There's a checklist in her head on what needed to be done. It was complete, but... Is it possible to miss anything? She said nervously. What do you mean? The camera's feed from Susie's cockpit appeared on one of the console screens in front of Zhao. How do I know that I'm doing it right? When I think about it, I feel like it's right, but I'm not. It feels too good to be true, right? Susie cut her off. It doesn't feel like anyone could fly one of these on their first try, but that's exactly why you're here. If you could pass the selection, then you're qualified. If you say so, Zhao responded meekly. If you couldn't do it, then you wouldn't even be able to start it up. I can read it from here, but I want you to give me the readout of your pilot sync level. It says 78. That's an incredible score. 50 is the minimum requirement for a pilot. Every number above that is exponentially rare from the last. Most people score less than even 1 or 2. When less than 0.1% of the population meets even the bare minimum requirement, there's no margin for error. This is the one area where we don't make mistakes. What I'm saying is, You're more than capable of this. Zal nodded. Susie sounded different than usual. If I couldn't do it, I'd have died the moment she hit that switch. We're going to launch. Just don't think too hard about it and follow behind me. You can do this. Okay. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Dragoon Unit Strawberry and F611 commencing launch through elevators 2 and 4. Cool. Zal leaned forward, hands locking in the crushing grip around the controls. The speed was blinding. Susie's Dragoon ahead of her was a flash of light, impossible to follow. And yet somehow it remained in front of her. Without understanding, without preparation, Zal was flying. Zal pitched the Dragoon from side to side as she chased behind Susie. Feeling out the controls, it was completely effortless. It took her months to get used to navigating outside the ship. This felt as natural as breathing. It needs a little bit of tuning, but it's easy to adjust to. It feels like I've done this 100 times before. Go ahead, test out the engines. Don't wait up for me, Susie smiled. Zal pushed the throttle to the limit, racing past Susie's machine. Let's see what I can do. The space around the Duchy's planet isn't frictionless. It's thinner than air, but there's a limit to the speed of every craft. I can hit my limit in just a few seconds. I can dodge anything in an instant. I already knew before I did it. It's easier. Easier than playing a game. I never expected this thrill. You could train your whole life and never do what I can do now. I get it now. I get it. This is what it means to be special. This is raw power. I can kill anyone like this. Kill. Do I want to kill anyone? What am I thinking? This isn't like me. Are these really my thoughts right now? Is this what this machine does to a person? I can't hold a gun without wanting to cry, but right now, everything around me is a target. I want to hurt those that have hurt me. I've always wanted it. But I'm not stupid. These centuries of pointless war. This crumbling nation of ships was born out of vengeance. A chill ran through her body that made her want to curl her legs up to her chest. But she couldn't move off the controls. She couldn't do this a year ago, yesterday, or even a few minutes ago. She was a different person now, changed forever by this machine, and everything that led up to her sitting inside it. She changed the second she stepped aboard the shuttle, the second it was shot down, and the second she arrived panting in an airlock soaked in her own blood. She changed when she arrived in the fanfare of a child starting their first day of school, changed the second she saw the dead girl's belongings littering her new home, and changed the second she saw this monstrous weapon looming over her in a hangar, and knew it was hers. Every day, every hour, every second, changing more and more, growing sicker and sicker. Zal let out a deep breath, raising her head. I can think. I can still think. As long as I can think, I know I'm myself. No matter what this machine does to me. Right now, nothing has changed except my perspective. Before anything else, I have to make it out alive. She squeezed her hands around the Dragoon's controls as if to clutch its throat. You do what I tell you to, right? That's enough for me. Zhao careened around, waiting for Susie to catch up. Comparing the data between the two machines, this rabbit-eared Dragoon was unbelievably fast. I've been trying to tell you, but you really are suited for this, Susie sighed. Engines like that are only for pilots with a score like yours. Yeah, Zhao nodded in understanding. Ayane had said as much in front of that hobby store. The nuances of Dragoon design were easy to read now. Susie's craft was encased in thick armor to offset her lack of evasive reflexes. It was a machine designed to match her capabilities, just like her own. Susie was her superior officer, but an inferior pilot. Don't get too brave, Susie laughed, reading Zhao's expression through the monitor. Sorry, I didn't think I'd actually be able to do it at all, let alone be any good at it. You'll annoy your fellow pilots if they hear someone with such a good score saying things like that. Sorry. Susie gave a light giggle. It's okay, it's alien to everyone. We're gonna keep flying out for a while. The training area is pretty far away. Roger. Susie laughed again. I already told you, you don't have to be so formal. Zhao looked sheepish. I thought it would be, appropriate. Critical communication is handled by the GI, so military etiquette isn't really observed between pilots. You've already noticed at the academy, right? Zhao nodded. The military needs discipline to function, and it has no need of people who can't adapt to that. Pilot candidates are completely random, and every last one of them is worth a fortune. You understand, right? Yeah. It feels weird being able to talk normally, doesn't it? I think it's healthier to talk. Yeah. If it's okay to ask, how long have you been a pilot? I've been piloting for about a year. I've been a squadron leader for a few months, though. Well, Sim is in charge of our flights, right? Special Division operates on an ad hoc basis, with no regulations for composition, meaning you get squadrons like ours with multiple officers. So, yes, if you're wondering, we are the least organized division of the least organized force, Susie sighed. I mean, a new special division didn't mean special forces or anything. Major Valentine would certainly be qualified for that, but her communication skills are, well... Susie's voice was sweet, even as she hesitated. I know what you mean. It doesn't matter in the field, but an officer has to do more than just give combat orders. She was promoted based on experience, but it doesn't have the capacity for logistic or personal matters. She isn't well liked by our commanders, to put it lightly. I don't have the same combat experience, but I guess I was chosen to make up for what she lacks. That, and she's always awful on some individual assignment, so there's no way she could properly lead a unit. I think you're a good leader. I don't think I'd be able to do this today if you weren't here. I'm really glad, Susie sounded tender. I've always wanted to teach people, you know? Zhao smiled back at her. I think you're really good at it. Thank you. How are you feeling? In your head, I mean. It doesn't hurt anymore. Everything feels strange, but it's easier to focus. That's good. Tell me right away if you start feeling dizzy or sick or anything. It doesn't happen often, but new pilots can get overwhelmed. Okay, I'll let you know. Have you been getting along with Ensign Minakawa? You told me not to be formal, but you call everyone by their ranks. Leftover habit from officer training, Susie admitted. Ayana has been nice to me, I think. That's good. She can be a bit, well... I have to bribe her with snacks to get her to do anything, but... to be honest, she gets on my nerves, in terms of my job. But I don't think that she's a bad person. I'm glad you two are making friends. And yeah, me too. I've talked to Sima a bit. I'm not quite sure how she feels about me. Welcome to the club, Susie murmured. Is it really just us four? You notice, yes. We're missing a few members to make up a squadron. For all the special treatment we get, they could stand to do at least proper introductions. I'm sorry I don't have time to talk to you much. Right now, we're considered an auxiliary detachment and operate mostly to reinforce other deployments. Like I said, the Special Division has no specific tasks, so all our units are irregulars. Welcome back, Del. And welcome back from the potty, Issy. Like I said, the Special Division has no specific tasks, so all of our units are irregulars. I see. Zhao rubbed her temple. Even growing up in a naval fleet, this terminology would all be way over her head an hour ago. Now that you're here, I'm not quite sure what our assignments are gonna be. We'll probably be getting a 5th member shortly. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's my job to figure out these things. How have your studies been? I've only had a few classes. I'm not great with schoolwork. I mean, I'm getting by. Don't sweat it. It's hard to keep up with all that when you're only just arrived. Have you been doing okay? Sleeping alright? I haven't been sleeping well, but I'm managing. I see. If it gets worse, I can put you in touch with the medical officer. Don't worry. I mean, it's not really that big of a problem. I'm still adjusting, I guess. Why am I being so honest? She doesn't need to know any of that. Well, keep me updated in any case, okay? We're out of the shipping lane. Follow the markers I set. Okay. We're approaching the debris field now. Matt asked what this is about. Oh. I hope they don't have to censor the aspects of the game that are cute and like parts of like characters' means of relaxation and comfort, like patting to help them in the stressful space. Oh yeah, this game has ADBL themes, and because of the ADBL Patreon ban, the developer made some quick like censorship edits in the latest patch so that they could pay their bills and not have their Patreon account banned like so many other Patreon accounts with ADBL content. I'm actually using the patch right before that one, so we shouldn't have any censored material. But I won't know until we get into a scene that is obviously censored or not. And I would say that the padding is more than just a means of comfort and security for the characters. It like has a lot to do with like, I mean, this game has a lot to do with like kink and queerness and irregularity and stuff like that. So it's actually like kind of an important thing that Zhao was a little, and it has a certain. It has ramifications and stuff on the story. I don't know how much it's supposed to, but we'll see as it progresses, because we're only in volume 1, and there's going to be multiple volumes, like multiple seasons of an anime or something. The developer mentioned that they did the censorship edits to make sure they could keep their livelihood, and they hope that they can like figure out how to manage what they have. It is really, I think it is really important, and we felt very, very seen by this work in particular, especially because it reflects like what we like about like making art in this community. Although we don't disparage people who like only make like stuff that is very much just catering to like littleness in like the most direct ways. We really like for the stuff that we create to have nuance and gray areas and stuff like that. And in our own ADBL fiction, we actually try to like have sort of like serious or complex stories juxtaposed with like the little elements, and kind of have those two parts feed upon each other. And Coquette Dragoon does that in spades. Is very much in conversation with a lot of other mecha content, especially stuff like Evangelion, for example. And it's an incredibly mature story while also like having little stuff in it. And it was one of those things where it's like, damn, I want to make art like this. Which is why I have been such a big fan of it. It's Space Astronauts, where it's accurate lore-wise. Yeah, diapers in space kind of makes sense. The previous two chapters were showing how Zhao first entered the military unit that she's in, because she basically was recognized as a Dragoon pilot, as was talked about previously with like how her score is abnormally high, and it was dealing with her navigation of like this new part of her life, because she was generally like a mechanic before and had lived on her own for a really long time. She was kind of like an orphan, and she is very much a spacer, and even compared to her commanding officer that she's with right now, is much more used to like navigating 0G and stuff like that. She's had to grow up really fast. I can relate. Zhao and her unit aren't the only characters that are shown, because the game takes place with like in a war. There is a lot of like changing scenery and different character positions. On the other side of the conflict, we follow two other characters, members of the duchy, who are like a royal family and have a lot of influence. And the characters on that side are, interestingly, even though under normal circumstances you see them as villains, I'm not sure if that's actually how it's gonna all shake out. The second chapter actually had a lot to do with the characters in the duchy and their relationships, and in particular a very queer relationship between like someone from the duchy and essentially like their handmaiden, who they're really gay for. There's sapphic-ness all over this place, and like a lot of gender feels and stuff. Not to go too deep, because like every chapter has a lot of words. We have uploaded our streams of the first and second chapters to our VOD channel if anyone wants to check them out. But it's, the second episode was kind of like, didn't have a lot of like combat, and was more like the emotional turmoil of like being otherized, even while being like technically of a part of the ruling class, or at least working directly for the ruling class. There's a lot of interesting characters, and I'm curious on how their alliances will go, because the main characters that we follow on different sides of the conflict haven't really had direct, like, direct, contact yet, other than Zal and and technically one of the members of the Duchy that almost killed her while she was floating in space after her, the shuttle she was on in the first chapter got exploded. It's really interesting. Fantasia, mind if I ask your opinion on feederism? Like the kink? Like being fed? Like force feeding and like weight gain sort of stuff? It's not my kink. And I guess I understand where it comes from. As someone with what's it called? Eating disorders, it can be kind of triggering for us. And as someone who has been close to and dated fat people who have expressed an unease with the fetish in certain ways, we're really cautious when we run into it. But I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I really enjoy this game a lot. It's cute to see, and also like the heavier things of it too. Oh yeah, it's very horror adorable. And I love the colors. Ooh, I think I'm finally balancing out. I was really nervous coming back. And I was really fidgety. I'm less fidgety now. We did forget to eat during our break though, because we fell asleep even though we had planned on making food. We're approaching the debris field now. I'll observe from behind. Fun fact, this game was originally a comic. Doing it, you're such a silly baka. Glad you're enjoying stream though. Zal's tail bristled as she took in the ocean of twisted steel before her. She spent her life in space, but had never once had to venture elsewhere outside the safety of the fleet. Ruin, death, and desolation surrounded her. The piled up corpses of ships from centuries of war, the lilac fleet as it stood now was only a fraction of the force that first launched against the Duchy. The chaos at the opening shots of the war resulted in the death of hundreds of millions, the loss of countless ships, and the collapse of both empires. Fighting restlessly, endlessly, without surrender, without compromise, without compassion or mercy. And this was the result. This was the world she was born into, and the war she had volunteered herself for. Words and thoughts from the countless passages and quotations she heard throughout her life about this place filtered through her head, but none of them could compare to the weight of it all, and how distant it all seemed from inside the Dragoon's cockpit. This was already the battlefield. Something inside her grew weary and restless, telling her to keep alert and check her sensors. The enemy could appear in any moment, even here. Shutting out motion, what sprawled out before her was a tangled mess of angles of attack and lines of sight. Her eyes darted from one ship, building, rock, to another, each one distinguishable from the other. All could conceal a Dragoon, a ship, a whole army. Something unknown gnawed at her. enemy in her mind was a category broader than just machinery, soldiers, and warships. But her memory couldn't reach any further inward. Her own thoughts operated on a need-to-know basis. Oh, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. Remember, you can take a small break to make food or eat food if you need to. Thank you for the reminder. I will keep that in mind. I was weirded out by the gain side, but like the eating side, and basically been working through feels on it lately due to me remembering I like the idea of being fed. I like eating too, and it can be really comforting. It's like the excessive eating and being forced to is the part that kind of squicks me out sometimes. And then of course my internal alarm bells from my own like trauma and stuff being like, oh, you're eating too much, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. It is interesting the whole thoughts on a need to know basis as Issy is reacting to, because you're gonna be such a much more effective soldier if you're not thinking deep philosophical thoughts about what you're doing and just generally thinking of enemies as enemies, which kind of dehumanizes them. And in battle, you don't really have the you don't have the time to contemplate the humanity of the people you're fighting, because every second counts. And no matter how much those other people are people, in a war, you're supposed to kill. That's actually a lot of what this game tackles, like militarism and how like not just war but military service changes you, and like the power that's promised by having like being able to do state-sanctioned violence, and how that can be a power trip. Are you ready, Zhao? Susie chirped over the radio. We're gonna test your rifle now. Yes. I've marked an old destroyer wreck. It's intact enough to make a good practice target. Receiving data. Got it. Zhao swung her Dragoon around to face the ruined ship. Target confirmed. Zhao raised her rifle before hesitating. Is it really okay to shoot one of our own ships? It's just scrap. Besides, any downed Dutchy ships get brought in for examination. Right. Zhao focused on the ship, analyzing its structure. Critical components identified. Firing solution complete. Locked on the target. Commencing fire. Hits confirmed on target. Complete penetration of gun compartments and magazines. Rifle calibration within range. Shot deviation under 1 minute of angle. Zhao sat speechless, watching the ship burning in front of her as remnants of its ammunition and fuel ignited. She knew exactly what Susie's diagnostics on her accuracy meant. It was an astonishing feat. It took a trained gunner months to be able to fire even half as accurate. She learned that and so much more, all in a second. The massive rifle her Dragoon held was terrifying. All she had to do was look at an object and decide it was her target, and the weapon aimed itself using her unconscious mind as a circuit. Look and decide. It was only a medium caliber weapon on this scale of combat, but with only a glance, she knew exactly where she had to aim to kill a target. A destroyer required a crew of over 200 people. Her gun pierced the weakest points in its side effortlessly, and even at speed, the firing solution would be calculated instantly. Her estimation of the damage from her 2 shots, it took at least 20 people to operate each gun battery, all of whom would die in the event of a munitions explosion. And a full load of ammunition and fuel exploded, it would kill everyone on board without question. A weapon that can kill in a single shot. A weapon that almost killed her. Was it really that easy to control? I genuinely forget to eat, so someone telling me, stop, you need to eat, just seems, well, right. Oh, I certainly understand what you mean, Del. And we we're still working on it, but our disordered eating had made it so that it was much easier for other people to tell us when we were supposed to eat. Which, like, in our past relationships, we literally had that. Like, not knowing our body well enough to know if it was really hungry or not, and something we still struggle with, and learning to understand, and, the tells of our body. But it used to be that, someone would tell us when we were supposed to eat, and so we would eat because we completely trusted them. And, the partners that we had at the time looked out for our best interest the best they could, and we definitely appreciated them for it. But, it certainly breeded a little bit. It was a lot of codependence in that dynamic because we were relying on them to tell us what our body was supposed to be doing and what we supposedly needed. A weapon that can kill in a single shot. A weapon that almost killed her. Was it really that easy to control? Just aim and shoot? That was all there was to it? Well, rifle test complete. Zal spoke into her flight recorder automatically. Scary, isn't it? Susie spoke quietly. Yeah. Ships like that. They are primary targets in a fleet battle. Of course, the real thing is gonna put up a fight, but you understand how important us Dragoons are for our military, don't you? It feels a little unfair. Unfair is good. It means we'll survive. Yeah. Unless we fight their Dragoons, were the words neither of them could say. You'll pair with Mita Karia in the rear, hence the rifle. She isn't cut out for close quarters combat, so you be covering her. Of course. I'm glad to. I'll find another target. It's important to know how reliable your weapon is. Aren't these shells a little expensive? You're looking at our supply of spare metal. Susie's voice was devoid of emotion. Here, try to destroy your fighter. It's a lot farther out. Understood. Target received. Zhao raised her rifle. The Dragoon raised its rifle. They felt one and the same. She understood that there were calculations running here, but she didn't need to think about them. It was all automatic. The point she aimed at was simply the point she needed to aim at. Look and decide. She fired. A shudder of recoil punched through her. The fighter disappeared. The screen displayed the word hit, accompanied by a buzzing tone. Multiple targets, Susie sent over the data. Zhao complied, shooting at another piece of metal, then another, and another. The time between each shot decreased. But it wasn't improvement. She was merely getting used to her own speed. Easy, right? Yeah. Way too easy, Zhao panted, her chest pounding. She aimed at a more distinct target, feeling out of the length of her reach. She saw through two pairs of eyes at once. Her own, seeing the cockpit, and her Dragoons, seeing the world outside in incredible clarity. The concept was overwhelming enough to make her sick. The experience felt completely natural. She didn't need to learn how. She didn't need time to adjust. She was already an expert. A hunk of debris torn in half from further than the naked eye could see, ripped apart by her 55mm 700 meters per second touch. Even though she knew it wasn't true, it felt like nothing could hurt her. She hated it, but she wanted to feel this way for a long time. Lots of people want to have power and agency. It makes sense. She knew what it was like inside the ship as it came under fire. The sound of its guns roaring through the crew compartments. The thunder as enemy fire smashed against its hull. Curling into a ball, shivering and praying that the next shot won't land near you. The fire won't come rushing up the hallway and burn you alive. The shell won't fly through the wall in front of you and turn your body into mist. That the reactor won't go into meltdown and disappear you before you even know what's happening. Stay still, cry, and pray. That was all you could do. And it was how it looked from the outside. She simply looked at the ship, fired, and the people inside would die in their prayer. Until now, repairing these warships as they limped back from the front lines was her occupation. Looking at the intestines of ships meant looking at the intestines of its sailors. There was no one that went in before them to clean up the bodies first. That was part of her job too. She was always conscious of the meaning of her work. While she set a gun barrel back in place, she knew it was in service of it being used to splatter the enemy's bodies across the walls of their ships, just as they did to the Lilacs. How short had that line of cause and effect grown now? She was no longer helpless. Her role on the battlefield was no longer merely waiting to die. But was her mind still her own? Another point of no return. The experience of being inside a Dragoon was completely contradictory. Trapped inside a dark chamber, yet able to see everything. Confined, yet flying freely. Exposed to the terror of the universe, encased in armored steel. A body alien and familiar. Individual power. Regimental doctrine. Everything felt impossible. Everything was easy. Everything was new. Everything was familiar. Powerful and helpless. Completely in control. Completely out of control. The personal is political, as they say. Zal's body trembled as the reactor powered down, the GI systems retracing from her mind. It felt like being hit with a tranquilizer. Wet strands of hair brushed against her face as she slid off her helmet. She raised her weak arms to the control surfaces, going through the shutdown sequence lodged in her memory. The hatch opened with a hiss, her breath stuttering at the ice-cold air flowing in. Disembarking the Dragoon, she performed the usual movement, aiming herself at a railing and kicking off towards it. The second she was airborne, the sensation had left her limbs. Everything had become a blur. Her body felt numb. She couldn't move her limbs. It didn't feel like she was inside her body anymore. What mistake had she made? What did she miss? Had she done something wrong? She was sure of that. She had done something wrong. She never got anything right. Why would this be any different? The mistake she made was coming here to begin with. Are you really, really sure this is what you want? Yeah. I know you're scared. I am too. But it'll be okay. We'll work it out. We've always worked it out. Right? Why did I say something so stupid? Zal distantly felt something touching her back. I am so here for them. I mean, personal as it feels like my puppet moments. When you feel like you're controlling your body, but like from the outside of it. Ayane is so great. Nice catch, huh? Ayane? Zhao awoke in Ayane's arms in the hangar entryway, blinded by the harsh light. Are you okay? Susie leaned over to Zhao, worry plain on her face. What's happening? I forgot to tell you, but there can be some heavy side effects from disconnection early on. I'm really sorry. So it's your fault I had to catch her. Which was very impressive of me, by the way, Ayane gloated. Yes, it was wonderful, Susie said as if speaking to a child, placing her hands together. Were you waiting for me? Zhao looked up at Ayane. Of course I was. It's your big moment, right? Oh, thank you. Can you stand? Susie asked. I think so, Susie answered weakly. Ayane gently lowered her to her feet. I've gotta go and write my report. Can I leave you to look after her? Sure thing, Chief. Ayane grinned and gave a mock salute. Susie laughed weakly. I'll leave you to it then. Babs of war. War never changes. Only your pamps. Susie laughed weakly. I'll leave you to it then. She did well, you know. I'm proud of you, Zhao. Thank you. Zhao wobbled on her feet despite Ayane's hand on her shoulder. As she watched Susie turn away, Zhao's chest tightened. Wait, Zhao pleaded. Her head was spinning. What is it? Susie stopped. Is there anything else I should do? Zhao. I messed up, didn't I? So... Zhao's legs gave out and she fell backwards into Ayane's arms. Susie sighed and crouched in front of Zhao, placing a hand on her shoulder. You've got everything right, I promise. You've earned the rest, okay? Don't worry. Zhao leaned against Ayane's shoulder as they made their way to the locker room. Should I go to the doctor? Huh? Nah, it's fine. You just gotta lay down for a bit. Right. Do you need help with your suit? If it's not too personal. No. I can manage myself. Could you wait outside? Sure. Just give me a yell if you fall over or something. Wow. Your room really sucks. Ayane sighed, glancing around at the piled up boxes. Sorry. Zhao croaked, barely able to stand. Well, let's go then. Ayane pulled Zhao with her away from the doorway. Where to? My room, obviously? Damn, Ayane got some good taste. Nice, isn't it? Ayane twirled her hair with pride. Zhao could barely make out her surroundings. Yeah. Here, you should lay down. Is it okay? Of course it is. I invited you, didn't I? You need water or anything? Cigarette? Snacks? No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. Zhao trailed off, passing out as soon as she hit the bed. Okay, I was weirded out because the like sort of like opening narrator characters hadn't appeared yet, and they usually appear a little bit earlier, I think, but I couldn't remember since it's been a while. Custard and pastry. Custard and pastry! War and peace! Crime and punishment! I'm Millie. And I'm Philly. And we are Millie Foolie. Today's segment will be our soon-to-be famous advice corner. You've got the burning questions and we've got all the answers. First off, a letter from Miss Etz aboard the Zephyrianis. I've started a new job. It's dangerous. I'm scared of the people around me, and I can't run away. What should I do? That sounds like quite a pickle. Though, it's not too hard to guess where you're working in Sign Etz. I hope they haven't given you the key to the armory. Hey! I think, you could try and make some friends. It doesn't sound like you have any. I mean, that wasn't meant to sound so awful. Don't lock yourself away. If you spend all your time in isolation, anywhere will feel like a prison. And make sure you're only aiming your gun at the bad guys. Billy! So much queer positivity. So much kink positivity. Lovely. Oh my god, it's like the Midnight Channel in fucking, like, Catherine, where it's like, oh, it's like a storytelling device, but also sort of weirdly, what's the word, I'm forgetting all the cool, $10 words we usually use. Sorry. Diegetic, there we go. But also like a diegetic element. I think that's pretty cool. I wish to be in that state of being cared for. Damn, it's so much I want. Just don't join the military to get it. Zal lay half awake, gazing at Ayane's back as she sat at the foot of the bed. The thick smell of cigarette smoke hung in the air. She couldn't quite make it out, but Ayane was watching a strange talk show, something she'd seen before somewhere. Zal remembered piloting, waking up in the hangar, and Ayane bringing her back here. But it all felt like a dream she'd just woken up from. Was that girl in the cockpit really her? Could she really pilot such a thing? Could she really feel such things? She stared at Ayane, realizing she had begun to hold her breath. What was acceptable right now? Zal slowly slid her body to sit on the edge of Ayane's bed, unsure whether she wanted to be noticed moving. After a brief pause, she croaked in a small voice. Good morning. Oh hey, Ayane rolled over on her beanbag to face Zal. And that'd be a good afternoon. You were out for a while. I didn't say anything weird in my sleep, did I? Annie tilted her head in confusion. You didn't say anything. Oh, good. I took your shoes off, hope you don't mind. How you feeling? Oh, that's fine. And, I'm okay, I think. Have you been here all this time? Yeah. I told Susie I'd look after you, didn't I? Thank you. Don't look so surprised. You missed lunch. Feeling hungry? Yeah, actually. Zal put a hand on her stomach. I missed breakfast, too. I need to eat a lot after I fly. So, what do you want? Ayane rolled her eyes and took a drag from her cigarette. I'm saying I'll get you dinner. What do you want? Oh, what did you want to eat? Ayane sighed and crossed her arms. I'm asking what you want. Oh, Zal scratched at her cheek. Ayane gave up. Do you want me to just pick for you? That would be easier. You feel like Wibbleburger? Yeah, that sounds good. I can't believe it's actually called that. Okie dokie, Wibbleburger it is, Ayane cheered, grabbing her wallet from her desk. Zal leaned forward. Do you want me to come with you? Ayane placed a hand on Zal's head. I'm not carrying you home again. You need to rest, okay? Okay, sorry. It's fine. There's cups by the sink if you're thirsty. Ayane gestured to the back of the room. Feel free to anything in the fridge. Not that you should be drinking right now. I'll be like 20 minutes, yeah? Okay. Zhao waved goodbye, only realizing how heavy her arm felt. Hey look, it's like the cover of the game. With Ayane gone, Zhao sat fidgeting on her bed. If talking to a kind face felt like coming up for air, then being left alone was like plunging back into the ocean. Replaying the events since waking up in the hangar, it all felt so humiliating. She couldn't do anything right, and couldn't do anything without needing everyone else's help. Zhao's eyes wandered around Ayane's room. She knew it was the same floor plan as her own, and yet it felt irrevocably different. To Zhao, it looked like a room she would only have seen on TV, sealed away within the realm of fiction. It was a little messy, but clearly filled with things Ayane treasured. Decorations and personal touches were everywhere Zhao looked. Ayane had strung up lights, taped up posters, kept plants, even brought in her own furniture. CDs were piled up next to her stereo by her desk, seemingly everywhere in the room. This was her most obvious passion. A board on the wall was filled with colorful photos, though none contained any people. There was a brand new plush toy on the floor. Zhao could only imagine it was a gift from a date. Ayane seemed to have a habit of buying too much makeup. Most of the tubes and bottles scattered around the room looked like they had never been opened. Zhao felt something painful, maybe a little envious. She'd never lived like this, and it felt like she didn't even know how. Every room she'd ever lived in was bare and untouched, and she treated everywhere she lived as if she was merely passing through. Personal decoration was a vector for mockery, too much effort, and too difficult to understand. She didn't take pride or interest in anything at all. When she had a laptop, it felt too embarrassing to even set a custom wallpaper for her desktop, in case anyone ever saw it. Ayane's quarters were a bedroom, and Zhao's were a cell. I promise I won't join the military to get it. I want to just join a loved one and literally collapse and be carried or helped into resting since I'm in a state of exhausting nearly daily some days. I'm gonna go lay down a little and listen to stream, needing the safety and ease of my bed on my body, feeling tired. It's comfy listening to stream. I'll be here in spirit and in listening. I hope you feel good. And if you fall asleep, it's not a big deal. I have such a cute and comforting voice, I'm sure. Zhao pulled her feet up into the bed, squeezing her knees to her chest. It felt like she was an intruder. Even after looking around and thinking those painful things like a violation. Zhao couldn't figure out why Ayane was so kind to her, or why she let her stay here. She was a cynical and carefree person who had no interest in doing anything that didn't suit her. Nothing about them felt suited to each other. Zhao couldn't be any more unlike her. Zhao feared being put up with out of pity, but it was always Ayane who came to talk to her first. She teased her all the time, but she always greeted Zhao with a smile. I can't figure it out. I want her to like me, I really do. She's so funny. So charming and insightful. I really like her. But how do I compare to any of that? I hate feeling so jealous. I hate comparing our bodies, our voices, our demeanors. I'm sure everyone that's ever met her has fallen for her. I'm probably falling for her too. She's nice to me. It feels like she likes me. But part of me that I can't make sense of wants to run away from her. But does she see me as an equal? Is it a right thing to trust her? Or just naive? Is she just messing with me? Using me or whatever else? Could I even tell the difference? I'm the cruel one for doubting her, aren't I? Sitting here with all these disgusting, jealous thoughts. What am I even doing? I'm getting stuck in these patterns. Just like at the arcade, the second I'm left alone, it all comes bleeding out. Even when her kindness is right in front of me, I doubt her. What's wrong with me? You're traumatized. It's understandable that you have doubts. this actually really syncs up with the themes of today's stream of queer solidarity and queer friendship. Actually thinking about it, there's like that thing that's like, I think it's a queer thing in general, but I think it comes out stereotypically in a lot of like sapphic fiction, or like sapphic experiences, honestly, not just fiction, of like not being sure if someone's into you, or if they even like girls as well, you know? And like having a passionate, strong like friendship and not knowing if it's bordering on something like sexual or romantic. And of course, we live in a society that tries to make a clear distinction of like friends are over here and then lovers are over here. And as I think Drizzle talked about, there's like what how does she phrase it? Like, sorry. Drizzle doesn't use she, her pronouns anymore. I'm gonna have to get used to that. They talked about like the threats of like increased intimacy and not being sure on whether or not to like go for it or reciprocate it or expect it, and how queer friendships can like blossom into like, you know, relationships and stuff, and how this like almost liminal in that way. But also thinking about like talking about like transness, especially from the trans femme-ish perspective of like the jealousy and like comparing oneself. Not to say that like cis queers and queers that aren't femme don't deal with like jealousy and stuff. It's something that we've noticed in like trans femme spaces being talked about in a very particular way that we haven't heard in other queer spaces in quite the same way, of like envy and jealousy and stuff like that. I think there was an excerpt from a book that Drizzle read out that was even like there was one excerpt saying like a person was valuing being seen and visible, but like feeling weird about it, especially if like someone else's transness was pointed out to her, and that sense of like weirdness and not wanting to like approach someone because someone else clocked them. But then also the weird like double think that happens where it's like, oh, I'm feeling like unfeminine, or like I'm not doing gender correctly, or by engaging this conversation I'm not being like ladylike or whatever, but knowing at the same time that like cis films like will talk about the same things that were being talked about in that scenario, but that it just feels very foreign, and like there's like a script that you're supposed to follow. And I think there was even that mention that of like a similar dichotomy of what I am seeing with Zhao and Ayane, where it's like, oh, this person's a better girl than me or whatever. I don't know if Ayane is trans, but Zhao is. So it's interesting to think about. I am curious on how their relationship will escalate. I'm pretty sure it's gonna escalate. Your voice is hella cute, hella comfy. Thank you. I was tooting my own horn. It's kind of hard to be like, you know, all like, ooh yeah, I'm cool and I have a cute voice that makes people feel good and ooh woo. But what you gonna do? A memory of waking up in a bedroom. It was a nice place. He lived in a share house on one of the larger ships. It wasn't anything like Zephraldi's. But it had gravity and clean air. To anyone else, it was a dirty bedroom with clothes strewn all over. But to Zhao, it felt like the closest she'd ever come to paradise. She wasn't alone anymore. Looking back, this was the first time her and Fuffy had really fought. As Zhao lay staring at the light through the window, the room shook with a fist pounding at the door. Open up, you fucking pig! A shrill voice rang out. What the fuck do you want? The man lying to her side yelled back in a stutter, rubbing his eyes. That little girlfriend of yours stole my room. I had $50 on my bedside table and now it's gone. What are you talking about? Open the fucking door. She's in there, right? She remembered being frozen in panic. Why was this happening to her? She leaned closer. Z, you didn't do anything, right? Of course I didn't. I promise I didn't even go in her room. You were in here all night? Of course I was, Zhao cried. Why did he doubt her too? Why even ask that? Why? Open the fuck up! Hey, calm down, you freaking farm. She says she never left the room. And you trust her? A dirty fringe rat like that? You're just her meal ticket. Hey, don't say that shit. She can talk to me herself, can't she? She's pretty anxious with you screaming at her, dude. I'm not screaming, and if she won't talk to me, then she can talk to the police. Hey, wait, no fucking cops. No fucking cops. He grabbed his wallet from the dresser, scrambling to the door. Zhao hit her face as he cracked open the door. Look, $50, right? Just take this shit and get out of our faces. If you find the money, you pay me back. I didn't take it. I know, just... It'd be bad if she got the cops involved. But I didn't do anything. That's not what I'm worried about. He gave a short laugh, looking away from her. I mean, you're underage, right? Oh wow, that's another queer experience! Getting into adult situations before you're supposed to. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Mm. Oh, is this the gingerbread one?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this gingerbread shake is fucking annoying. I didn't eat tonight, so this is also really good. I'll give it back to you in a second, I swear. Oh god, it tastes like Christmas. That's my collarbone! Thank you. I'm playing games with gay girl. Well, not like multiplayer, but gay girls.
Yeah, I'm playing games with gay girls too.
Thank you for coming into our cockpit and giving me a what do they call those things?
A shake.
I'm trying to make a metaphor here. Like when a NASCAR thingy, they like a pit crew.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for being our pit crew. Real.
Came into your Gundam cockpit and gave you a nutrition gel or something.
Yes. You're amazing. This is just snack our partner came in to make us feel good.
I'm not amazing. I thought you knew that.
I want to headbutt you so bad.
Coward.
I'll get you after stream. Oh, a mega hydrate. Oh god. I count the shake as part of the hydrate because otherwise I'm gonna give myself a tummy ache. Oh wow. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even know what time it is right now. It's 5 a.m. It's super funny that every time we drink water, we immediately piss. Out with the old, in with the new. Or in with the new, out with the old? Something like that. Anyway, continuing. I'm back! Ayane sung, bursting through the door with a pile of fast food. Oh my god! Snackazar Ayane! Welcome back, Zhao flinched. You doing okay? Ayane pulled a small table over to the bed and sat down beside Zhao. Oh, also, just to be clear, especially for folks who haven't seen our previous playthroughs of this, right now Zhao is of age. I believe she's 20 right now, so that was like a flashback to like a couple of years actually. You doing okay? Ayane pulled a small table over to the bed and sat down beside Zhao. Zhao shifted uncomfortably. Is it okay if I use your bathroom? Ayane's tail fell behind her. You really just sat here this entire time waiting to ask me that. Why wouldn't it be okay? Seriously. I don't know. Oh my god, just go. Ayane shooed her. I made sure to wash my hands. Zhao, I do not care. We're eating separate meals, and you are not touching my food anyway. Ayane spoke in monotone. Sorry, I'm being annoying. You aren't. Well, you are. When you say things like this, I worry about you. Sorry. Don't say sorry. And don't say sorry for that earlier. Ayane cut her off. Okay. Ayane sighed. I'm not precarious about my stuff, or personal space, or whatever. My home is your home, and all that. So try to relax. It's all military property anyway. Yeah, Zhao nodded. So, how was your flight? Ayane asked, unwrapping a hamburger. My first was kind of a disaster. Really? The less said about it, the better. Right, I did well, I think. It's... How do I even describe it? It felt too easy. It's so weird. It's screwy for sure. Zhao scratched her head. I feel like I barely remember it, or like I'm remembering someone else's memory? I don't even know how to word it. No, I get it. It's like having another limb, but it's different from... It's just weird. None of this is making any sense. Piloting doesn't make sense. For me, it's like being in one of those arcade cabinets. Yeah! Once it comes to fighting, well... Ayane picked at her fries. Let's not get into that. Does it ever, feel weird to you? Being selected? Well, yeah. It's not like I ever thought I was particularly special. Not that this job is special at all, but you know what I mean. It's very arbitrary. Zhao wanted to ask how she ended up here, but she'd already picked up the sense that this question was off limits between pilots. You should eat while it's still hot. I did go and get all this just for you. Right, sorry. She'd only eaten this kind of thing a few times, and she could tell it wasn't very good for her, but it was really nice. I don't know how I lived without hamburgers. After finishing eating and washing her hands, Zhao sat down beside Ayane on her bed. What was she supposed to do now? I haven't thanked you properly. You've done a lot for me tonight. Ayane glanced at her for a moment, her ears folding back a little. I mean, I kinda sat there while you slept and then grabbed dinner. There wasn't anything really. It's something. If there's anything I can do for you in return, you don't owe me anything for that. I'd rather get shot than parrot any of that fucking garbage about how we're all one big team. But like, you know, in terms of just you and me, this whole war and everything, We're in this mess together. Sal smiled. Yeah. Do you want to just stay here tonight? That room of yours is depressing. Oh, if it's okay. You already slept in my bed. Sorry. Yeah, I really like that. Zal stood up. I'll have to go to get my pajamas. And my toothbrush. Of course you wear pajamas. You don't? I just wear a t-shirt. I like pajamas. They're cute. And I get cold at night, Zal protested. That's very you. Well, I'll be waiting here then. I am one update behind on Coquette Dragoon, because I purposely did the next to last update because the last update added some censorship because of the dev being worried about her Patreon getting suspended or banned outright. Since there was this big ADBL ban going all over Patreon, and Coquette Dragoon is actually how they make rent. But the update that I'm playing right now came out like literally like 2 days before the like emergency one, so it technically is the latest update. If you want to look at it that way. Boo! It's so fucked up. Yes, incredibly so. Thanks for coming out, Descriptivist. I hope you're having a good night or morning. It's like 5 a.m. for us, which is wild. Really enjoying it. This is chapter 3. I believe Coquette Dragoon was supposed to only be 3 chapters for volume 1, but the developer mentioned that there was so much text, so much content that she had to split it into two separate episodes. So there's actually going to be a 4th episode, I believe, before the end of volume 1. Because it was all going to be just 1 episode, but it got cut in half, basically down the middle, so it wouldn't be so bloated. I woke up to a Coquette stream, so it's a good morning. Nice! I mean, there's not a lot of people who follow it, so I don't expect a lot of people to have streams of it up. But this is definitely one of my favorite games. Certainly one of my favorite, definitely one of my favorite visual novels. If not, honestly, yeah, this is my favorite visual novel. And my second favorite visual novel is Synergy. Damn, I really love myself some queer visual novels. I also gotta get around to playing Please Be Happy, because that game was so fun when I played the demo. I only have last December's update. Oh, really? I didn't need to get my hands on this update. If you have the if you've paid for Dragoon on Itch.io, you should have access to it. But I know that there's like so many games, and then there's in the world, and like people have lives, and also what's that thing called? A backlog and stuff like that. So things can get out of hand really quickly. Sometimes we'll see just updates just piling up and piling up, and it will just be like, I'll play it later, like with Warframe or something. Zal opened the drawer to her room and pulled out her folded onesie. It had bunny ears on the hood. I haven't brought any real clothing since I got here, but I did buy this pretty much immediately. I guess this is very me. I did that before I did anything about this room. Zal sighed, looking around at the pile of boxes. The few pieces of clothing she'd packed weren't very nice. Even if they got here, she'd have thrown them out anyway, now that she could afford so much better. She never had any kind of heirlooms or keepsakes. She missed her laptop, but that could be replaced. All she really ever needed back home was Fluffy. Zal examined the room, hoping she'd catch sight of a pink fluffy tail. She's still not home. I really made a mistake with her, didn't I? I can't start thinking about this now. Not on top of everything else. It'll be okay. Fluffy is a stuffed animal robot thingy. sentient, and they had a fight last episode. Oh, I can download the uncensored version one from itch.io now? Wasn't it removed? I don't think so. It was just the latest update. I mean, I won't know until I get to the scene, the first scene that I know has like diapers in it, on whether or not it has been censored or not. But literally, as soon as we found out that there was a that they had to roll out a censored patch, we literally went back a version. So I guess we'll see soon enough. Ayane snorted as Zhao emerged from her bathroom. It is very you. It's cute, right? Ayane covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to laugh. It's a onesie. But it's cute, right? Yes, it's very, very cute. Come sit down. Ayane patted the space necessary on the bed. Zhao nestled down next to Ayane, blushing and tucking her knees to her chest. So, anything you particularly want to do? Ayane asked. I don't actually know what people do at sleepovers. Ayane fell backwards onto the bed. Oh, Zhao, it's so adorable that you call it a sleepover. Don't make fun of me. Well, for starters, what kind of music do you like? I'm not sure. You're not sure? I want to hear what you like. Well, sure. Ayane moved to crouch by the piles of CD cases by the stereo set. I don't think I've listened to this one yet. Ayane examined the case. Give me a second. Hopefully it's not shit. That's fine. Zhao could not even imagine showing someone music she liked, or even just putting something on without vetting it first. So, what do you like into anyhow? Ayane asked, putting in a CD. Your interests, hobbies. Zhao paused for a moment. What could she say? She liked to read, but she'd given up on writing. She could say she still liked reading. I don't really... I already know you're a nerd. It doesn't have to be something cool. I couldn't really afford to get super into it, but I'm kinda interested in the GS homebrew scene. I don't know if those words make any sense. Not particularly, but go on. Oh, you've heard of the Game Cyst, right? Oh, yeah. I think my little brother has one. They were mass-produced for a while, but the company went defunct after the Navy took control of chip production. There's been a few reproductions, though. It's really hard to find modern consoles in the fringes, and PC games never really took off since no one has the hardware, so the GS kinda became the norm. Anyway, it uses some pretty standard interfaces, and there's a really simple workaround for running pirated software and unsigned stuff. I used to make a bit of money soldering on mod chips for people, actually. That's really cool. You think? But yeah, it's a bit of an old system, but anyone can still make and sell stuff for it. There's a lot of really interesting stuff out there. My favorites are role-playing games and dating sims. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I think that sounds cool. Ayane stood up from beside her CD player. Damn, Zhao's just like me for real. Fucking homebrew ass. Really? I don't really know games that well, but I mean, this is a good example actually. This track is from some rando on the internet. It's kind of the same thing, right? All the good, actual original stuff comes from scenes like that. So I get what you're saying. Ayane fell into the bed beside Zhao. I like that kind of stuff. Does your phone take a card? I can give you some of my mixes. I don't, have a phone. Ayane squished Zhao's face with both hands. Zhao. Yeah? We're buying you a phone ASAP. Okay. I meant to touch you pictures of my cute little table cactus. I can see your cactus from here. Oh my god. I was being facetious when I was like, Ayane, Snack is Ariane. But recently, Snack actually bought us a phone because our phone was shit. We basically had stopped even taking it out of the house because it was so shit. Ah! Sorry, I was having a happiness seizure. Continuing. Ayane let go with a sigh. I kinda lost on the way here. It's a long story. Fair enough, I guess. Hey, speaking of missing, where'd your little bug go? I haven't seen her for a while. Fuffy? She comes and goes. Is that okay? Yeah. She's registered in my name and has an ID program. She's allowed anywhere in the base I'm allowed. I'm surprised they let her in. I think you're the only person here with one of those. They can make exceptions for pilots, I guess? Technically, she's employed by the military too, actually. Not that she gets paid or anything. Huh. Was it really okay for her to be gone today, though? Like, you've been nervous about this since you got here, right? And like, she said she's meant to be looking out for you. You got into a fight or something? It's not exactly a fight. I don't know. Zhao fidgeted with her hands. I guess it's complicated. Bit of a sore subject, huh? Zhao nodded, looking past her. I don't want that to be so obvious. Everyone knows why I have her in the first place. But I don't want you to think I'm so dependent on her. Ayane reached out, hand brushing against Zhao's shoulder. Zhao recoiled, backwards by reflex. Sorry. It's a lot less cute to pat someone on the arm when they flinch, Ayane grimaced. Sorry. I was kinda zoned out. It's alright. Flying makes us all feel loopy. I don't know if it's just that. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I haven't really been fun to be around. Do you spend time with people because it's fun? Ayane scooched a little closer and reached her hand out again. Zhao tilted her head into Ayane's palm. See? Nothing to be scared of. Ayane cooed, ruffling Zhao's hair. Zhao stayed silent. I get Fluffy's important to you. She's been with you for a long time, yeah? It feels childish. You've seen this place. Aren't we all kids? Next time I see her, I'm gonna squish her into a little ball for ditching you. Don't do that! Zhao laughed despite herself. I'm on the warpath. She's dead meat. Be nicer! I'll try. And you are fun to be around, you know. Thanks. Can I brush your hair? Ayane asked, looking down at Zhao. Your helmet kinda made a mess of it. Huh? If you really want to. Here, turn around. Ayane grabbed a brush from her bedside table. It's hard to have long hair here, isn't it? I feel funny. Yeah. Why the pigtails anyway? Ayane undid one of Zhao's ribbons. Because it's cute. Zhao's voice cracked. You're very fixated on cute. You're very fixated on my pigtails. I think they're fun. And you really are cute with them. Your hair looks really nice let down though, Ayane pondered, lifting a strand. You think? Zhao blushed. Yeah. Be gentle. Zhao tensed up as Ayane placed a brush in her hair. Ayane squeezed Zhao around her waist. Relax, I know how to brush hair. Sorry, and I guess I always like to have my hair a little long, but you gotta tie it up in 0G, and well, I just like pigtails. Oh yeah? I pin my bangs back when I'm piloting. Hey, does it feel weird being in gravity? It does, yeah. Recently, when I'm outside, well, in more open spaces, I mean, We say outside. Right, outside. I get this feeling of like, I'm gonna start falling when I look up. It freaks me out. That's rough. Do I ever seem clumsy on my feet or anything like that? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, I'm not really used to walking. I've never done it this much before. Oh. You seem fine. I haven't noticed anything, I mean. I see. That's good then. Zhao sat curled up in Ayane's lap. Her words lost to her. Ayane reeked of sickly sweet perfume, mixed in with the smell of makeup, sweat, and cigarettes. Zhao disliked her perfume usually, but there was something about coming back from her flight to it that felt comforting right now. Sitting together like this made her chest feel tight. She wanted to be touched, but the thought that she still wasn't used to it was sad. It was only possible at all because Ayane was so carefree. All I do is follow her around all day. I get sad when we don't have class together. Feeling okay? Ayane asked. I don't know. You worry a lot. Ayane sighed, leaning against Zhao's back. Sorry. I will noogie you if you keep apologizing to me. I'm just nervous. It's okay. It's not weird if I say thank you instead, is it? Thanks for what? For being nice to me. It's really no big deal. It is to me. You're always so sappy. Anne set down her brush. There, your hair's done. Thanks. I've never had anyone really do that for me. That much is obvious. Oh. This really is your first sleepover then? I mean, it's different, but I've stayed with a boyfriend. Ooh la la! Ayane grinned, grabbing Zhao's waist. Zhao shook her head. It wasn't... Ayane let her go. Oh. I'll rip his head off then. Please do. Zhao sighed. God, everyone at home sucked. I wasn't sure what to expect here, but I didn't think I'd meet nice people like you and Susie. Disappointed I'm not some psycho with a buzz cut, Ayane laughed. Ayane rested her chin on Zhao's shoulder. Now, if only our COs were so unexpected. Yeah. The short guy with the big hat is absolutely and unquestionably a serial killer. I got that impression. I'm gonna take a shower and get changed, Ayane yawned, letting go of Zhao. You can hug that teddy if you get lonely, Ayane winked at Zhao. Hey! Zhao rubbed her arms after Ayane closed the door. She did get lonely. I'm very much into Ayane's bed clothes. Very good. Ayane sat down beside Zhao, wiping her hair with a towel. Zhao gave her a curious look, quickly averting her gaze. Flat. I didn't know you had freckles. Yeah. I don't know if I like them. I think they're cute. They make me look a little too preocuous. Ayane lingered on the word with a sigh. Oh, they make me look a little too precocious. Ayane lingered on the word with a sigh, pushing at her cheeks. How are you feeling, anyhow? I'm okay, I think. Things feel a bit fuzzy. Just be careful, yeah? High scorers have a higher risk of contamination. I didn't need to know that! Don't stress too much. I could feel it though. When I was flying, I felt strong, but it's kind of nauseating. Those are the thoughts you need to be careful of, Ayane gave a wry smile. Yeah. Do you want to watch something? My senses are telling me you're gonna suggest a cartoon, though. Yes. Well, it is baby's special first sleepover. So, sure. Hey! Damn! Love all this little shit. I went AFK and came back to this hot ass, really cute, comfy Ayane that, like, gosh, she's cute and casual. Zhao lay beside Ayane, unable to find a place that fits her gaze. For Zhao, sleeping beside someone was a difficult task, to put it lightly. What if I say something in my sleep? There's scars on my right arm. If my sleep rolls up, then it'll be under the blanket, forget it. But what if I wet the bed? I mean, I took precautions, but having that found out is mortifying too. You can't see anything wearing a onesie. What if I wake up in the middle of the night screaming or hitting her? What if I dream about doing something to her? Or killing her? Or her killing me? Or... You alright? Ayane looked at Zhao, curled up beside her. Sorry. Damn. I hate to feel so seen sometimes. I'm very feeling seen right now. Those are the exact worries that we worry about. We have a history of night terrors. We have definitely woke up next to people screaming. We've even had roommates be irritated at us for screaming, like in our sleep, or rather waking up screaming. We have wet the bed at the most inopportune times, without protection. We wear kigurumi / onesies, like the ones that like Zhao is wearing, like pretty often. We have one roommate that, as far as we know, isn't into age play stuff, and although they know that we try not to like flaunt it too much. Like I'm in a onesie right now, but if I was to go outside of my room, I would throw a hoodie on. Fantasia, you are visible. Oh no! I'm visible! Ah! I would melt. I would die. Oh my god. Cartoons. Baby's first sleepover. Gosh, she's padded and it's so cute. I'm so happy and it's adorable. This is how I know that I'm not at any part that's probably been censored yet, because this is way too like folded into the story, you know? Because whatever like censorship or whatever had to happen, it had to be done quickly, and I don't think it would have like rewrites would have been possible, at least so quickly. Stop perceiving me! Gosh, you're so gay. Don't look so anxious. I'm not gonna make you sleep on the floor. Thank you. You don't have to say it if it feels too weird. No, sorry. I like being here. I'm really happy you wanted me to stay. The thought of being in that cold room without Fuffy felt despairing. She probably wouldn't have been able to eat alone either. I really don't want to sleep alone. I won't get used to being around people if I don't try. Here, you can take this. And they shoved the teddy bear into Zhao's chest. Thanks. We're gonna have to get used to sleeping next to each other once we get assigned to a carrier anyhow. I'm sure you can imagine, but there's no privacy for soldiers once we're off the ship. Bathing together, eating together, shitting together. It's like we're married already. Well, like I said, you gotta trust who you fly with, right? Yeah, you've been a pilot for, 4 months. 4 months, right, what's it been like? Annie rolled onto her back and let out a deep sigh. I'm not as nice as someone like Susie, or as brave as her. So, you know, I'll say it's been fucking scary. That was a stupid question, sorry. Well, it was just a stupid way of asking if we feel the same. You're scared, aren't you? Zhao squeezed the teddy bear. Zhao wanted to tell her what happened before her first day here, but as she tried to form the words, something twisted in her stomach. I've already said too much tonight. She doesn't need to hear any more of it. She's a soldier. She's done all of this for real. She's probably had it far worse than I have. Zhao thought about the scar on her shoulder, and the scars before that. It's painful. It's scary. I don't want to experience it again, but... it's... I don't know. I'm scared, but... I've seen plenty of bodies already. What can I say? I'm scared that I'm already familiar with it? I don't even know how to feel, honestly. Sorry you don't need to explain yourself or anything? I guess it's just... I'm scared too, you know? I don't care if I'm called a coward for admitting it, so you don't need to posture or anything. The culture of this whole place is sick. Yeah. I think I'm sick too. Lilac Fleet. Bar Primitiva. Ooh. We get to see how the other side lives. Oh wait, no. No, we're not in the duchy. Silly. This is Sima, the closest character you're gonna get to like a Rei Ayanami in the series. I didn't expect to see her alone. We've only ever seen her around Zhao in brief glimpses. She seems like, you know, like I said, like Rei Ayanami, seemingly emotionless or at least emotionally subdued, and a lot on her mind. Most people in the platoon are scared of her, and there's only 4 people in her unit. Her, Suzy, Zhao, and Ayane. So she hasn't gotten a lot of socialization. I don't know how long she's been doing this for though. Oh, she is not alone. So here's my reports. Suzy slid a binder towards Sima. Sima looked at the papers with disinterest. Suzy and Sima's routine was always the same, though. Suzy commanded the... Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Suzy and Sima's routine was always the same. Though Suzy commanded the squadron, she still had to report to Sima as her superior. Even if Sima didn't care to hear any of it. Sima had never taken an office at the barracks. The only place she could be reliably found was when she was drinking alone at the end of the day. It was almost always in the same spot, a tiny depressing bar tucked away in the back street just off the base. It was a spot of no interest to the local pilots, though the older mechanics preferred the quiet mood and cheap drink and gave the lone major a wide berth. Suzy gave a small wave to some familiar faces from around the base whenever she entered, but the pins on her lapel kept anyone from talking to her. There were a few patrons who looked at her like she caught them in the act, and a waitress usually hurried to her side to offer a complimentary drink to smooth things over. The same as always though, she was only here for Sima, and will only accept a glass of cola she insisted she pay for. Seriously, does this woman just live here? You can start reading them anytime you like, Suzy chirped politely, resting her chin on her hands for a few moments before giving up. Sima had yet to even look at her properly. She was like that with everyone, even her superiors. That's probably why they all hate That's probably why they all hate you so much. Fucking Christ. I am not a doll. I am not a doll. I am not a... Give me a summary. Wait, shit. In character. Give me a summary. Sima returned to her drink. Well, it mostly concerns Ensign Rosales. That girl. Sima muttered quietly to herself. That girl? Never mind. Give me the summary. Suzy reached across the table to take back her reports. Well, her scores are quite good actually, but well, there's the issue of, how do I say it? I'm not really sure she's fit for piloting. If pilots have to pass a proper psych evaluation, she wouldn't be here. She doesn't have a lot of confidence, and I don't know how she's gonna take the stress. She has a lot of self-doubt, and blames herself for things entirely out of her control. She's always asking for extra work, and I think she's gonna burn out quickly. Her reaction to GI connection was quite adverse. She wouldn't eat before her flight, which certainly didn't help. I've already noticed she's been skipping a lot of meals. She said to me herself she hasn't been sleeping well either. Her refusal to undress around others is uncharacteristic for someone accustomed to the conditions of space work, coupled with everything else. I have to suspect she's trying to hide self-injury. I'd rather not say anything, but this is all conjecture. But after all, after recent events, Command is demanding we report even the smallest suspicions about mental health. I don't really have a choice. Oh, I guess that confirms that someone in the unit may have committed suicide? Possibly the person who used to have the room that Zhao now lives in. Fine. Sima sat unmoving, staring into the amber reflection of her glass. If pilots had to pass psych evaluations, this woman wouldn't be sitting across from Susie either. I'm glad I don't have to pass a psych eval to be a streamer. The way Sima fought disturbed Susie more than anything else. The way Sima fought disturbed Susie more than anything else she'd seen on the battlefield. Staring at those wrists laid on the table, Susie could wrap a whole hand around. It was obvious Sima wasn't eating well either. But it didn't matter for her. Sima only answered to Clemens, who certainly did not answer to Susie. Why she drank, Susie didn't know, but it was obviously a habit she had no way out of. It never seemed like war bothered her as much as simply living did. Sima did her best to avoid drinking at work, as far as Susie knew, but she'd still seen her vomiting in the hallways. Right now, she was as stable as she was capable of being, which translated to being more or less catatonic in response to other people. What did Susie do to deserve having to babysit this dysfunctional officer earning twice her salary? Looking back down at her papers, I can't find many documents on Zhao's history, but both her parents were killed when she was an infant, with no other family to speak of. She has an incredible amount of debt, medical bills mostly, all being taken care of now, of course. She never finished high school, though. Well, I think she's quite bright. She's a fast learner, and she has a lot of practical skills, too. Training her to serve as Dragoon seems appropriate. That would probably suit her more than flying them. I can only assume that cute little android she has with has been her sole caretaker. You know, they usually give those to orphans. If she was ever taken in by somebody I don't know about, there's barely any records on her in childhood. It seems she's had an immensely difficult life, to say the least. She said she started work outside of hull repair when she was 14. Of course, there's no document supporting such a thing is a practice to begin with. But why would there be? Honestly, a girl that young. Just what the hell is going on in this country? Sima didn't respond, sipping from her glass. I don't know how to support her. I think she needs something more than just a mentor, but I can't provide that. All I can do is point her to Ensign Mikikawa for a friend. And of course, I want to believe in her, but given that series of incidents in her previous assignment, I'm not sure if it's going to end well for either of them. They seem to be getting along, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Susie's gaze drifted towards the ceiling as she waited for a response from Sima. The peeling paint disgusted her. A whooping cheer erupted from a table on the other side of the room, a grinning soldier claiming a victory in a heated card game. The depictions of royalty in a 52-card deck were considered anti-patriotic and made playing cards a prohibited good, but they still found their way into soldiers' hands. If Susie or Sima wished, that entire table could be court-martialed by the day's end. She wondered whether the cavalier attitudes of the local pilots had rubbed off on the staff around them. In Susie's case, It wasn't really expected for a lieutenant pilot to press on such a thing. Pilots gamble more than anyone else and love showing off trophies from the battlefield. That they trusted the esteemed major singer across from her was another matter entirely. How did she attain such a position with this attitude? What were Summa's thoughts coming to a place like this? She could drink the highest class liquor in any kind of venue, or get her hands on any kind of drug she wanted given her station. What she earned in a year would allow her to buy the entire building. Why spend it on cheap drinks? She'd given up very long ago on trying to ask her about her past, her life, or why she made any of the choices she made. Summa didn't dislike Susie, but it was worse than that. She had never put it into words, but Susie grew to understand it quickly enough. Susie was nothing to her. There was nothing Summa would ever allow Susie to know about her. From observation, there was only one thing that stood out. Picking them up one day in a changing room out of curiosity, the plastic yellow glasses she wore had false lenses in them. Her eyesight was perfectly fine. The only time she'd ever seen Summa look truly angry was when she demanded Susie give them back. What did they mean to her? The decorated suit she wore, and the painting of her Dragoon. What were they for? She had been told once she was forbidden from media appearances, so she had never been ordered to dress up. Why would this apathetic woman care? In any case, it's irresponsible to try and entrust her to a soldier who could be killed at any point, and that includes myself. Oh, that's a quote. In any case, it's irresponsible to try and entrust her to a soldier who could easily be killed at any point, and that includes myself. If our ensigns had any support outside of here, they both benefit from it, but I can't do anything about that. To be frank, I don't think either of them should be pilots, but, well, that's not exactly relevant to you, is it? None of this actually affects their scores. Susie leaned against the table, taking her glasses off and rubbing her eyes. Summa remained silent. Susie put her glasses back on, sitting up straight. Both of them are a concern, but it won't affect their abilities as pilots. Everything outside of that, I'll figure out myself. Oh. Both of them are a concern, but won't affect their abilities as pilots. Everything outside of that, I'll figure out myself. Susie sighed and rose to her feet. That's it for the summary. Unless you have any objections, I'll submit these reports to command tomorrow morning. Have you noticed anything strange about her history? Summa asked suddenly. Susie flinched with surprise upon hearing her speak. What? Summa gazed up at her, but didn't repeat herself. Frankly, all her history is quite strange. What are you getting at? I'm not sure I can really say. It's just a gut feeling. A gut feeling of what? That she's... Summa leant back in her seat, muttering to herself. It's nothing important, forget it. Susie rubbed her temples. You finally say something to me and it's all complete nonsense. Just how drunk are you? Susie walked home through the suburban streets dejected. Unlike the two ensigns, she had a small home to herself off base. She had no idea how or where Summa really lived, though she imagined it was probably close to that bar. She stared up at the shallow void of the unlit ship ceiling as she walked, trying to think of what she could do for Zhao. I don't think I'd be able to do this today if it weren't there. I don't think I'd be able to do this today if you weren't there. Oh. I don't think I'd be able to do this today if you weren't there. I can't get those words out of my head. I tell Zhao she can do it, and I'm not lying, but I don't think she really understands what I'm saying. She can't do it. Not on her own. She's just compatible with the system. Anyone can pilot if they have that quality. Absolutely anyone. The things Zhao told her about her kindness and support, It felt good to receive that kind of warmth and admiration, but it wasn't true. I could beat her half to death and throw her out to space in that machine, and she would get the same result. That's what this system is for, and that's what my job is. How is she gonna feel when she realizes what I'm doing to her? Christ. The Duchy of Lucia. The Royal Palace. Here we go! Now we're seeing how the other side lives. Honey knelt alongside Emil before Queen Charlotte de Lucia, a cold pressure hanging over her body. To Honey, the throne room was ominous and harsh, and carried an atmosphere totally different from that of the family home she knew. The distant private residence Honey frequented was bright and airy, filled with plants and artwork. In contrast, this room was crushing, as if the entire weight of the nation was bearing down on you and forcing you to your knees. But that might actually be true. In this space where history and ideals have physical weight, magic retained only a fragment of its former glory, but it was the duchy's origin and identity, and it all flowed out from here to fill its shape and its nation. An enormous ceremonial sword rested against Charlotte's throne, but it was with only a glance that she could remove someone's head from their body. Honey had only ever knelt before the queen on one previous occasion, when swearing her royalty to the family and to protect her daughter Emile. Charlotte was a joyous and relaxed woman in private, leaving Honey with a grave feeling about whether whatever matter was so serious it required such ceremony, and required Emile to be kneeling beside her. Emile's on the right. You may raise your heads, darlings, Queen Charlotte commanded. Mommy! Sorry. Honey looked up. The queen met her gaze with warmth, despite the severe occasion. She was something more than human. Her face was always fixed in a calm, welcoming smile. Like her daughter, she was absurdly tall, but her presence was something else entirely. She was the mother of the duchy, and everyone who spoke to her felt like a child. Your Majesty, Honey and Emile spoke in unison. I have an assignment for you, my precious daughter, Charlotte sang. Emile glared intently at her mother, only nodding in response. Oh, sorry, no. Emile was on the left. I'm sorry. You recently observed a particular lilac dragoon, the one that bested our dear Baron Grey. Do you recall it? Yes, Your Majesty. Stark yellow with pink accents, named Honey Bee. Quite a talented pilot. What do you want with it? You were to bring me that pilot, alive, by any means necessary. Killing her is absolutely out of the question. Am I your errand girl? Are you not a servant to the needs of the duchy? And what does the duchy need with a single enemy pilot? Duty is to be performed without question, and I trust you will maintain discretion in this matter. Understood, Your Majesty, Emile spat. Lady Rose of Marine, Charlotte smiled down at Honey. You are to assist my daughter in this task. I have high expectations for you. Yes, Your Majesty. I won't disappoint you, Honey intoned, placing a fist to her heart. I look forward to your success, both of you. Some reason it reminds me of the dad from Lelouch the Rebellion. Honey sat with a cup of tea, gazing out into the peaceful capital. She preferred coffee, though it wasn't considered very fitting for nobility. Tea was considered essential to the culture of nobility, but Honey could never tell the difference between any of it. She also took care to avoid mentioning that she preferred it with milk and sugar. Emil had taken Honey with her to the hotel in the capital, refusing as always to stay at the royal palace. Honey was used to these arrangements, and she spent most of her time with Emil in a constant state of travel. Honey watched Emil lean against the balcony outside, her messy white and blue hair catching the breeze. Her tails flicked slightly in the manner of an annoyed cat, though through the slits of them, it gave an impression closer to a jellyfish. Something Honey had the small privilege of knowing was that only one of Emil's tails was real, the rest were a product of magic. Multiple tails were considered a divine birthmark of royalty, though it was actually something they had invented themselves to distinguish their appearance. Honey sipped her tea, wondering if there was any way to tell which one was the real one, something to think about the next time Emil let her brush them. Damn, that's a really nice outfit. Super basic, right? But it's something about the the shorts and leggings that I really I'm really hot for. And the baggy turtleneck? Gosh. Before meeting her mom, she was presented as the principal villain. Aren't you annoyed? Emil snarled, noticing Honey watching her as she returned to the room. What do I have to be annoyed about? That we're being blamed. Are we? What do you mean, are we? Of course we're being blamed! It's a sort of penance for that stupid Baron's death, even though it was his failure right from the start. Just because I didn't stop him doesn't make me responsible for his idiotic decisions. I don't get that sense at all. Also, just so you know, Honey is best girl. Just so you know. I'm back with the idea of BDSM hair salon tied to the chair as they softly do your hair. Ooh. Now I'm thinking of being tied up by Bayonetta. It's the shorts. It's so the shorts. They're so cute. Right? Right? The little lapels kind of remind me of like Mickey Mouse or something, but honestly, they also remind us of shorts we have because they're not frilly, but they certainly have an air of whatchamacallit, of bloomers. They feel very bloomery. They're like outerwear bloomers. Emil glared at her. How do you figure that? Honey sat down her glass, resting her cheek on her hand. Your mother described the pilot as a woman. What does that have to do with it? I took a look at my terminal. I couldn't find any records at all on that pilot, let alone a known gender. I knew she was a woman. Where did you hear that? You know, nobles' war stories over drinks. The kind you don't like to participate in, Emil jeered. A demure lilac pilot that can beat even the selected, is how the story goes. Sounds like fun. Back on topic, Gray didn't seem to recognize her machine. The guard doesn't know her either. Oh, the guard doesn't know her either. So? What I'm saying is, this isn't state business. And I'm saying Gray isn't a factor at all. Considering that your mother wants her alive, I presented my record of the battle to the guard, which of course she is privy to. If anything, she's operating on our confirmation that this pilot, a subject of her personal interest, really exists. And who better to rely on for personal interest than the two of us? Emil's scornful expression began to falter. I suppose. But isn't... Emil, she's placing her trust in you, not punishing you. Emil pouted. She spoils you. I still don't like the idea of doing her dirty work. Honey raised her cup, content with having made her point. Emil continued to wander around the room, contemplating Honey's words before eventually conceding and falling cross-legged at Honey's feet. You've always been smarter than me, haven't you? That's not true. Would you like some tea? It is. Don't change the subject. And yes, please and thank you. Honey poured her a cup of tea in an elegant, practiced motion. Emil didn't seem bothered by a particular taste either, but she didn't like milk or sugar. You are smart. It just appears when you talk to her. Can't argue with that. You know, you're the only person in the universe who can interrupt me. Honey gave a slight scoff, returning to her drink. Although they're not, these two characters are not related, their relationship is why this game has, in the trigger warnings, an incest tag. They were raised in a way that is similar to sisters. Because she's kind of like, Honey's like her handmaiden and protector and stuff. Honestly, I feel like that's a trope in general. Where it's like, I'm supposed to guard you and be your shield, and also love you. Not to ruin the evening with talk of strategy, but how do you suggest we go about this? It's hard to say. The task of capturing any Lilac pilot is difficult. Because of their grotesque pilot interface systems, Lilac pilots were more dangerous the more you cornered them. The value of snipers like Honey was in their ability to kill them before they could react, but in this particular instance, she was at a disadvantage. Emil tapped the side of her cup with a fingernail. Honey had always felt like she could see the gears physically begin to turn when Emil actually started thinking. Honestly, this can't be too complex. Get a spy to track her deployments, fly in, hack off the limbs, grab the cockpit, and go. Emil ran off a short list. But still, I don't see what makes her so important to my mother to have me go and do that. Is there anything that stands out and that you've heard? To be honest, she had a rather strange presence. Honey raised her glass. Do you recognize the lance she held? Emil looked up at Honey. I don't know. It's a suicide weapon. Emil spoke in a somber voice. What? I'm serious. The Lilac reused everything, so I thought she could have simply picked it up off some debris without knowing its real use, but thinking along the lines that my mother would take an interest in battlefield trivialities, I'm beginning to think she was issued with it directly. This was when we were children. But one of the reasons the last so-called Great Offensive failed was because of those lances. They were given to inexperienced pilots and sent to fly directly into our ship's engines. Essentially, that lance functions as a conduit from the Dragoon's reactor into the ships, causing a catastrophic meltdown for both. One relatively cheap Dragoon for one very expensive capital ship is a pretty good trade now. What a disgusting tactic. Emil sighed, looking up at the ceiling. The thing is, most of these pilots were children. The GI systems can function at full capacity on a mind as young as 12. Actually performs even better with children. The tolerance for poor synchronization decreases with age, of course. With a pilot that was sent out to die anyway, it doesn't matter what the side effects were. These children who couldn't be useful pilots as adults were the perfect use case. Honey looked at her with disbelief. Why don't I know any of this? Does anyone else? It was completely suppressed. Emil looked up at Honey. Do you think our soldiers need to know their enemies could be children? That look you're giving me is why we can't say anything now, Emil said with a smirk. This all came to a stop once the Navy adopted the Halo engine, and we regained our footing. Of course, this was all covered up on our end too. The Dragoons, Lances, and pilots. They were all erased by the nature of the operation itself. Winning a war is such a dirty business, isn't it? You think this pilot could have been one of those children? It's a stretch. But if she survived this long, it would explain a lot. God knows why she's still fighting now, though. Or how, having been connected to that barbaric system for so long. That'd have to be the reason she wasn't put down after coming back alive from those missions, too. Why would she choose to hold on to such a weapon? I'd be quite interested in learning her thoughts if I could. But there has to be something else to this. If proving Lilac crimes could put an end to this war, we'd be there already. Their people would never believe it anyway, even if we put her on stage and made it public. I can't tell what value she meant to have to us. Honey stared out into the night sky. As she was thinking along the lines of what could make this woman so exceptional, she caught the attention of the queen. Then anything could be on the table. A soldier that should be dead thousands of times over. A soldier she took perfect aim at and survived. Honey wrung her hands. There was something the story reminded her of. If we're speculating, I'll say this. Honey began quietly. This pilot didn't display anything beyond a strong talent in her fight with Gray. But when I shot her, I'm not sure if I missed or not. What do you mean? I held my tongue in the moment, but it's not like I can't miss, but it felt odd. I've made shots like that countless times before. You think she dodged then? Of course, mathematically speaking, such an act was physically impossible for a mere human. But for a soldier of the duchy trained in the magical arts, the feat itself wasn't unthinkable. And its subtlety wasn't anything unusual. The fundamental rule of fighting with magic was to keep your cards close to your chest about your capabilities, and only show them to protect your life. Almost nobody knew Honey carried a blessing, meager as it was. The only problem with this theory was that it was impossible for anyone outside of the duchy to either be blessed by the mother or selected by her descendants. To suggest even a possibility otherwise would be a rejection of the foundation of the duchy's faith and the monarchy's divine right to rule altogether. However, if that pilot was simply born in the duchy... If you say you didn't miss, far be it from me to doubt the nation's best sharpshooter. Emil gave a small chuckle. But the question of exactly how she could do such a thing, it's beyond me to say. Looking at it like this is a rather troublesome loose end, isn't it? Honey nodded. Though troublesome, she didn't even begin to describe it. The simple answer was an inducted member of nobility. There had been enough unsolved cases over the years, but how could she have ended up as a child soldier in the Lilac? It was the only possible solution, but it was too full of holes. Honey didn't enjoy thinking about either of their two worlds, but she wasn't ignorant of history. The people who would come to be known as the Duchy needed a miracle, but the Lilac had been fighting against miracles their entire existence. It was theologically impossible for magic to exist outside of the Duchy, but it was ideologically impossible for it to exist within the Lilac. If this pilot was a defected member of the Duchy, she'd either been dissected in a lab or hung in a public square, or both in that order. There wasn't a chance she'd be allowed into the military. There wasn't a chance she'd be allowed to even draw her next breath. That every blessed must be exterminated to the last. That it is better for them to be dead than useful to the Lilac. That is their creed. All parasites must die, without exception, without remorse, without mercy. That sounds genocidal! Her treatment would be the same even if she had somehow sprung forth from within the Lilac, though an already impossible circumstance. Their fervor on this fact had an equivalent in Honey's own duties, and the chimera she had put to death in the name of the Duchy. In each nation, there were beings that were simply not allowed to live. But then, what could she be? There had to be something else. Something that either Charlotte, Emil, or herself... that neither Charlotte, Emil, or herself could even theorize. What wasn't she able to see? There's no sense of speculating any further. The only thing to do was to capture and examine this person. And if there was a possibility of her being a threat to royalty, a threat to Emil, Honey would have no choice but to kill her before that could happen, regardless of the consequences. That was probably the most important what do you call it, like, lore? I feel like we just got like some of the most important lore in the series so far. Fucking Christ. Honey lay beside Emil in the hotel bed, gazing across at her. She watched Emil stare at the ceiling, lost in thought. Is it okay to ask? Honey murmured quietly. It wasn't something she normally did, but if she could talk with Belle, then maybe. Huh? Sorry, it just seems like something's bothering you. It's just that I'm not very mature, am I? I mean, my instincts told me that my mother was trying to scold me in some roundabout way, or even trying to get me killed. But you saw things more clearly. I can't trust anyone, even her. I don't think that's a very admirable trait. Emil rolled onto her side, looking with embarrassment at Honey. I mean, I trust you, though. Completely. And dear Celsi, of course. Honey struggled to respond. When it came to her duties towards Emil, she could always speak directly and eloquently, but in discussing personal matters, she lost her focus. From Honey's perspective, having lost her own, it was a terrible thing for Emil to be unable to trust her mother. Beyond the sorrow of feeling distracted, distanced from family, Charlotte was the one person Emil needed to feel understood by the most. No man is an island. But where does that leave a being like Emil that stands apart from mankind? No one could see it but Honey. Royalty are our guardians, our leaders, descendants of our one true God. They were holy beings with divine right over the nation, but they looked like you or I, and walked among us as mortals. Beneath the bluster of the church and true believers, there was a quiet belief that they were like any other form of celebrity. For the nobility that wished to be the one to marry a princess like Emil, they weren't seen as desirable to love and be loved by as any other beautiful woman. They all wanted to be the one to tell them the deepest truth that they were just like them, and through relating to them, find their way into their heart. A calculated show of empathy was the winning ticket. What Honey truly understood more than anyone else in the world was that they were not human, and nothing like a human. In all the world, there were any number of beings that could understand what it was like to be outside of Honey's skin, and none who could understand what it was like for Emil. Emil could not feel pain. Her emotions were not ingenuine, but only felt at her own permission. She could will herself to do anything, or become anything, feeling or unfeeling as she pleased. The sweetest love and most unimaginable cruelty were both the same distance away from her. Emil was her short-tempered, headstrong, and boorish friend, because those things were the things she chose not to fight. Charlotte was a graceful, perfectly composed, and warm leader, because those were the things she chose to embrace. But Emil and Charlotte were cut from the same cloth, and either one could become the other the moment they chose. When the species that can never be described as a species called royalty gives birth, it's an act of mitosis. Not a trace of their partner's DNA is shared. As far as Honey knew, it wasn't even needed in the process. The connection between humanity and royalty was completely and utterly severed, and every member of royalty was born of the same template. I am grateful that you trust me. I trust you too. Honey stuttered, wanting to bury her face in her pillow. You can be cute sometimes. Honey pouted and shifted deeper under the blanket. Thanks for asking, though. I'm trying to get better at communicating with people, Honey muttered, regretting in the moment she had said it. But Emil didn't laugh. I could stand to do the same, honestly. Honey's body was frozen with nerves and embarrassment. We used to talk a bit more like this when we were younger, didn't we? We did, didn't we? Feels like all we get to do now is just work in the same room. So it's nice to get to talk a little. Honey nodded. I worry about you sometimes. Sorry? I feel like I got quieter as an adult. When I was very young before we met, I was really energetic. I've been thinking about that recently. You're still a little like that when you explain things to me, for what it's worth. Is that how it seems? Yeah, that's a nice side to see of you. I see, I don't think you're immature, by the way. That's reassuring to hear from you. Is it? You don't flatter anyone, least of all me. I suppose. That's why I can only trust you, Emil smiled. Honey felt a stab of guilt run through her. She didn't deserve to be an exception. She had her own selfish desires for Emil, just like everyone else. I'm not sure I deserve such praise. I'm the one who gets to decide what everyone in this world deserves. Kidding. Don't say such worrisome things. Really though, you're allowed to have some more pride. I'm not sure it's really in my nature. At the very least, I do want to see you enjoying yourself more. I think I have been a bit lately. Oh. I've been going out a bit more. I met a girl a while ago. We've gotten a little closer lately. Is she cute? Emil asked eagerly. It's not like that, Honey mumbled. Emil's closeness made her anxious. How is it then? She's a friend and, well, it's not how you mean it, but she is cute. I think cute is the best word to describe her. She's the type who puts a lot of effort into being cute. She carries a stuffed animal with her and holds my hand. We're the same age, I mean. Huh. I didn't expect you to go for that kind of person. I'm not really sure what kind of person I like, but, well, I like that she's sincere in who she is. She's very kind. I'd like to meet her. Anyone you call a friend must be interesting. Honey glanced away. It'd have to be discreetly. I'm not sure if being put in the spotlight like that would be good for her. Emil's ears flattened. Oh, of course, I understand. Do you know the Count Boggers well? Ah, she's their bastard, isn't she? Yes, and don't use such a vulgar word. Sorry. But I see then. Do you know her? Not directly. You know how things go. I visited the family a few times with Mother. Every time I was at their manor, she was nowhere to be seen. Oh. Well, that aside, I'm happy you're meeting people. You are? I don't really think it's good for you to stay holed up in that house. And, well, to be selfish, it's a bit of a relief to me that... Honey looked at her anxiously. She never knew how to talk about this. I'm happy for your sake. I really am. Sorry. We should get some sleep. You can say what's on your mind. Emil pouted, angry at herself. What's there to say? I'm glad I haven't fucked up your life completely. I can't say such selfish things. You decided on your own to stay by my side. It's insulting for me to complain. Emil rolled over, facing away from Honey. I don't have the right to complain about anything. But it's all I ever do. I want to listen to those complaints, though, Honey said quietly. Emil looked back at Honey, confused. You're my dearest friend. So, I always want to listen to you. That's all there is to it. Emil hesitated, then laughed a little. I don't have anything I can say back to that. Allow me to continue being a brat, then. We really do need to get some sleep, though. Honey nodded. Good night, Emil. Good night, honey. I really do love you. All of you. Even that bratish side. Okay, we're gonna go to the cast list, because Issy asked if Honey knew Zao. No. Belle is who was being referred to. A Saccharine young noblewoman with peculiar taste, born as an unfortunate illegitimate child to the family of nobility. Through her mother's affair, Belle has lived a life of disgust and ostracization by those around her. Despite it all, her personality is that of boundless affection. Completely obsessed with Honey, has a habit of drooling whenever she sees her doing something she finds cute, is able to restrain herself from humping her leg at least. Fucking Christ! Cute. I want to say that Belle seems a little bit genderqueer. There is a piece of dialogue in the second chapter that imply that Belle might be happier living as a boy, which is really interesting. I don't know. It sounded like Zao, even though it's very unlikely that it was her. Oh yeah. Like if they under normal circumstances, if the characters from the Duchy versus Lilac meet, they're supposed to kill each other. But I think that the story won't turn out so simply. It's gonna get really complex. Like I really can't wait for like characters to be crossed over between the Duchy and Lilac. Like I would love for Zao and Honey to meet, for example. And I think that that's what it's gonna do. Like this story really loves its pairings and how characters play off of each other. So I think that that's gonna happen eventually, especially since Senna is probably gonna be in the Duchy at least for a little bit at some point, since it's like kind of a big deal to get her. And honestly, that'll probably spark a pressure for Zao to like use, you know, the strongest other mech in Lilac to try to rescue her, which means she's probably gonna get some notoriety soon. Though I don't think it'll be in this chapter. I'm back. Did I hear my favorite pet activity? What's your favorite pet activity? So much happiness. Lilac Fleet Special Division Dragoon Command, Pilot Barracks. Zao lay staring at the ceiling of Ayane's bedroom. She wasn't sure how much she had slept, if at all. Like Ayane said, it really was baby's first sleepover. As an adult, she'd never been even able to be inside a friend's room. When she was in the early learning center, the rooms were all shared, but they weren't friends. She had no lasting friends in school. When she left to start work, all her co-workers were over twice her age. So she's used to being the baby. Working in space was unusual for an early teen, but she needed a lot of money fast. She had slept in her boyfriend's room, but it wasn't like this. Ayane really was kind to her. She wasn't just killing time or speaking to someone just because they happened to be there. Zao had been filled with doubt about her, but there was nothing else she could call it but friendship for them to be laying together like this. Ayane could have just ditched Zao in her room. She didn't need to get her dinner, or brush her hair, or do anything to look after her. She watched a cartoon she liked with her. She teased her all the time about her childishness, but had spent the night indulging her in it. These were all things that reassured her, but they didn't help Zao relax. The feeling of being liked by someone was overwhelming. She wanted to spend more time with Ayane like this. They really were friends. The prospect was so exciting it made her mind race with both thoughts of the future together and the fear of disappointing her. Everything about the inside of Zhao's brain felt too mortifying to be seen. She'd slept like this beside Ayane without telling her she still wet the bed sometimes. Her entire existence felt humiliating. But something about Ayane made Zhao feel like even that wouldn't bother her. She'd tease her, probably a lot. But Ayane wasn't cruel. There was definitely no way Zhao could bring herself to tell her she had to wear a diaper to bed though. Or most days in general. Zhao rubbed her face and suppressed a groan at herself. This cycle of examining her own embarrassing existence had been going on for what felt like hours. She squeezed the teddy bear Ayane had given her to sleep with. Zhao usually woke up holding Fluffy, nuzzling her and squeezing her against her face. Ayane didn't find her dependence on Fluffy to be anything shameful. Zhao shifted upright, resting her chin on her knees. It was definitely morning. The artificial light was creeping in through the kitchen window, just like in her own room. She'd forgotten all about being in a military base, and that her duties would probably begin in just under an hour. The military, with all its rules and restrictions, particularly on the relations between soldiers, was a soldier really allowed to sleep outside of their room or have guests? Was she gonna be in trouble today? So as long as no one found out, then. As if on cue, a sharp noise rang throughout the small room. I decided to actually go ahead and change around my pronouns, putting she lower in the preferred pronouns list, since I want to explore myself more. I'll thank Drizzle for being that push I needed by seeing someone else changing their pronouns related to moving away from she pronouns. Seeing it possible made me have the courage to go through with the change. Yo! I'm glad that you're experimenting. Gosh, I'm sure Drizzle will be very pleased to hear that. As if on cue, a sharp noise rang out through the small room. Gosh, that looks like the fucking Always Sunny text. The worst possible sound she could have heard at that moment. There was someone at the door. Another soldier. 1. I am caught in bed with Ayane, another woman. This is seen as homosexual fraternization. I say something in the trial that makes it worse because I'm a fucking idiot. I'm executed by a firing squad! Ayane? Ayane! Wake up! There's someone at the door! You get it. Ayane groaned, rolling over. I can't! Sure you can. I'm dead meat! Zal, are you there? A familiar voice called out. Susie! Zal scrambled to the door, hitting the unlock button. Good morning, ma'am, Zal stammered. Good. Morning? Are you alright? Susie looked down at the sweating inside with concern. I'm fine. Those are some cute PJs. Thank you. Zal hung her head. Sorry, it's breaking rules for me to be here, isn't it? What? Not really. I figured you'd be sleeping here. Sorry for ringing so much. It's just that Midekara was typically refuses to answer. Oh. Has she been looking after you? Yes. I'm doing a fantastic job. Ayane mumbled from the bed. Good. How are you feeling? I'm well, I think. Excellent. Now, sorry to put you back to work, but we still need to debrief. Oh, yes, of course. I'll get dressed. It isn't right now. I just came here to give you the PTC and make sure you're feeling okay. Oh, thank you. Zhao took the card from Susie. Place time cards were a simplified form of written orders for pilots. Or, better put, an idiot-proof system for these stupid, untrained people who lucked into being pilots. As the name suggested, it was simply a piece of card stamped by an officer with a room number and a time to be presented at the gates. Every time she was given one, Zhao couldn't help but think how much more efficient it would be if it was all done digitally. Don't pilots get the day off after a flight? Ayane teased, rising to meet the lieutenant. If requested, Susie corrected, smiling brightly. I'm okay. Alright, I've got things to attend to. I do hope you'll make it to class, Ayane. Yeah, sure. Take care, you two. Thank you, Zhao nodded. As soon as Susie closed the door behind her, Zhao let out a loud sigh. She saw me dressed like this! Sitting back down on Ayane's bed, Zhao whined. You made your onesie, and now you've got to sleep in it. That's barely a joke. You're barely a joke. Hey! I'm sure it gave you some points with her. She's the doting type. I don't know how to feel about that coming from a superior officer. I mean, she is straight, at least. I think so. That's not what I meant! I want to go back to bed. We've got an assembly in half an hour. You'd have to hold a gun to my head to make me show up for that shit. Zhao wrung her hands. I don't want to get in trouble. It's cute how green you are. I'll report you for hazing, Zhao said with a pout. I'm too pretty. I can't worm my way out of anything. Like showing up for assembly. Also, hey, we get off early today, yeah? Wanna go shopping later? What for? We can get your suit sorted. I know a good place. You'll get picked on if you leave it naked. Oh, yeah, that would be great. We'll pick out a phone for you, too. Yeah! I'm gonna get dressed. You sure you aren't coming? Nope. Have fun. She doesn't want to separate. Oh. Gosh, you be the one in the PJs and I'd be the one in a tee and short/pants with tieable strings. I guess. I mean, honestly, I would probably be in like fluffy bloomer shorts and like a tank top. I don't always go balls to the wall Bab style. Susie greeted Zhao with a smile. Good morning, though I guess I've already said that. Yo! I'm loving those suspenders. Gosh, Drizzle's gonna get a big kick out of this. Morning. How was breakfast? Oh, my stomach still isn't feeling very good. I had a bit of toast. Well, it should clear up soon. Your first connection is always the worst one. Don't worry. Yeah. She sounds kind of disappointed. Anyway, normally this kind of debriefing is done with an engineer, but no one is available at the moment. I had someone lined up for today, but they were reassigned. Oh, I'm sorry if I messed up the schedule yesterday. Zhao, flight tests always account for adverse reactions. Don't worry about it. Sorry. The full interview for your machine's performance will come later, but in the meantime, you can give me a written report. Is that okay? Of course. Totally okay. It's not okay! I'm really stupid! Hold my hand! I don't like writing! What comes next is getting your machine properly fitted and painted. We'll have a meeting with a designer for that. That seems a bit odd. Excessive, is it? But Dragoons are a symbol, whether we like it or not. I saw the model of yours. Don't remind me. Anyway, oh, I forgot. You haven't had any nosebleeds since yesterday, have you? No? Okay, that's good. Now, have you had any thought into the name of your Dragoon? Not yet. Thinking of its appearance in the hangar, Zhao was at a loss. I'm not sure where to start, honestly. It has to be something fairly easy to say. 3 syllables or under. My advice is whatever word comes into your head when you look at it. Zhao nodded emphatically. Zhao nodded emphatically. I see. I'll give it some thought. Take your time. You won't need it until a deployment. Yeah. You know. What we're told as officers is most young pilots treat receiving a Dragoon as a grand moment, a symbol of status, esteem, recognition, or power. They'll want to ask about how they can paint it, how they can arm it, how fast it can be made to fly, and so on. But, for you, what do you think when you see it? I think I'm a little scared of it, but it's kind of comforting too. Susie smiled down at her. It's an enormous weight, isn't it? It is. A weapon is a weapon, and we're only soldiers by circumstance. I know you understand that. But our lives depend on caring for those machines. Zhao nodded. I'm in charge of negotiating for our squadron's material budget. If you ask me what you'd like to have fitted, I can try to make a case for it. Do some research on equipment to get a better understanding of Dragoon design, and think about your own capabilities. Of course, as a provisional squadron, we aren't exactly a high priority, so keep your expectations very measured. I have to ask then about Seema's Dragoon? Unfortunately, that's something even I can't stick my nose in. But, yes, just from looking at it, that thing costs as much as the rest of the squadron put together. As far as I'm concerned, she's just being tasked with testing prototype systems. We can talk about it since it concerns us as her squad mates, but don't ask around about her, okay? I think you have a good sense of these things. Pilots are only officers by name. There are things we aren't meant to know about, but are exposed to by circumstance. Even just what's inside the cockpit computer is considered classified information. Dismantling a GI can get you executed. Zhao bristled at hearing the word. Yes, of course. Now, as for our squadron's formation, myself and Major Valentine are on point. Susie presented a pile of documents riddled with diagrams. Make sure to study these. Your GI will know what to do with the information. As I said yesterday, Midakawa is in the rearmost position. Her machine is fitted with long-range radar, visual sensors, and communication equipment. She provides our signal and reconnaissance as well as long-range anti-ship fire. In addition, her machine is able to pick up signal traffic from the enemy, giving us some semblance of an early warning system. Your position will be in the front of Midakawa, providing covering fire for myself and Valentine, and protecting her from attackers trying to close in. I see, but, for our ranks, isn't this... Sima won't fight with anything but her lance, Susie said, but then grinned slightly. And I quite like my sword. It's usually the officer's job to fill Ayane's role, but she's far better suited to the task than fighting directly. You wouldn't have guessed it, but her skill with ballistics calculation is the real thing. A low score doesn't negate that. And even a low-scoring pilot is an expert at signal intelligence. As for myself, I know my position is the riskiest one. I don't hold a candle to Valentine, but I do have a pride as an ace. Zhao nodded. It's our duty to protect one another. I really do believe in that. I won't let you down either, Zhao affirmed. With your score, you'll be an ace in no time. I don't doubt you at all, Susie said, offering her another smile. Yeah. We'll do another short training flight tomorrow afternoon, of course. You don't exactly need it, but I'd still like to get you adjusted to the system quickly. Zhao nodded. I was actually hoping I could do another. Changing stations divisions in the mech. Thinking of like changing the radio stations. As their conversation continued on a minutue? As their conversation continued on the mitue of Zhao's new role as pilot, Zhao's mind fixated on a single thought. She had wanted to call Susie kind, but that didn't feel like the right word for it. She didn't even know if the right word existed. The things Susie had laid out so plainly were difficult to grasp the entirety of. She called it the pride of an ace, but her assignment of roles was utterly selfless. Ayane's score was dismal. She was assigned a cheap, fragile machine only fit for reconnaissance. What kind of officer just decides to let someone off of having to fight? It was Susie's nature to take on additional work to cover for the flaws of a subordinate, but this was life or death. And this whole time, she'd already been fighting like this. Just for Ayane's sake? A girl Susie did not even particularly like, who took none of her duties seriously at all. Any other commander would leave her for dead. Zhao was a better pilot than Ayane and Susie, on the basis of score alone. She knew she had the skill to fight in a melee, but even still, Susie placed herself in front of Zhao. She'd always seen Susie as a kind-hearted leader, but now Zhao questioned if she deserved to be in her presence at all. Maybe she's seen so many people die that she'd rather die herself before seeing anyone else in her squad die. Ayane stood waiting for the elevator with a donut in her hand, cursing her cruel fate of having to be anywhere or do anything. Having forgotten where she left her timetable, she had gone out to harass a clerk for a new one, only to find that she was already late for her first class of the day. Zhao was probably already there awaiting her. Figuring it was better late than never, in terms of her punishment, she reluctantly made her way to the train station, though not without first passing through the cafeteria for snacks. As she rounded the corner towards the exit, she noticed a small figure hovering by the hall close to the library. "You little shit," Ayane muttered, stomping towards Fluffy. Ayane glanced towards the library doors. "So this is where you've been hiding." "Aren't you busy?" Fluffy glanced, pointing at the timetable wrapped around the donut in Ayane's hand. "Not at all. What are you doing?" "Research." "On honorable discharges and pensions?" Fluffy monotoned. "Sounds good. You gonna set me up with one too?" "Zhao shouldn't be here." "Is that what you're so pissed off at her about?" "I'm not pissed off about anything." "Then why are you avoiding her?" "It's none of your business." "I am her friend." "You don't know anything about her." "Sure, I don't really." Anne took a bite of her donut. "But she's pretty upset without you." Can't you just talk to her?" "Go to class." "You're no fun at all." Ayane sighed and continued walking on. "Good morning, Sonny. Lilac Fleet Cavalry Academy number 68. Told you we would probably be still streaming or Drizzle told you we'd probably still be streaming when you woke up." I think. I vaguely remember that as a statement. Oh, I should probably drink some water. Zhao held her backpack straps as she followed the crowds of black and yellow uniform ensigns towards the campus. Ayane hadn't been at the station, and she was too scared to risk being late for her. But she already missed her. Her body temperature spiked as she thought again about how it felt to sit in her lap, Ayane's hands running through her hair. Shaking her head, Zhao steeled herself to enter the school grounds to face another day of lectures and study. The colorful buildings of the Lilac Cavalry Academy loomed over their surroundings. A gaudy statue of a Dragoon, posed with the lilac flag, proudly stood guard in front of the main building. I didn't realize we're actually going to get some school life stuff. Puppy went potty, yay. I don't know why I announced that. I guess that's just how I announced I'm back from AFK. Sounds adorable and cute to me. Puppy potty, puppy potty, puppy potty. Of course, since there was no real wind inside these residential sectors of the Zephyrines, the esteemed flag of the Lilac Fleet hung limp and unrecognizable. There was no need for a flag like this to exist at all in the windless nation. It was here solely for the sake of the dreams of soldiers and politicians, the dreams that would finally be planted into the earth of the duchy capital. But after centuries of fighting, such a thing had never taken place, and the act depicted in the statue remained a fantasy. While those officers dreaming of victory were the most detestable class of all, in becoming a pilot, Zhao had found herself placed among them. Ensign was a unique title, given only to new pilots. The most junior of all commissioned officers, essentially a position not yet qualified to hold a real officer's authority, but still placed above the enlisted ranks. For anyone else, the process of making it to such a position took years of training and veteracy, and all Zhao had to do was take a few tests and sign a pile of forms. Makes you wonder, huh? You know, about the exploitation part. For these ensigns, the purpose of these schools was to eventually turn these paper officers into the real thing. A high-ranking Dragoon pilot had commanded over entire companies of Dragoons, warships, and other forces. The GI system, combined with education and experience, would turn a human to a powerful battlefield computer. While Suzy was her commander, in a larger deployment, she and her squadron would be subordinate to a much higher-ranked pilot. As Zhao understood more about these ranks, the question of how Sima attained the title of major, and yet was still subordinate to a mere lieutenant, continued to nag at the back of her mind. Zhao hesitated at the base of the statue, hoping to catch sight of Ayane running behind her. The suburban world of the ship was white and piercing. It was like making an entire world out of a hospital. Everything polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the harsh wall of light above. When she breathed in, it felt like she could taste disinfectant. But on top of the familiar ship smells were other, unfamiliar scents. Plants, gravel, tarmac, brick and wood. Everything felt so foreign. When she looked into the distance, the world seemed to spin, unease gripping her. Her eyes weren't used to this light, or being able to see so far. She could pick out the members of the crowd that were like her from their awkward place, all at the sights that were so mundane and boring to anyone born here. Seeing these other outsiders was crushing. It was proof that she was visible too. Why did it bother her so much? A pilot was a pilot, so long as she wore this uniform, she belonged. She just felt it herself, how strong she was in her Dragoon. She was untouchable to these people. A pilot was superior to a rifleman, a mechanic, a crewman, a doctor, a teacher, a civilian. It didn't matter anymore to anyone where she came from, only the particulars of her mind that assigned a strategic value to her existence. But it was all conditional. Getting permission to live here didn't change that this world was made of the devastating and of the deserving and the undeserved. This was all a camp of the enemy, and more she found herself disturbed by her peers. Sima was silent, and Ayane and Suzy both expressed their distaste for their conflict in their own ways. It was obvious now that this provisional squadron, and the special division itself, was a dumping ground for the uncooperative and unpatriotic. Awesome! Sorry, because we're, anti-cop and anti-military, it's really nice to have a story where someone's in the military and doesn't like it, and people were like, constantly thinking about how shitty it is. I appreciate that. Oh damn, I pushed Issy's melting button. Damn, gotta remember the puppy potty. The majority of pilots around her wore patch-covered jackets over their uniforms, showing off their affiliations, glory-winning campaigns, or even kill accounts. They all carried the same eerie grin. To these people, this war was the best thing to ever happen to them, and they wouldn't let it end before they had their fill. As she stood amidst their bloodthirsty pilots, she could hear snippets of the stomach-turning conversations as they passed. Right into the cockpit. I wish I could have seen the look on his. And the explosion was wicked! Still wiping the guts off the blade. The piece of shit was begging, can you believe? When you shoot infantry, they just pop like that. These pilots who spent all day with a smile on their face, wouldn't it be nice to just get rid of them all right here? The thought crossed her mind that maybe this is why she hadn't been given a gun yet. The GI reads her mind too. Was there something stifling through the output? She rubbed her temples. That was a delusion. Thoughts can't be quantified into TEDs by any machine, even that one. It's natural to be stressed under surveillance, she told herself. She stopped her thoughts again. That was another delusion. Zhao wiped the sweat from her sleeve, ducking her head as she fits through the academy doors and kept her eyes fixed on the ground. This passage actually kind of reminds me of I don't know why one of us was looking it up, but one of us was looking up like military, if people who are in the military keep counts of their kills. for some particular reason, I guess. Maybe it was for an essay or something. And we have found a lot of like more sympathetic and like almost want to say compassionate takes from veterans who talked about like a lot of people, at least from the perspective of some of the people that we saw talk about it, was saying like a lot of people don't keep like exact kill counts, and a lot of people don't like celebrate their kill counts. It's kind of icky in that person's opinion. But I have certainly heard veterans, sometimes older veterans, like older than say the Iraq War in terms of engagements, talk very happily about that. And I think Iraq War especially in particular because of the sort of like the particular propaganda that was sold to a lot of people, you know, packaged with xenophobia and everything. Like, you know, I would say the Iraq War was an unpopular war, but I would say it was a very popular war compared to the Vietnam War, which nobody liked. You know? And even thinking about like honorable discharges and how to get out of the military, that's something that I think was also a big thing in World War I and II in Vietnam. People trying to find ways to like injure themselves in a way that would get them out of service and stuff like that. I've certainly met people from the military who definitely celebrate that they were in the military, and not just in like an honorable sort of way, and not even in the usual propagandic way of defending country, of like killing people and celebrating that and being happy about that. So as much as like I know that there's people in the military who realize and recognize that it was either kill or be killed, and that they don't want to relish or try to think anything positive out of the people whose lives they've killed, there are certain people who have certainly been led into thinking that it's actually good that they're killing poor brown people. So that's something that it's something on my mind. Like this game is so concerned with military propaganda and like nation states and how people are influenced and manipulated, because the Lilac and the Duchy are bad. What I would love to see is like the principal characters all banding together and fucking up both nations. That'd be kind of a stretch. And I don't know if I should expect any sort of happy ending in this series, but at the same time, with all the stuff it's laying down, it's obviously anti-war. It's a lot to think about. Zhao wiped the sweat from her face on her sleeve, ducking her head as she passed through the academy doors and keeping her eyes fixed on the ground. Remember this always, you pilots are the flag bearers of the Lilac forces. The morale and valor of the pilots reflects that of the entire nation. Cowardice is the one and only sin of a pilot. Oh god. As an instructor to new pilots, I am asked one question more than any other. How do I fight against a parasite? I remember when I mentioned it was like, oh, this sounds like some genocidal thinking. Yeah, the fact that they call members of the Duchy parasites? That's dehumanization. That's dehumanization. Holy fucking Christ. As an instructor to new pilots, I am asked one question more than any other. How do I fight against a parasite? Killing these monsters is our one role on the battlefield. The cavalry frame, the GI, and this academy were all built for that purpose. I'm sure I don't need to give examples of the parasite's capabilities, but pilots must always remember that its greatest threat is purely psychological. Confusion, decision, paralysis are more lethal than any weapon. It's a saying as old as history itself. All warfare is based on deception. Is that like from Sun Tzu's The Art of War? I feel like that's from Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Not that I know anything about Sun Tzu's The Art of War. I swear, I'm not trained to be a war criminal. Honest. For instance, the anti-rain field projected by your own craft cannot be easily perceived. Without sufficient scientific understanding, it might as well be magic. A Dragoon couldn't even lift its own weight were relying on purely mechanical strength. We live in an era where the technology around us cannot be understood without a specialized education, and our understanding of the parasite must fit into this framework. It is not magic. We're not fighting an enemy we cannot comprehend, and as evidenced by the current state of the war, their so-called power has not offered any meaningful advantage over our own courageous forces. Think of their ill-fated living weapon program. Just as you find these creatures of no man's land to be erratic and uncontrolled, the parasite of the duchy fares no better against simple cold steel. And, as you can infer from the use of the word parasite, this power is in no way desirable. To be infected in the process they call selection is to give up one's free will in the very foundation of the self. Kettle fucking black with how the GI system works, honestly. To describe the makeup of the Duchy of Lucia, one can look to a colony of ants. Zell heard the soft clatter of the lecture hall doors, followed by Ayane sneaking down the aisle and planting herself next to Zell. What are we learning? Ayane asked as she rifled through her backpack. About parasites? Ayane rolled her eyes. Oh, good. No notes needed. Covering her mouth with one hand, Zell whispered, "This is for real, right?" Ayane only shrugged. I mean, I kinda thought it was all a little, just something to make them sound scary. Ayane curled her lip, leaning against her hand and thought for a short while. I think it's more that we're trying to pretend it isn't real. Yo, this the colors here, the color pattern is legit the lesbian flag. Wow. Zell followed a yawning Ayane out of the lecture hall. She rubbed the back of her head, trying to connect everything together. In her hands were worksheets and documents on things she couldn't believe, all presented so casually. Magic was real, and she'd only seen it in the moment before it killed her. What was rumor? What was propaganda, and what was reality? Our enemy is so far beyond our understanding, and this is how we're acting? This is all too much. Living biological weapons? She's heard of any number of tall tales over the years, crystalline serpents devouring wayward astronauts who ventured too deep into the debris field. These stories she thought were utterly fictional. Ayane lit a cigarette. Those aren't real. Not that there are many left now. We gave life to those cute little plush toys, so of course we give it to something worse. Zhao reflected on the debris field she'd been in only yesterday. Was this the vague enemy her mind was trying to reach? I guess I just thought that those were stories to scare kids or something. Zhao held her hand out for Ayane's lighter. Truth in military secrets are stranger than fiction, Ayane said, lighting Zhao's cigarette for her instead. Magic, selection, all that, it's all real too. It's not really that deep though. I'd be more scared if they had atom bombs or if we did. Zhao stared at the papers in her hands. No one ever talked about the duchy and the fringes. They were the wealthy, unknown enemy, but so were the rest of the Lilac. No one knew anything. Everyone just wanted to quietly get by however they could. Joining the military was a death sentence no one returned from. Have you ever seen one? A parasite? Just the one. Our dear Sima killed them in a heartbeat. Really though, most of them aren't anything special. It's like Ayane held her cigarette out like a pointer. Royalty, selected, children of the selected. It gets weaker as it's passed down. Most of the selected are old generals and politicians, and it's their dumb kids that actually get in the Dragoons. Which, duh, of course, if they're that important, you're never gonna get anywhere near the front lines. Apparently, some are just born like that at random. They're called blessed, though they don't have very strong powers. They're like 1 in a million, though. Zhao rifled through her papers. None of that's in here. How do you know this? I've read about it on patrols. I've got some crazy sensor equipment. I wrote some code to get into the Duchy internet through their cellular network. It downloads encyclopedias, forums, social networks, and stuff. Then I filter it by some key phrases, etc. You can't feed it into the data pump, but I can read it in the old-fashioned way. It's a nice way to kill time out there. You do that all from your Dragoon? Don't ask me how. I don't know that much about computers without a GI. I don't have a good score either, so it's hard to remember how I do it. Huh. I can't get a good enough connection to get many images, but their text is interesting enough. Some of the stuff you find on their SNS is pretty weird. It's like kin culture and fanfic about their own nobility. I'm a little sad you just assumed I knew what those words meant. Any fun baby Calkins? Shut up! Or present ones. God, no! But yeah, it's sort of funny. Their net is the same everywhere, I guess. My impression of our enemy is doing another 180, Zal muttered as she rubbed her head. I've even got accounts on their websites. Makes me wonder how many random accounts I see over here are really from the duchy. What username do you use? Roadkill girl. Same as everywhere else, Ayane replied, utterly unashamed. I thought it was cool when I was 13. I stand by it. Right. Ayane took a short drag. I did learn something interesting though. There hasn't been a selection for over 20 years. Normally, it's around every 5. The fastest it's been is once a year. That seems like a pretty big deal, right? You'd have to think so, yeah? Selection. It isn't brainwashing. They're revolt if it was. But it does change people. And passes down to your kids, too. It's kind of just a simple reward structure, you know? Do well, win big in the army, maybe the government will give you a little something. Sound familiar? Huh. But that's what I mean. They want it so badly, they kill for it. So how does their noble class feel about their queen no longer handing out treats? There's something weird going on over there, but there's only so much you can figure out from the snapshots of public internet archives. That's only 2. And it's strange we aren't talking about it over here. Wouldn't it be a good thing for us if they stopped doing selections? Recalling Susie's words, Zal quickly glanced around and then leaned closer. Are we meant to talk about this? Relax, pilots are expected to know some things. Just, you know, keep your mouth shut. Susie gave you the same warning as me, I take it. Am I that easy to read? Can't say it's not good advice. Yeah. Zal ran her gaze across the surrounding soldiers as she followed behind Ayane. What were their impressions of the lecture they had been given just now? Why does it feel like I'm the only one who's freaked out by all this? Well, Ayane approaching a vending machine, looking it over up and down before she kicked it at the base to see if anything was gonna fall out. Denied a free treat, she clicked her tongue in disappointment. It's a difference in education, I guess. The duchy, parasites, all that, it's all drilled into you in school here. In the fringes, school is just preparation for work. Ayane began counting coins in her hand. At least that's how I've heard it told. No, that's completely right. Zal sighed, leaning against the wall beside her. Not too different here, but they are pretty interested in teaching us about the war, the duchy and all that. Unless we're told about it, the war might as well have never existed. The hull of this ship was never breached. Oh. Unless we're told about it, the war might as well have never existed. The hull of the ship has never been breached, Ayane said coldly, crouching down to look at the bottom row of drinks. The ship is big enough to be a whole world to people. No one born here has any reason to willingly step outside of it either. We all grow up being told over and over again about the violent enemy and cold recesses of space waiting outside, and what's necessary to prevent it all from coming in here. Zal nodded. It made sense. If they couldn't be motivated by circumstances like those in the fringes, they had to be motivated by ideology. And here I am, cast out of heaven, Ayane said, laughing at herself. If I die for this rotten place, it'll be too fucking tragic. Zal could only take a drag from her cigarette in response. Sorry, I'm just being bitter, Ayane moaned. These lectures give me migraines. It's all the same, they lie to our face, and we just have to take it and pretend it's fine. They can't teach us how to fight a parasite. All they do is try and convince us these stupid kids that it's worth jumping into the meat grinder. The real thing can cut a battleship in half with just a sword. Ayane made a chopping motion with her hand to illustrate. If we run into something like that, I'm not fighting it. Ayane sighed. Enough morbidity. You want a drink? I'm good. Relax. Ayane snickered at Zal's downcast expression. You'd already be going to jail just for not reporting anti-patriotic speech. It's not that. I just don't like drinking anything before getting on the train. Ah, I used to be anxious about that when I was like 6. The pair of ensigns squeezed through the train doors among a crowd of soldiers. Zal made her best effort to look for an empty seat with no luck. She was far too short to comfortably reach the hand grips for standing passengers. Here, Ayane grabbed Zal's shoulder, looking down at her with a laugh. Thanks, Zal said, pouting as she wrapped around Ayane's arm. It's okay. You'll hit your growth spurt one day. Most people get off at the next stop anyway. Or we could bully some old lady out of a priority seat. Don't do that! Scaring you is way too easy. Zal pouted again, facing away from her. Sure enough, the crowd had thinned out as they arrived at the interchange, the groups of soldiers splitting off into their own train lines. Even if it was at the bottom of the food chain, Special Division at least had the small perk of the barracks being in the same line as the school. Zal rested on her knees beside Ayane in their newfound seats, her eyes fixed on the world outside. Suburbs, skyscrapers, shipyards, parks, farming fields, views that were flat and sprawling, or buildings layered on top of each other as densely as possible. Each internal wall of the ship separated one world from another, every one of them larger than any ship Zal had lived on before. As Ayane said, this ship had never been breached. War had never touched this place. Gosh, they keep making a point to say that, even in the first chapter. I feel that that's a fucking, what's the thing, the gun on the wall? I can't remember, someone's gun. It's like, when you invoke a thing, it's like, if you show a gun on the wall in the first act, it has to go off in the third act. It's like a rule of fiction, and not everyone follows it, obviously, but it seems so obvious that it's gonna be breached. Flex some old muscles. Show us what them legs can do. Stand, woman. I don't give a damn if you're 70 years old, a life experience ahead of me. Chekhov's gun. Thank you. Damn, y'all are all so smart. Whoa. Yes, you are! Never her entire life had she seen such a thing. In her work, every hole she ran her hands across was pockmarked and bruised. Every interior had been reconstructed 3 times over. So much of this ship was still foreign and unseen to her. So much of it only existed for her to pass through like this. She had never set foot in any of these places, and probably never would. It was scary to think of how living in a place so vast, she could never live long enough to see all of it. The pink blur of the fields every now and then prompted her to lean forward in rapt study. Even as an outsider, she knew all about them. The lilacs of the lilac fleet, the blood coursing through this nation. Like turning lead into gold, these flowers turned anything compostable into a substance volatile enough to fuel ship reactors. The beating heart of her Dragoon was filled with these flowers. The propellant inside the cases of her rifle ammunition was made from these flowers. The world outside the ship only had light because of these flowers. The food she had so childishly been avoiding was, once again, the product of these flowers. Forever growing, always in bloom, harvested day and night, with minimal effort. Scarcity was a thing of the past. The promise of a beautiful world was right in front of her, and instead this endless resource was being put to use in an endless war. That pilot who extended a hand to her, which field was she in now? In the first chapter, when the shuttle that was taking her to the ship got exploded and she was and Zao was floating in space, someone in a Dragoon from the Lilac side came to like take her into her cockpit or whatever. But as she reached for her, she got shot and killed by Honey. And yeah, it's part of why Zao's so recently traumatized. And it's still something that she hasn't actually talked with anyone about, even her most trusted friend, Ayane. I need to plug up our headphones, because they've been beeping in my ear, and it's like, I don't know when they'll die. Susie wants me to name my Dragoon. I'm kinda stuck though, Zao mused idly. Got any ideas? A few, but I'm not sure. What's yours called, by the way? I never asked. Lace. Zao recalled its appearance in the hangar. Huh, that fits. 'Cause it's sexy, yeah? Zao nodded. I mean, yeah. That actually is kinda reassuring. I've been thinking of Coquette for mine. I like it. Lance and Coquette. Aww. I'm definitely saving that here. I need that picture for all time. Heck. So I guess that's why this thing is called Coquette Dragoon, huh? It just sort of came into my head looking at it. The thighs are certainly... They certainly are. It's not a corny name? I like it. We're matchies. I thought you'd go for something cutesy instead. I'd like to think I have more than one personality trait, Zao whined. Though, for the color, I was thinking of powder pink and blue. Transcolor! Now that's very you. It doesn't clash with the name? Everyone gives them sexy names. That's probably more normal than painting it like a baby toy. Fighter pilots paint pinups on their jets. They tell infantry, treat your rifle like it's your sweetheart. Ever since the dawn of time when man first smashed man's head in with a club, we've been trying to fuck our weapons, I guess. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the kind of art that goes around online of Dragoons, in certain circles. Zao hung her head. Yeah. I always sort of wondered how a pilot would feel seeing that kind of art, Zao sighed. I guess I know now. Pilots are the people who want to fuck them the most, probably. Does rubbing one out in the cockpit count as having sex with it? Ayane asked herself out loud. Don't tell me you do that! When you're stuck inside of one for days at a time out there, you'll do the same. Everyone does. I'd like to stay innocent for a little longer at least. Rubbing one out in the cockpit. Lilac Fleet Special Division Dragoon Command. Oh wow, I called it. Sunrise is coming. Having parted ways to drop off their school bags, Zao stood with her back against the wall, waiting for Ayane in the hall leading to the station. She didn't really want to keep walking around or go shopping, but wasn't like there was anything else to do either. How luxurious it was to be bored. As Zao idly looked from left to right, a charcoal uniformed officer passing through the gate met her gaze. Damn, I'm meeting her gay too. I mean gaze. Ensign Rosales. Ensign Rosales, there you are. Walk with me. Zao glanced at her insignia and hurried to her side. Yes, ma'am. I'm Lieutenant Hill, secretary of the commanding officer. Put that cigarette out, would you? I can't stand them. Sorry. You've been absent from meal times most days, Hill noted with a glance at her clipboard. Oh, I've been using my breaks to catch up on work. How dutiful. Is the food here unacceptable to your tastes? No, not at all. Tell me, Do you have any diagnostic history of disordered eating? No, never. Then is there a particular reason you aren't joining the rest of the division at mealtime? I think there might be a bit of a misunderstanding. I received some rather concerning reports regarding your behavior from your squadron leader. Oh! Do you know what my role here is? No. I'm sure you've noticed that most of the pilots here in the Special Division are young women, such as yourself. Hill's eyes darted across the members of the hall as she spoke. I was assigned as secretary to the commander on the basis that, as another young woman, I would have a sensitive touch when dealing with girls like you. So, to put things plainly, if you decide to cut yourself, starve yourself, or whatever else, that's my responsibility. Being a pilot means that your body belongs to more than just you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Report to medical by the end of the week. I've informed them of your situation. You are going to answer every question honestly. Yes, ma'am. Cutting between the pair, a young pilot shoved himself in front of the lieutenant. Yo, Miss Louie! That's Lieutenant, Hill snapped, scowling at him. Yeah, so what's the story with our sidearms? Me and the boys wanted some time on the range. The pilot winked and made a finger gun at her. Pew. Hill's eyes finally landed on Zhao again. You're dismissed, she said tersely, making a shoe gesture with one hand before rounding on the male pilot. That topic is not for discussion, with me or anyone else, Hill spat, pushing past him as she spoke. Hey, come on! Zhao was left standing in the hallway with a hole in her stomach. Girls like you. Everyone can see right fucking through me. I only just got here and everyone already thinks I'm a fuck up. Even Susie. She wanted to be able to think that Lieutenant Hill knew nothing about her, that these assumptions were just assumptions, or the reports Susie had given her were misinterpreted. But it was true. She'd been like this all her life. Zhao dug her thumb into her wrist. Count to 10, and you'll go about your day. Count to 10, and count to 10. It doesn't help. The urge to hit herself across the face gripped her so strongly that her hands twitched, but the crowd passing by gave her pause. Zhao hung her head. Whatever she did to herself now, she'd have to show to whoever doctor was awaiting her. She couldn't make this worse for herself. I legitimately thought that she actually hadn't been self-harming. Just like me, for real. We haven't been physically self-harming in a while. We feel kind of proud of ourselves. We haven't self-harmed since like 2019, I think, probably. But I can only fully speak for myself. I don't have memories of every single second that I'm not fronting. But as far as I know, we don't have any new scars. I'm hoping they come to the conclusion of, oh, you just need diapers. Okay, cool. A lot of people just wear diapers because they're in space. Though I think they can probably get away with not wearing diapers on the station because of the gravity. But when they're on missions and stuff, they'll definitely have to wear diapers. And Zhao is used to 0G and definitely loves diapers. Although that would be funny. Doctor's just like, oh, you just need to wear more diapers. Got it. Never physical. I want to say that even though I said that as if it's like somehow better, kind of like in the way of someone's like, oh, I never hit my kids. As if to say that they are on a high ground because they don't physically abuse their kids. Emotional abuse or emotional self-harm or putting yourself in situations you know that will hurt you still kind of self-harm, and it is good to try to not do that. I just want to say. I'm proud of you, Issy, for not having self-harm in months. Good job. Hey, there you are. Ayane greeted as she appeared by Zhao's side. Hey. Zhao felt the pull to run away from her. She didn't want to be seen like this. You sure look glum. She gave you a talking to, didn't she? Ayane said as she eyed the lieutenant down the hall, who was now in a shouting match with the pilot pestering her. Don't worry about it. You should see how she talks to me. Yeah? Ayane stared at Zhao's hazy expression for a few moments before sighing theatrically. Fine, come here. Hey! Ayane grabs Zhao, squeezing her against her chest. Cheer up, yeah? There's people around! So what? You get depressed way too easily. Sorry. Yeah. It's easy to cheer you up, though. You just need a little doting. We're gonna have some fun so you can forget about whatever's getting you down, okay? Okay. Ayane let go, clapping her hand on Zhao's shoulder. Let's head off. You got your suit, yeah? Oh, yeah, Zhao nodded, gesturing to her bag. She'd completely forgotten her and Ayane's plans for the afternoon. Area D, Layer 3553, Lucky Suits and Accessories. Not saying it as in, oh, look at me, I've done good, is more than yes, I get you, this is solidarity. Okay. Yay, I do like solidarity. I do think that even for ourselves, though, sometimes we trick ourselves into being like, oh, since I haven't physically self-harmed, then it's all good, I'm so healthy. I want a group of superheroes who are all the littles, and the one's not power person of their friend group is a CG, but also the actual most combat-oriented team leader. I'm immediately thinking of Masato from Evangelion. Not necessarily the best caregiver, but trying her best, and very combat-oriented. At least on the ground. Huh. Maybe I should watch Fire Force. Zhao leant over a tub of stick-on patches for pilot suits on the hunt for anything cute. Ayane had taken her to a small, rundown shop for spacesuit equipment, telling her it was a hidden gem with a trendy selection. So far, she was surprisingly correct, and Zhao was quickly filling her hands with cute patches shaped like hamburgers and love hearts and the like. Colorful posters lined the aging brick walls, showing off products for the space fairs that were made obsolete decades ago, but at least provided some nice atmosphere. Most of the equipment here was for soldiers and crewmen who wanted to purchase their own out of pocket, rather than rely on the cheap hardware issued to them by the military. Citizens from the Zephyrites weren't often found in the work crews outside of it, but they were usually the ones in charge of them. They would never actually take part in any of the hands-on work, but a lot of the bosses she'd encountered over the years wanted to put on a spacesuit and oversee the work in person. She hadn't actually ever really questioned where they got their suits fitted and maintained, but now she supposed it was at shops like this. Compared to the plastic buckets filled with parts only identifiable with expert knowledge, the corner sectioned off pilot outerwear felt like being in the kids' clothing department. Aww. There was something a little embarrassing about not being able to say aloud that she actually knew about the complicated parts of the rest of the place too. It wasn't quite like the suit stores Zhao relied on back in the fringes, but it still had a homely feel. She'd been handling these pieces all her life. The old man behind the counter, presumably Lucky, had familiar air to him too. Was he a migrant from the fringes like her? He was working with a soldering iron on a dismantled piece, though Zhao couldn't make out what it was from across the room. The business of selling and repairing spacesuits independently like this came with a lot of liability and risk. Faulty work killed people and reputations both. The only people who run a business like this were those fascinated by the work, and sure of themselves as craftsmen. Generally, that type was rarely good with people. What looked like the old man's grandson had greeted the pair of girls as they entered, and remained hovering at a distance as they browsed the shelves. Zhao had always held a quiet assumption that her lot in life was to eventually get into the business herself, considering the repair work she'd done on her own suits over the years. It was nerve-wracking, high-stakes work, but she was good at it. Instead, she was here, on the other side of the glass as an overpaid soldier playing dress-up. At least she had managed to find a nice set of things to wear while thinking about these things. It's really interesting the double-edged sword of infantilism in this story. Like, there is comfort to be found in liking childish things, right? But the military also seems to keep the soldiers in a perpetual childlike state to control them better. Just an observation. I don't know how to feel about Fire Force, aside from liking it, but also like not happy with the one character that is the oops, clothes go bye-bye and fan service character. Otherwise, it's very enjoyable. Amazing sound effects for sure. Honestly, that character is the main reason why we haven't watched it yet. Not necessarily just because of how blatantly like exploitative feeling the fan service is, at least from what we've seen, and how people have talked about it in like clips and stuff, but also how apparently there's an episode or a chapter of Fire Force where the text makes it clear that the author doesn't like the people who are judging that nature of it. And we're certainly no prudes about like stuff like fan service, but like it does some fan service definitely tips us the wrong way. I guess I could get into like the difference between like male gaze and femme gaze and stuff like that. And I won't go into it here because I'd be talking all day, honestly. But like there is a vibe to it, even if I'm like not like necessarily hating on it. Like it does make me feel uncomfortable in certain situations. Though it really depends on how it's handled. Like the fan service in Kill la Kill doesn't bother us at all. But it is kind of like this thing kind of like wrapped up in the story as well.
Cat dear just subscribed.
Yo! Wah! I've been bitten! Ah! I'm gonna turn into a cat deer on the full moon! Thanks for the subscribble! Well, I appreciate the support. I'm pretty sure Soul Leader and Fire Force are what's the word? They're in the same canon. Although I would say Soul Leader is kinder to its femme characters. There's not nearly as much fan service, and actually I don't think there's even one upskirt of manga. I don't think there's one upskirt of Maka, the main character, in the manga, let alone the anime, which is kind of funny. Although when they turn Medusa into a loli, they do milk that for fan service a little bit, and we found it quite cute. Pumpkin panties, pumpkin panties. By the way, just by me being a slightly evil brain person, if I knew one of my soldiers had a massive crush on another soldier, I would definitely use that to my advantage when putting them together in squads, knowing that those two will work together effectively. You tell me that one of them is a little, I'm gonna give them extra incentives for more little time for better performance. Yeah, I think that tracks. I don't even think that's necessarily evil, but also, it's what folks would do. I mean, there's the story that was written by a trans woman called like I sexually identify as an attack helicopter, and it's actually a really stark take on how military propaganda shapes people and soldiers and like overwrites identity and how it's used to control people. So like taking something that someone honestly likes and using it to propagandize and manipulate them into being a better soldier actually is very much within the realm of military propaganda. So Del, you're actually on the right track with your evil. I thought that was because the leader was mostly like children, so he didn't use those characters that often for it, but the second we got some adult characters in the Fire Force, we were down. I see. I mean, considering they didn't mind having lowly fan service and Soul Leader, I don't know how much that is true. I consider it evil using the facts of someone's personality to make them go and kill people. Is it more evil than just making people go kill people in the first place? Is it subtly more evil using their interests? It's kind of like when you want to teach someone and you use and you pivot it towards their interests. Where it's like, oh, I'm gonna teach you a math problem, I'm gonna make it about Beyblades or something, you know? Not to say that it's good, it's certainly manipulative, but like, I think if you're already forcing someone or coercing someone to, you know, kill people, then like a little bit extra evil doesn't really I don't think it's that much of a difference personally. How are you, Eki Cat dear? Are you having a good weekend? Gosh, the weekend's almost over. Can you believe it's Sunday? It's the fact that you're using additional manipulation to still complete the same goal. Ah, I see. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna try to go to sleep, so I don't fuck up my sleep schedule. I need to sleep and not fuck up the unfucked sleep schedule. Plus, I'm tired. Happy you're a friend. Super lots, Fantasia. You welcome. Sleep well. Wow. Oh yeah, you have been here since the beginning of stream, right, Issy? That's like 11 hours. Whoa. Such a big pup. Staying up for so long. Changing behind the curtain, the lieutenant's words rang through her head as Zal stared at the scars running across her body. The faint lines on her arm she had done to herself. The jagged marks that covered her body were from work. A doctor once laughed and said that she was like a magnet for space debris. On some level, it was absurdly unlucky, but at the same time, the fact that none of these wounds were fatal was incredibly fortunate. Not that she was able to feel very good about that. When Zal saw herself, she felt disgusted. A fear welled up inside of her that if someone like the lieutenant saw her body, she might think every one of those injuries was self-inflicted. The idea of trying to argue that only some of them were felt entirely futile. Damn! I'm tired of feeling called out. Fucking Christ. What would Ayane think if she threw open the curtain now? Zal's mind reached towards an image of Ayane reacting with revulsion, but it was quickly shot down. Ayane wasn't like that. She'd probably say something like, it's cool for a soldier to have scars, and wouldn't press on it any further. Ayane was nice to her. It really was as simple as that. She never had friends that hugged her before. That lieutenant had sent her into a spiral, and all it took was Ayane's arms wrapped around her to pull her out of it. She didn't mock her, ask if it was something that should even upset her, or brush it aside. Why would she react any differently seeing the scars? If anything, she would probably have sympathy. Maybe if Ayane saw the scars, she'd feel sorry for Zal, and give her another hug. What the fuck am I thinking?! Yo! I love it. I love it. Queen shit. What do you think of this? Zal opened the dressing room window adorned in a jacket and carpet. Ayane immediately began blowing kisses with her hands. Ciao bella, bellissimo! What? Very good. Yeah, I like it. It's nice they let us dress up a little. Really makes you feel like a fancier cog in the machine. Don't say that! Not that you're wrong. I thought I'd match with how I'll paint the Coquette. What do you think? It suits you, Ayane smiled. I say go for it. I haven't seen your suit yet. I'm excited to see it. In due time. I don't really like wearing it. Aw, I love spacesuits. 'Cause they're like that onesie of yours. Zal hung her head. More or less. But isn't it cute? Yeah, totes adorbs. Zal raised her arms, looking at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. It doesn't feel right without this kind of thing. When you work in suits, you gotta have some ways of telling each other apart. I wonder if I could call it a tradition. Looking good. The young store clerk clapped his hands together as he approached the two girls. Is there anything else I can help you with, ma'am? That's okay. I'm all good, thank you. Of course, take your time, the young man said, backing off with a smile and a placating hand gesture. Lilac's mightiest soldier scared by a shop attendant. I'm just not used to being called ma'am. It feels weird. Because you look like a 13-year-old out of uniform. Do I? Zal's ears perked up. You were way too excited to hear that. I have brain damage. Zal smiled. This is the representation I've always needed. Brain damage trans girls, brain damage trans girls, brain damage trans girls. I think I just had a little brain takeover. I'm now realizing that for some reason, I kind of like the idea of a very scarred CG, so I can take crayons and trace over the body paint so it can be like a tiger. That sounds adorable. I find it funny as hell. I love the cutie shit to wear, but sometimes I also like dressing up fucking edgelord. If I have the funds, then as usual day-to-day is hoodie sweatpants. Ah, I see. We have a lot of different kinds of styles that we like. We have our edgier wear, but we also definitely have our cutesy wear. I think a lot of us prefer cutesy wear, but like Dusk and Punk in particular really like the more edgy stuff. Or maybe not always like edgy, but like, I mean, more leaning in like a mask way or a butch or tomboyish way. Or, you know, a punkish way. Punk actually has this, like, really nice pocketed vest that we've been looking for forever, for, like, literally months, and we finally found it the other day, and we've been, like, saving up patches to put on it so we can finally have a fucking punk jacket. We should probably also get some, spikes to put on the shoulders. Gosh, people are gonna see us in public and be even more scared of us. Whoa, who's that cool trans person? I hope they don't beat me up. I have brain damage. I've been getting that since, yeah. I shouldn't joke about that. I really do have brain damage. I'm gonna get changed back. I think you should joke about your disabilities if it makes you feel good. Zhao approached the counter, eyes drawn to the old man's work. Is that a Pure Air 3500? Zhao asked, gesturing to the device in his hands. 30 sits. Good eye, though. The only difference is the capacitor. The man replied as he looked up at her. I always wanted one of those. I was stuck with an old Lifesaver 2M, Zhao said with a sigh. The dismantled device was a computer for a life support module fitted to a worker's spacesuit, generating clean air and water. At least that was the hope for it to be clean. You do your own repairs? Yeah, I did. Couldn't afford otherwise. Whole worker? He asked, setting down his tools and ambling towards the register. Sure was. Must be quite a different world wearing that thing. He gestured to the folded suit in Zhao's arms. Zhao laughed a little. Yeah, completely. The piece on the table was completely obsolete next to the pilot suit. All the life support systems were compact enough to fit into the helmet. The old man took the suit accessories from her, ringing up each item and placing it methodically into a paper bag. If it's okay to ask, taking out her wallet, you were born in the fringes too, yeah? Mm-hmm. I did the same as you. Enlisted, served a decade, qualified for a living permit, then set up shop here. I wasn't lucky enough to be a pilot, though. He laughed at himself, hitting a button on the register. 120.50 cents. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out. Here, Zhao handed over a small wad of bills. Just like at home, stores like this only ever took cash. The man pushed the bag across the counter to Zhao with some coins in hand. $4.50 change. He looked at her for a moment. If you need that suit looked at, bring it here. I'll do it for free. The Navy does cheap work. Thank you. I will. She nodded with a smile. You have a good day now. You too. Beautiful. Oh, I'm glad you're having a beautiful weekend. Yay. Don't worry, I'm perfectly nice and I'm just like an angel. You know why? Because when you look at me, the only words that I must say is, be not afraid. Zhao leant against the window on the cable car, watching each layer pass by. The words she'd spoken just earlier repeated in her head. I'm glad it worked out. The old man didn't offer any encouragement back to her. How could he? Everything felt transient. She didn't feel any more connected to these places, these people, no matter how many times she saw them again. And they didn't feel connected to her either. It felt like she was in a bubble of soap that could burst at any second. No matter how strong a Dragoon was, how good her score was next to the pilots around her, she could die in a single shot, just like anyone else. Just like that pilot. Zhao leant forward, one hand on her stomach. She felt sick and hunger pain had started to set in. A single slice of toast was not enough to live on. What Hill had said to her was right on the money. Zhao had skipped lunch today entirely on purpose. The more stress she got, the less she ate, the less she slept, and the more she smoked. Fuffy wasn't there. She was surrounded by strangers that scared her, and her life was now a runaway train heading towards the day she was going to take a human life. She wasn't panicking, and panicking at her skin like she would without Ayane. She wasn't panicking and picking at her skin like she would be without Ayane. But how was she meant to be able to eat, think, or do anything? I promise I will go to sleep now. Pedal phones and accessories. Good night! Or good morning! Good sleep-o! Oh! Cool, a cameo! Are you aware of the current deal for service members? If you sign up for a 24-month plan. Zhao recoiled. Ayane stepped forward, glaring fiercely. Signing people up for contracts you don't think they'll live to see the end of. Gets a nice bit of commission, doesn't it? I was in the same business once. No such offense intended, if you... Ayane clapped a hand on Zhao's shoulder. Just leave us alone, I know what I'm looking for. Look, I'm just a temp. I'll get out of your hair. I never know how to deal with salespeople, Zhao muttered. I'm a huge bitch, so leave it to me, Ayane said with obvious pride, thrusting a thumb into her chest. Right. Anyway, Ayane said, gesturing to the display. Phone. Right, phone, Zhao affirmed, trailing behind her. I have no idea what to pick. I've only ever owned secondhand ones. I guess I can afford my own now, can't I? You sure can, Ayane said, leading Zhao towards a sleek plastic flip phone on display. Oh, why not get the same phone as me? We can be twinsies. Oh, Ayane grinned down at her. Even comes in baby pink. Yeah. Really though, it's got a nice big screen, big battery, even had a strap hole. A what? You know, the hole that you thread your phone strap through? Ayane stuck her tongue out. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right. It's also got a snake on it. Alright, that sounds good. And I will get the pink. Yay. We can play two-player snake. Okay. Having a military ID makes it go pretty quickly. Let's get some burgers after. Alright. Oh my god, the tail wag. Whipple burger! Damn, it's making me hungry. It's your favorite. As soon as stream is over, I'm gonna gorge so many fucking chicken nuggets, you don't even know. Cute! I was wondering what the context of this image was. I've seen it on the developer's Twitter a couple times. So the second I heard strap, please tell me that they just have a passy clip. Oh gosh, a passy clip on your phone? Gosh, I gotta write that down. A chorus of shrill voices greeted Zhao and Ayane as they entered. Welcome to Wibbleburger! Ayane squealed, balling her fists in agony at the cute array of toys. A plushie gave her a perfect curtsy. Welcome back, Miss Ayane. This is Wibbleburger? Another plushie hovered in front of Zhao's puzzled face. I see this is your first time here. Oh my god, it's like a fucking, like maid cafe. Here at Wibbleburger, customer satisfaction and relaxation are number one. Please enjoy our fresh from the grill delights and free yourself from your daily stress with soft and squishy plushies. I see. Table for two? Yes, please! Ayane cooed. I guess Ayane can be a bit of a baby too if you hit it right. Zhao sat down across from Ayane in a booth, scooching towards the window. By all rights, this place was basically Zhao's idea of heaven, but right now she was finding it completely bewildering to actually experience. How have I never heard of this place? Good question. There's ads all the time on... Ah, right. You get different TV stations outside. Oh, yeah, they are. Now I'm wondering what else I've missed. Well, you're here now. Enjoy the wibbles. I didn't think you liked cute things so much. I like you, don't I? Hey! A plushie waitress floated over to the table with a smile. Would you like to order now or later? Can we get you any drinks? I still need to look at the menu first, Zhao replied meekly. Would you like to purchase a petting ticket? A petting ticket entitles you to spend your time more intimately with a toy of your choice, the plushie chirped at Zhao. Me, I'll have one, Ayane cheered. Your usual then, Miss Ayane? Yes, please, Ayane cooed. I think I'm okay, Zhao murmured. Please let us know when you're ready to order. So, you want a kid's meal? Ayane pointed at the menu. It comes with a toy. None of these look cute, Zhao said, dismayed as she looked at the kids' meals. The girl's toy was from some ugly 3D CG movie she's never heard of. Can't even joke in front of a real connoisseur, can I? What are these meat names? Zhao asked, looking at the different burgers. Wagyu means it's good. Angus means it's also good. None of it is any real cow. It's just branding to push up the price. Right. I still don't know what a pickle is. Everyone talks about loving them or hating them. The green thing. Isn't that lettuce? The other green thing? The round one, kind of sour. Don't worry too much about it. If you don't like them, I'll eat them though. But the ones here they're pretty terrible. Now I'm more confused. Let's keep things simple. Nothing beats a regular cheeseburger if you ask me. Yeah. Zhao placed the menu down, resting her chin on her arms. Despite the pain in her stomach, she still didn't have an appetite. Why does this matter to me? Why can I fly? And why don't I want to eat? I can't pretend I'm not hungry. Ayane isn't an idiot. It's probably why she brought me here. Everyone is always so fucking concerned about me. A sour-faced plushie arrived at the table, glaring down at Ayane. You again. Zhao flinched as she looked up at the blue furred toy. Me again. Ayane grinned, leaping forward to grab her. Why me? The plushie groaned as Ayane squeezed its head. Because you hate me the most. It's just no fun if there's no sense of torture. Zhao, meet Pompilian. Ayane grinned, squeezing her against the plushie's cheek. Isn't she adorable? Just don't bite me this time, the plushie pleaded. I think I'm understanding Ayane less and less. Pigtails girl, you treat me nicer than this monster, wouldn't you? Pompilian looked at Zhao beseechingly. She's spoken for. Don't put it like that! It's complicated. Sorry, looks like you're stuck with me. Ayane cooed, setting the toy in her lap. Not so rough! The toy continued to whine and protest, though Zhao was familiar enough with plushies to see through it. All plushies are motivated by a desire to please, even this one. Every personality fits a need. For those humans that dislike saccharine toys that rarely ask for your affection, these bitter ones that make you want to tease them are the most popular. Zhao looked at the toy squirming in Ayane's lap with a sense of envy. She always felt jealous of Fuffy's body. Body dysphoria for being a small little pipsqueak. Gosh, pipsqueak dysphoria. If you shove random things at me, I can generate many good ideas. So random ass thing again. JoJo, but your stand relates to your kinks and knows what you want as it's connected to you. Oh god. Gosh. Ours will be an amalgamation of, it would literally be like the kink version of a biblically accurate angel. It would have so many kinks smashed in it. It would terrify all. In a world with cute and simple plush toys, why did she have to be born an ugly human? Her mind thought back to the way Ayane brushed her hair. She wanted to be held like that again, even if it was scary. She wanted to be seen by her the way she saw this plushie. The pain in her stomach worsened. Does she always sweat this much? Zhao got up from the table. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Have fun. Welcome back, Ayane sang as Zhao sat back down across from her. Where'd your friend go? There's a 15-minute time limit. Only fair for the other customers. I was gone that long? Anyway, slapping her hand on the menu, let's order. Right, sorry I took so long. There's plenty of non-burgers if you're sick of them, Ayane said contemplatively. We are eating here twice in a row. Do you usually come here that often? Ayane responded with a wry smile. Do I want to eat my dinner surrounded by war criminals or with these cuties? Right. You don't look so hot. So what he'll say to get you so down? I just have to see a doctor. It's not a big deal. It is if you're scared of doctors. Want me to come with then? I don't think they'll let you in. I know, I'll just wait outside. We can do something nice after, like eat at Whippleburger. Yeah, that sounds nice. Is it still hard to eat? Ayane spoke bluntly. Yeah. Why not try something you haven't had before? You look like you were having fun when you first had spaghetti. Or, does that make it harder? I don't know. I don't think I want a hamburger again though. Zhao looked over the menu. Thinking about the food here is really exciting before I arrived. And then reality sank in, I take it? More or less. I think I'll try the meatball sub. Food for kings. Oh, round shapes are cute. I can't argue with that, Ayane waved over a plushie holding a notepad. I used to work at one of these, you know, Ayane mused, taking a bite from her burger. Really? Flipping patties, honestly. Worse than the fucking army. I quit after a month. Shit pay, shit work. My coworkers were all pricks too. No one has any solidarity in this world. Same as it is here. Getting to play with the plushies was fun though. No solidarity. Zhao mulled over the words. Did Hill tell you what she told me? About how she got her job? Yep. I don't like her, but I picked up enough of what was going on just from her title. Making Lieutenant call herself a secretary is a joke. I actually hadn't even noticed our base was mostly women. I mean, our squad is a little lopsided. Yeah. I guess I prefer it. The guys on base genuinely scare me. This won't make you feel better, but don't worry about anything happening. No one can touch pilots. And the girls that aren't pilots? I said it wouldn't make you feel better. Really makes you wish they'd hurry up and kill us all, doesn't it? Ayane jeered. Special Division has a bit of a reputation for being full of problem children. So, any of the guys that end up here are the real crazy ones. Though, we also take the ones that are too soft for the other divisions. Greatly preferred. Anyway, you gonna eat anytime soon? Oh, yeah, sorry. Zhao unwrapped her sandwich. These were the kinds of things she used to be so excited about to eat here. Couldn't she just think of that? Couldn't she have just think about it that way? Finally, she took a bite. Meatballs really were the best. It wasn't anywhere near as hard as she thought it would be. Why did the sense of relief make her feel angry? She hated these half measures. Going back and forth like this felt so frustrating. If she was gonna self-destruct, she had to go far enough for it to mean something. And if she could just eat and be okay after all, why couldn't she have spent the day like a normal person? Oh, hey nap time, good morning! I've been streaming all night. Or we've been streaming all night. It started with Drizzle. Whew. 11 hours and 33 minutes. I knew it was gonna end up like a 12-hour stream. Pipsqueak dysphoria? Oh, whoa. Dysphoria for the fact that you're not a pipsqueak. Although, you obviously are. Pipsqueak solidarity! Ayane looked at her. You didn't get much sleep, did you? Not really. Was my sleeping face that captivating? That kind of joke makes me feel sick. Seeing the expression on Zhao's face, Ayane let out a strained, awkward laugh. Sorry. If you want some pills for it, I've got plenty. Doctors off base will prescribe you anything for it. I don't really like taking medication if I don't have to. Are you the type that's scared of dependency? Yeah, I guess. Weed help you sleep? Weed gives me panic attacks. Bummer. Are your meatballs nice? Yeah. Thanks for inviting me. You don't have to keep saying stuff like that. I like hanging out with you. Yeah. Zhao finished her meal, wiping her hands on her napkin. That phone of yours working yet? I haven't checked it. Zhao flipped it open, seeing the connection bars light up. Guess it is. Yay, you can add me. Oh, yeah, what's your number? What's your number? What's this, the Middle Ages? Ayane circled the table, sitting down beside Zhao and plucking the phone out of her hands. Check it out, you can add people just by touching the sensors, she said as she demonstrated, tapping her phone against Zhao's. Huh? This shit really is a decade ahead, Zhao observed, hitting accept. You're living the high life now. Ayane slumped over the table. Shame you lost all of your contacts, though. Is it more of a fuck 'em all situation then? I guess so. Hey, if it's not a drag, can you help me out with some work stuff? Zhao asked, reaching for her bag. I brought some stuff I thought I'd read on the train. What do you need? I just don't really know what they're asking for in this condition report or how to word it. Yeah. I was kind of confused when I first had to write one. I asked our squadron's mechanic about it. She's great, by the way. She said the best way to write it was just list everything out in bullet points. Like, when the throttle is at this position, this thing feels off, etc. You don't have to write an essay. Oh, yeah, I think I get it. Let's see. Zhao began scribbling notes. Left engine is a little misaligned. Don't worry too much about getting everything. You won't be sent out before speaking to her and having it tuned properly. That's reassuring, I guess. Sorry to bother you with homework. Tragic as it is, we do actually have to do our jobs some of the time. I don't actually enjoy being made to run laps and mop floors every week. Do you have anything you need to work on? I'm happy to help you out too. Ayane pouted. I left all my books at home. Alright, I won't keep you. I'll just finish this and we'll go. Just stopped in to say good morning. Been seeing a lot of people playing this game lately. Hope it's been fun. Oh yeah, I was reminded about its existence, partially because a new update came out, and then again was reminded about its existence because it was affected by the developer was affected by the ADBL Patreon ban. I guess you could say I'm playing in solidarity, but I do really love this game. I had meant to get around to playing through all the finished chapters, especially since our hiatus is coming up. So, there's a possibility that Volume 1 will be completely done by the time we come back from hiatus. So, I'd like to at least get through the content that I can. Ooh, excuse me. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great day. They spent the evening going over the forms Susie had given her. Ayane continued to order drinks and chicken nuggets to share between them. Chicken nuggies. As soon as Pompilian was free again, Ayane snatched the chance to prey on her. Emotions Zhao couldn't quite grasp the entirety of fluttered through her. She'd never gotten to have anything like this. Something as small as this. Even just the act of studying after school together, or hanging out to eat. These are things she saw all the time in fiction and understood to be normal, a mundane part of life and socialization. But it never once aligned with her reality. Everything up until now was a double life of spending every moment at work fantasizing about socialization, and every moment free role-playing it out online with people she'd never meet. She understood spending time with someone as a script, and she'd rehearsed it so well that the real thing was eerily familiar. It was like piloting her Dragoon, and the senses planned inside of her by the GI. She handled weapons as if she'd held them her whole life. She never had anything close to a normal friendship, but she had spent her whole life creating false memories of the act, and she moved so automatically she had no time to even take stock of what she was saying or doing. And every second, it felt like the mask was slipping away little by little, and she would be caught in just that, an act. The intensity of her own desires felt terrifying. Ayane had begun to feel like she could fill the role of the big sister she never had, and had fantasized about her whole life, though Zhao knew she was the older of the two. Oh, that's funny as heck. Damn, being reminded of us in Snack again. Oh, big sis. Zhao wanted her to dote on her more and more. Every time she paid Zhao even the smallest of compliments, she broke out in sweat. She wanted her attention more the longer they spent together. Guilt gnawed at her from just how jealous she felt seeing Pompilian sitting on her lap. But while a part of her was begging to be held so tightly her ribs cracked, another wanted to return to hiding in the bathroom. It was like this every time someone so much as gave her time of day. She wanted an end to her loneliness, and as soon as she felt it within reach, she would desperately try to pull it towards her. It was all too easy to imagine how badly she could hurt someone with that. Kind of an avoidant attachment style, I guess. The day was over. Zhao would have to return to that cold dormitory. Trying to sleep next to Ayane was tense and painful, but it was more than she could ask for to stay in her room again. She flipped open the phone in her hands, examining the colorful interface. There used to be people she would have messaged updates to about every little thing that happened here. Every time she started a new job, they'd all send her good luck messages. Now the list of people she could talk to at all had dwindled down to a single person. Ayane. Watching Ayane, she was humming to herself, timing her foot to whatever song was in her head. It was too hard to talk over the noise of the streets and the train tracks running alongside them, and much unlike Zhao, she was good at keeping herself occupied in these moments. Zhao wanted to sit closer to her, lean on her, ask her for another hug before they said goodbye, but when she imagined doing it, a voice played back through her head from the only person who would ever let her touch them. You're always so clingy. Like, I want to be your boyfriend, not your dad or whatever. Of course I want everyone around me to be my family. I never had a real one. It's nothing complicated. That's always disgusted people. But why wouldn't it? Aren't these simple kinds of problems the things that are meant to get over quickly? I'm so pathetic. She cupped her hands together on her lap, imagining Fuffy's form between them. Whether she felt anxious, she'd hold her close. Whenever she felt anxious, she held her close. It was becoming more and more obvious how little Zhao was able to function without her. Fuffy encouraged her to eat, bathe, sleep, get up in the morning, take care of herself, until it no longer needed to be said. But now that she was gone, she needed to be told all these things again. She needed someone to look after her. She always wanted to be taken in by someone, even in the small ways Ayane had given her care. Her friendships online were full of role-play gestures of affection. She always asked for virtual hugs, head pats, scratches behind the ear. Everyone doted on her. Herself in reality couldn't be any more different. She always imagined scenarios where she would tell people about the things she'd been through, and they'd hold her close, comfort her, sympathize with her. She'd always wanted to hear, everything's okay now. But real friendship wasn't like that at all. Being seen, though, felt terrifying. Having her flaws on full display was nauseating. Whenever Ayane gave her a gesture of kindness, it was because Zhao looked miserable. Every time they hung out together, it felt like she had shown her something pitiful about herself. At the same time, Zawa felt a sense that she wanted things that way. She wanted to be seen with pity. She always wanted to be younger than she was. She wanted to be something precious, cared for, loved. She wanted to be allowed to show vulnerability. Whenever she'd hurt herself or starved herself, there was always that pleading voice in the back of her head, eager to see someone's reaction to how unwell she was. Ooh, gosh! Stop being relatable, stop being relatable, stop being relatable! For us to say, it's definitely like a push and pull thing where it's just like, I want to be like pitiful and taken care of, but it's like if I become pitiful and taken care of, no one will want to take care of me. I need a girl to be my dad. I prefer a girl to be my big sister. We actually have, well, not exactly an aversion to mommy daddy stuff, but like we feel a lot more comfortable in like CG situations that aren't like, oh, I'm your daddy or I'm your mommy. We've experienced that before, and I don't know, it feels weird. I think this is relatable to a lot of different people, especially people who are like, you know, disabled and marginalized in a lot of ways and told that they need to be strong and stuff. And I don't know the like the race of the developer, but the fact that Zao is like dark skinned makes us feel so much more like comforted. Like I definitely count Zao's representation as a person of color and as a trans person and as a little, and like the things that this visual novel tackles, these really big things, not just the military stuff and the you know, states are bad type stuff, but also this thing about like maturity and like being forced into adulthood and like breaking apart at the seams but trying to hold it all together because you're afraid no one will want to hold you. I feel seen. And sometimes that means a lot. What she got instead was the condescension of that cold lieutenant and feeling disrespected everywhere she went. That was the reality of being weak, and no one had ever forgiven her for it, even when she was a child. I want to be cute. I want to be a cute, vulnerable little girl forever. I decided this is what I wanted to be, and I dress and act as such, and even train myself to speak in a lighter voice. But I can't even convince myself, let alone others. How things felt online is also pathetic to think about now. Ayane had really helped her today. Zao still wasn't feeling great, but she knew what state she would be in now if left to her own devices. She wanted to ask for more, or be able to speak plainly about how she felt. But it already felt like she'd received far more than she deserved. Why does even just leaning on someone's shoulder feel like such an unforgivable, disgusting act? I don't feel like I'm allowed to initiate anything, but no one ever asked permission to touch me. I want to be closer to her. I really want to be her friend. If we both might disappear, what am I waiting for? She gave me that hug just earlier, and before that, she had no issue with touching me. I want to, but I can't shake these feelings. I've been so lonely all my life. I've been dreaming of being loved all my life. But this is all too terrifying. Zao! Zao! It's a ship! Fluffy shook her arm. Zao couldn't turn her head around to see it. A voice crackled into her earpiece. This is Lilac Fleet Special Division Search and Rescue Ship A1512. Are you able to receive radio transmission? Yes, I am. Zao responded mechanically. We're sending out someone now. Are you injured? There's a piece of metal in my arm. The self-seal covered it. Oh dear. Alright. Just hold on for a moment. Zhao didn't respond. The battle had passed, giving way to a deep sense of listlessness. Her shoulder ached, but as long as she kept it still, it didn't hurt any worse. The metal hadn't reached her bone. At least that's how it felt. A gentle tap on her back told her she was about to be grabbed from behind, and she lifted her right arm. "Where are you hurt?" the rescuer asked her. Zhao gestured as best she was able to. "My left shoulder." "All right, let's get you out of here." "Thank you." "Thank you so much," Fuffy cheered for the rescuer in place of Zhao. Air hissed around them as the ship's airlock pressurized. All in a day's work, I guess. Though I'm mostly used to rescuing humans. Did you see any ships nearby? Did you see any ships nearby? The woman asked Zhao. Did you see any ships nearby? The woman asked Zhao. Zhao shook her head. "Alright, let's get you inside." Zhao followed her inside, the pilot giving her a small wave from his seat at the front of the minuscule vessel. "Are you picking up any more signals?" the woman asked the pilot. "Nothing. Guess it was just our division that took a hit." "What about that Dragoon?" "Cockpit camera confirms KIA. It's from the 3rd. They sent out a salvage ship for it." "I see, right. I didn't detect any more suits either. I think that is all we can do here," the woman said, taking her helmet off. The woman folded open a first aid kit, leaning over Zhao. "Let me see your arm." Don't worry." "I know," Zhao muttered. "It's stuck to the suit. You can't treat it here." The woman gave her a questioning look. "You seem used to this. Normally the rescuees of downed ships were a lot more agitated." "I am." "How old are you?" Zhao turned her head. "I'm of age, if that's what you're asking." "Well, it doesn't look like you're in any immediate danger," the woman sighed. "All I can do right now is administer painkillers." Zhao shook her head. "I'm okay." "How many people were aboard your ship?" the pilot asked, turning around in his seat. "Special Division sent us, but we didn't get a manifest." Just me." "Just you?" "It was an automated ship." "Just for one person?" Zhao unzipped one of the satchels of her suit, pulling out a folded paper and ID card. "I need to get to Sector H2 Bay 14. That's where I'm being sent." "Sure, we're from the division, so that's where we're headed. We need to get you to a hospital." The woman examined the card. "Xena Mara, you're a Dragoon pilot in Special Division, right?" "Not yet." "Not yet?" The woman cocked her head. "Wait, did you only just enlist?" With a small nod, Zhao only replied, "I can't be late." "Jeez, you pilots really are crazy," the woman said, pushing her hair back. "And the android?" "I'm accompanying her," Fuffy said quietly. "These forms are legit. Technically, we're obligated to get you to where you're going, but..." "Am I covered for this?" Zhao asked. "What do you mean?" "I haven't signed everything yet. Am I under military insurance?" I'm not really the person to ask," the woman scratched her head. "This isn't an ambulance, if that's what you mean." "What about the hospital?" "You're covered if you have the ID card," the ship's pilot cut in. "You can get the arm treated just fine." "Really?" "Yep." "That's a relief." The woman looked at Zhao with a small flash of realization. "Were you really thinking of just showing up with that in your arm?" The pilot turned his head back towards them. "You were on your parents' insurance before you enlisted, right, G?" "Sure, but..." "Then don't say stupid things like that. Criminal gets sent anything in advance, and I'm already paying off old debt. So if it was me, I'd drag myself there on a broken leg. Leave the kid alone." G laughed. "He called you kid." "I'm being affectionate." "Don't worry yourself. We'll get you treated and sent on your way. What time are you due?" "Thank you. Morning tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "I get you're so antsy, but look, you can get to the barracks and the hospital in less than an hour. A cut like this won't take any more than 12 hours to heal. They'll keep you overnight anyway since you're a rescue. Then you can leave in the morning." "I lost my uniform though." "First lesson of being a Dragoon pilot, someone like you is important enough to have little details like that taken care of," the pilot said with a bit of laughter. "Oh, I see." Zhao stared up at the ceiling while she rubbed her aching shoulder, filled with the hazy thoughts about being ambushed again by the doctor she was going to be made to see, and scolded again by that lieutenant that already hated her. She only had a few minutes left before her snooze alarm would go off, and felt no urgency to be out of bed and any closer to seeing those people. But she had to be on her best behavior now, though, since she thought she already was. She followed every order she was given and volunteered for everything that had been optional. While harboring the daily paranoia of surveillance from her superiors, she was told in fact that she was being watched, and she had failed to meet their expectations. Zhao struggled out of bed. She had to shower and be ready for assembly. Everything she did wrong now was being recorded. If it's not obvious that was a flashback, that was a little bit after a certain moment in the first episode. They actually didn't show Zhao getting actually rescued. We just like flash forward to her meeting her unit commander. So that's pretty cool. Damn, this thing really reminds me of Evangelion. The text on the screen when it was like all black actually kind of reminded me of like the kind of like introspective like monologue-y scenes, and the thing of like withholding something that happened in the first episode for a later episode is very much something I'm used to in Evangelion and actually other mecha anime as well. But it's also a really good like narrative device. So I don't think that it's just like the creator is just like, I'm gonna be as much like Evangelion as possible. Though, I don't know, I can't read their mind. Compared to the ordeal of bathing in zero gravity, that she could be in and out of the shower where in only a few minutes felt downright opulent. There was no risk of drowning either. She could understand now how those who lived in gravity described bathing as therapeutic. That said, she couldn't bring herself to stand up in it for fear of slipping over, and sat cross-legged on the hard tile floor. Of all things, she felt a little depressed over finally having enough time to be alone, where she could do things like masturbate. But being here had killed what little sex drive she had had. She had done none of the things she thought about doing when her life finally allowed her free time. No watching cartoons, no playing games, no writing fic, no collecting stuffed toys, and no indulging in pornography or beating off. She had time, space, and money, but nothing felt like it would really be entertaining. She sighed to herself. As much as she'd love to stay in here for another 40 minutes, she had to get herself dry and out the door. As Zhao dressed herself, a sense of emptiness hung over her. More and more, it was sinking in how routine it had been to keep a diary of her feelings on her blog to her friends. She no longer had anyone to document her life to. Fluffy wasn't here, and neither were they. If she could say something now, she'd talk about this horrible room first of all. She was too scared to touch any of it. As little as she desired to get out and face the day, she couldn't bear to stay any longer than she had to in here either. She affixed her ribbons and slung her bag over her shoulder. That is a very depressing room, full of a dead person's belongings. Zhao stepped out of her quarters, bumping straight into a woman's chest as she passed by. Sorry. Nonplussed, the woman looked down at her. Wow, they're really making you stay in that room? Huh? Just a little bad taste, don't you think? What do you mean? God, what do you think? The girl laughed, stepping away into the procession of soldiers leaving the barracks. Zhao stood there, stunned, and wanted to chase her to ask what she meant, but quickly lost sight of her. And then, she pinched the bridge of her nose at her own stupidity, joining the march. The previous occupant, the Botses. Of course it's in bad taste. Zhao held her arms to her chest among the heaving crowd waiting for the elevator, surrounded by complaints and mechanical yells from officers to form orderly lines. Being so short was something of a blessing in the cramped corridors and smaller ships, but right now she couldn't see past the people around her. Ayane had the habit of just pushing through crowds, dragging Zhao behind her. But all she could do alone was move with the flow of people. Eventually, she found herself pushed forward by the crowd behind her and into an open elevator. After an officer's command for those outside to step back, the doors closed and everyone could exhale with relief. Zhao squeezed into the back corner, staying away from the officer's gaze, unsure if she'd even done anything wrong, but not wanting to find out. As the elevator began to lower, she gazed at herself in the mirror. Pigtails as usual, looking at herself next to the crowd reflected behind her made their contrast clear. Hill was right. They were mostly women here, but even then, she was the only one that dressed like a grade schooler. The things that the lieutenant had said to her, was it because she seemed so unwilling towards being an adult? She didn't need Fluffy hovering over her shoulder for people to see that. That's an interesting... Oh, I guess that's the lilac flag? Zhao stood rigidly beside a row of pilots in the assembly hall. Eyes glazed over in distraction as she mouthed the words to the anthem without singing. She couldn't recite more than a few lines from memory if she was asked to recall them, but the singing in school had succeeded in creating the muscle memory of the entire thing if she heard the music. After the anthem, one of the commanding officers would read off an agenda for the day, and sometimes prattle off a brief speech. Sardines will be reissued following a statement sometime next week. All personnel are to return any weapons used in training to their respective quartermaster after use. Firearms are forbidden from personal quarters. Exceptions remain in place for senior staff and military police. There was some murmuring between nearby pilots, but Zhao couldn't make it out. She wasn't in any rush to be given a gun, and didn't want to hear anything more about guns. Parade drills were to be held for the naval crewmen, though pilots had yet to be given the order. At some point, she'd have to march through the streets of the capital, which was still yet to even lay eyes on, smiling and waving at a crowd. It was creepy how many people around her sounded excited for that part. Breakfast was the only meal of the day served to everyone at the same time. Long tables set out with meals ready for first come, first served basis. She noticed the general staff tended to wait for the pilots to take their pick first. Zhao took 2 slices of toast and some hazelnut spread. Hill was nowhere to be seen at least. With Ayane missing as usual in the mornings, Zhao scanned the room for a comfortable place to sit, her heart lifting a little when she spotted a familiar fluffy tail. Is it okay if I sit with you? Zhao asked Sima, standing beside her at a table. Go ahead, Sima replied in her usual hushed tone. Zhao did her best to smile warmly, taking a seat across from her. It was unusual for a major to be eating here instead of the officers' lounge. The lowly ensigns such as Zhao, while technically officers, certainly weren't welcome there. Did Sima truly not have even a single friend on this base? As Zhao watched her eat, Sima's eating habits struck her as a little strange but rather refined. She ate very slowly, only cutting a small portion at a time and chewing with her eyes cast downward. Zhao felt a pang of self-consciousness at the way she ate, wondering if her habits came across as crude. She'd taken toast because it didn't require any cutlery, but the choice probably felt more childish than her clumsiness with utensils. How is it? The food, I mean. Zhao asked, nibbling at her toast. It's fine. Yeah, so, I completed my first test flight. I wasn't sure if I could, but it turns out I can, so, I guess we're officially gonna be flying together. Like I said, if you have compatibility, you can fly. Sima replied with mechanical disinterest, staring at her food. Zhao smiled anxiously. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, working together. We aren't working together, Sima replied flatly. I'm your superior. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Zhao put down her toast. Sorry if I'm just bothering you. Why are you so interested in me? I'd like to get to know you. Why? Because we're in the same squadron. Shouldn't we get to know each other? And you've been nice to me, I think. And I want to know what you were looking for when we met. Do you think it's wise to try to make friends here? Zhao gave a short, stilted laugh. Honestly, I really don't. I get what you're saying. I don't know. If all we're here for is to take orders. What's the point? Sorry, I shouldn't say that to you. A career soldier might kill you for saying something like that. But you aren't one. How do you figure that? Susie wouldn't be in charge if you were. That's rather blunt. Sorry, I just mean, I don't know. I don't see you as someone who enjoys being here. Jimmy gave no reply to that. What I'm saying is, I'd like us to be on good terms if we're gonna be flying together. Regardless of us being soldiers, I want us to be able to see each other as people. Isn't it necessary to see me as a person? With that, Sima stood up from the table, her plate now empty. Oh shit, wait, I read that wrong. It isn't necessary to see me as a person. With that, Sima stood up from the table, her plate now empty. Wow, it's gonna take a really long time to break that shell. As she set out for her early classes, Zhao found Ayane staggering into the hall with a hollow expression. Concerned, Zhao asked, "Hey, are you alright?" I look like shit, huh? Ayane muttered to herself with exasperation. Fluorescent lighting in the sun, and I'm the ant under the fucking magnifying glass. You really aren't a morning person, are you? No, ma'am. I want to go back to bed. Do you want to get breakfast? I already ate. Breakfast was a while ago. What fucking time is it? Ayane checked her phone and groaned. Fucking... Rations for me, then. Ayane moped. Zhao sat beside Ayane as she alternated between doing her makeup with a small hand mirror and sipping from a foil rations pouch. Circumstances aside, her dexterity here was kind of impressive. I can hold your mirror if you like. No need. I used to do this every day before school. Ayane gloated, puckering her lips to apply gloss. My mom was fine with me being a girl, but, I quote, was not raising a slut. Huh? And then I'd take it off before she got home. My dad never noticed if I was wearing it or not. Clapping her mirror shut. Wow. Wait, is Ayane trans too? Do you think it's stupid for a soldier to wear makeup? Ayane asked idly. I have the same thoughts about my pigtails. Those are a lot less work than all this. Not that I'd ever stop. If I'm gonna die, I wanna die a bimbo. Why do you think Sima wears makeup? Zhao asked. It probably wasn't so she could die a bimbo. Falling for her already, Ayane teased. No, just I had breakfast with her and I was wondering. I can't really get a read on her. She's a drunk psycho killing machine. She drinks? Considerably more than me, which is saying something. Huh. She doesn't seem like the type. She's behaving right now, I guess. Was that why she was out at night? So how'd have breakfast with her go? You get all lovey-dovey? You can guess how it went. Not to be a buzzkill, but do you really want to be friends with her? Zhao laughed a little. She asked me the same thing. I guess I do, though. My advice is, I wouldn't trust her. Why not? It's a matter of our place on the food chain. I don't make friends with officers that could order me to my death the next day. I know, but she isn't in command. If something happens to Susie, she would be. She can veto anything Susie says if she wants to. It doesn't seem like she'd do that, though. Isn't that why Susie's in charge in the first place? I know it's all hypothetical, but what if she orders you to do something horrible? Would it ever come to that? With her, it would. She's pretty fucking hardcore. You know the score, right? We aren't anything but subordinates to her. We could die if we disobey her. But We're friends with Susie, right? Ayane corrected her. You're friends with Susie. But I know what you're saying. Susie's different. She's the type that would take the fall herself. Yeah, she is. Some is scary, but I'm lying if I say I only want to get to know her out of obligation. I don't feel obligated towards anyone here. I don't know what it is about her. I want to know why she's here. How she came to be doing this. But at this distance, I can't grasp it at all. I don't think she treats other people the way she seems to treat me either. And I want to know why. Is it because we share the same background? Or is it something else? The more I think about it, the way she looked at me, the more it feels like she recognized me. Lilac Fleet Zero Gravity Acclimation Training Center. Mock sleeping quarters. Zao and Ayane floated in front of an enormous grid of small folding doors, each one a small bunk for sleeping in. A small cadre of instructors bounded between the groups of soldiers, showing them the insides of the pods and discussing life in zero gravity. Listening in on them, Zao learned this facility was built as a rest area for the rotating crews of the nearby gun batteries in the event that they required manning 24 hours a day. But right now, the ward was quiet enough that it was relegated to training purposes. Of course, Zao knew how these pods worked like the back of her hand. She spent most of her life sleeping in them after all. It wasn't long before Ayane had begun to drift away from the group, Zao following behind her. How are you feeling? Tired. Floating around like this makes me dizzy. I guess that's why they want you used to it. So we're meant to sleep in these. Ayane muttered, grabbing onto a handle. Can't say they look particularly inviting. Is this normal for you? Ayane asked, opening the shutter to a bed. In a workers' quarters, yeah. I lived in a fair few of those. Pod rentals are similar. I see. Though, honestly, they are way nicer. These are way nicer, Zao said as she ran her hand over the plastic paneling. These are nice. I like it. It's cozy. Zao pulled herself through the opening, gleefully prodding around. It's nice and spacious, plenty of room in the closets too. The material is really nice. Hey, Zao. Well, this isn't the censored version! Finally! Congratulations! 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 You think if she was worried about upscaling her diaper in 0G, she would have worn shorts. Now this is my kind of fan service. Zao. The air is filtered right at the ventilation point, and it's heated too. That certainly explains the pigtails. Nothing. Ayane pulled herself through the opening, pushing Zao aside. Give me a look at this, if it's so nice. It's only meant for one person. Show me how the straps work. Better you than some greasy instructor. Zao squirmed. You just... So, you take these and clip them to each side, and then you tighten it here, like a big strap. Kinda kinky, huh? It's necessary. People move a lot in their sleep. Also, you aren't meant to just sleep as you are. You bring in a sleeping bag and secure the bag with the straps. I'm doing image training. Well, I'm strapped in. You can do whatever you want with me. Zao recoiled. I'm just teasing. Don't joke about that. You really scare easily. Zao's ears folded back. I know. Ayane kicked the folding door closed. Ayane? Shh. We'll hide in here and sneak out after everyone moves on. Clever, right? Ayane? You already know all this. So what are you missing? Come on. Not happy to have a pretty girl tied up in a box with you? Or would you rather be taking lessons about shit you already know? Zao could only sigh. Live a little. These classes are pretty much just for show. Besides, If we do get sent out, I'll have you to show me the ropes anyway. Zhao nodded enthusiastically. Of course! Such a dependable little cadet. You don't have to go so far for people all the time. Not that I'm complaining when it's done for me. I want to help you out if I can. You've done a lot for me. I really haven't done anything special. Yes, you have. I guess self-depreciation isn't my style. That's more my thing. We can't both do it. Really though, I want to be a good friend to you. You don't find it significant at all that you're the literal only person I spend time with here? I mean, I did have some thoughts, but you cheer me up. You're like those critters playing waitress. Really? You are a critter. Zhao cheered a little. I'm a critter. I think you're the first person I've met here who I can even hold a conversation with. Like, about the heavy stuff. This ship, the war, all that. I don't think I'm seeing the same things as everyone else. Yeah, I feel you. I feel really lucky I got to meet you here. You are lucky. You like it here, yeah? Yeah, I never had bunks this nice and clean back home. So it's nice. Yeah, it is. A teacher is probably explaining this, but you can't just sleep anywhere in 0G when you're still for so long carbon dioxide pulls around your head. Scary. It is, but I guess it's like how looking both ways before you cross the road is second nature to you. So yeah, when I'm here, I feel safe. Like a womb. Sure, like a womb. Honestly, I hate it. I don't get sick like some people do, but weightlessness makes me feel screwy. Even though you tell me it's the opposite, it feels like I'd suffocate in here. Makes me realize how fucking spoiled I am. I'm not asking for reassurance. I'm just been thinking. You're my friend, but I don't really know anything about you, how you've lived, what you think of this place. Whenever I'm in the city, I see all these happy, rich, useless people. Ane's face lacked any expression as she said, I think about killing them all the time. I think about how it feels to fire a machine gun, how it would feel to hit them all, just line them up and gun them down. But up until a few months ago, I was just as ignorant as them. And for someone like you, there's probably not a lot of difference between the two. I never survived this way of living. I can't sleep on a box like this. I can't live on those rations I was eating this morning. And then I hear you say this is nice, that the food I think is trash is nice. I don't know anything about what the worst version of all this is. I was living pretty comfortably middle class before, but now I have more money than I would have seen in a lifetime, in my parents' lifetimes. I can't even imagine what you make of it. You're always staring off into space. Whenever anyone speaks to you, I can tell how many things you're seeing for the first time in your life. So, what I'm trying to say is... God, what am I trying to say? That I know that I'm an idiot? Or, well, that it kind of scares me that you never have any complaints. I guess I just want to know what's on your mind a little more. You aren't an idiot. Annie laughed a little. That wasn't the important part. I just worry about you a lot. Yeah, I guess, I don't really like to talk about things from before. None of it is really all that positive. I mean, I'm sure you figured that out. I just don't want to be, attention-seeking? Annie rolled her head back with a sigh. Zhao. No more apologies. Ayane grabbed Zhao's shoulders. You don't have to treat yourself so... Ayane trailed off, searching for the words she wanted to say. I just feel like... Like I said, I don't know anything about you, but I get the sense everyone in your life has been someone who's beaten you down. I don't want to be one of them, okay? Zhao couldn't form a response. She never had a moment with someone that felt anything like this. Ayane looked at Zhao's expression, her face falling in turn, her arms reaching further around Zhao's back into a hug. Zhao held herself still, trying to hide her fears so as not to put Ayane off. I'm not all that good at being nice, am I? Yes, you are. You're the first to say it. Don't say that! You're allowed to be a little attention-seeking. I want you to complain more. And well, you wear your emotions pretty obviously anyway. I don't want to. You really into this whole nobly suffering in silence thing? It's not... I don't know. I just want to be normal. I don't want to stand out. I don't want people to know what's wrong with me from just a glance. What's normal for a soldier? Like I said, if you were anything like those pricks outside, we wouldn't be friends. Yeah. Zhao hit her face in the crook of Ayane's neck. She'd been here before. You're always stuck inside your own head and you never tell me anything. It's like, even when I'm holding you, you aren't even there. She could never fully speak her mind with anyone, and they could all tell. But Ayane wasn't angry at her like other people had been, like her boyfriend had been. His touch was like that of a doctor, but Ayane held her now because she cared about her. Zhao never knew there was a difference in how that felt. I don't think that you're naive or anything for not being able to put up with this. I think I've gotten used to a lot of things that humans aren't supposed to be able to. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I wouldn't wish that on you. You are far too sweet. I just don't want you to feel like an alien. At least not around me. Yeah. Damn. If I wasn't dehydrated, I would totally be crying right now. This game is so vulnerable and honest and real. Like, vibrates. Ayane's plan to sneak out had failed as the pair ran straight into an instructor on their way out. After a quick excuse from Ayane about looking for the bathroom, the girls found themselves joining the train ride back to the academy. Sitting side by side, Ayane yawned and stared at the roof, already falling asleep. Zhao's skin still felt hot. Ayane's face was so close to hers. The things she said to her were probably kinder than anything she'd ever heard in her life. It was so cruel, being expected to pay attention to class after all that. Wow. Zhao sat beside a sleeping Ayane at a shared desk. Today's lesson more hands-on than the lectures Zhao had been getting used to. While her memories of how it actually felt to be in school were a distant haze at this point in her life, this atmosphere felt all too familiar. Except, of course, the gun laying in pieces in front of her. The class was part of a series of lessons on basic infantry combat in case of emergency. Alongside the sidearm that she had yet to be issued, her Dragoon cockpit was meant to contain a personal defense weapon. Regardless of their absence, today she was learning how to disassemble and maintain them. Though it was only a practice gun that couldn't actually fire, it was still unnerving to touch. Nobody besides Zhao was paying attention. The instructor simply told the students where to connect the mock weapons, handed out manuals, and returned to his desk. Groups of students sat at tables, chatting freely, and two boys in the corner of the room were pretending to shoot each other with their weapons as they laughed. That doesn't inspire confidence. There was something about the all-too-light gun she ran her hands over that was more frightening than even her Dragoon. All personnel that ventured into space were given some basic understanding of firearms. Every mining and repair ship Zhao had ever spent time on maintained a small armory in case soldiers of the Duchy ever came aboard. This was not a realistic concern, but even so, no one wanted to venture into no man's land during an active war empty-handed. Some of her work orientations over the years came with a short firearms course. She held a gun before and had been told how to fire it, but she never really understood guns or the difference between guns. But now that the GI had planted the encyclopedia of armaments in her head, she knew exactly what this thing was, and what it was for. A gun like this, categorized as a PDW, was constructed with a set of requirements. It was small enough for a crewman like Zhao to take inside a vehicle, light enough to carry without interfering with their duties, capable of rapid automatic fire, and fire bottleneck munitions capable of penetrating any kind of body armor at close range. It was a desperate kind of weapon for spraying bullets down a ship corridor to kill an invading soldier. A specific weapon for a specific need, to kill a specific person. The armies of today fielded an endless array of weapons and munitions for every time, place, user, and target. A different bullet constructed for every name. There was something about the specificity that made the gun before her feel even more disconcerting. Before she'd even held it, someone had imagined the scenario she was going to use it in, and built it to those exact specifications. What statistics about the deaths or kill rate of people like her went into this development? All weapons of war were designed to kill, that much was obvious, but seeing up close just how well oiled and its acting and its demands of the machine had become was miserable to witness. Watching her classmates laughing and playing as they held these toy weapons made her blood run hot. Even though she had pulled it apart so thoroughly, she knew without a doubt that there were no bullets inside it, and that they could not be fired even if there were. Every time she so much as gave it a nudge, she visualized the sharp bang and the splatter of blood across the wall from whoever was unfortunate enough to stand in front of the barrel. Guns were so terrifying that even this facsimile felt dangerous to her. And Zhao understood with terrible certainty that the soldiers around her would play with the real thing just as freely. As Zhao looked around the classroom, she began to notice something odd. These classes were mixed between divisions, and the soldiers she recognized as belonging to her own all stood out in how they behaved. They were either working quietly like her, ignoring their tasks like Ayane, or just staring at their weapons without touching it. They were certainly gung-ho members of her base, but today, even they seemed dulled. Some were laughing along with the other classmates, but they mostly fell into the category of those who were approaching the task in silence. The empty holster she'd been given, the talk about the guns being off limits, Zhao had been assuming this whole time that whatever it was about, some change on policies or new rules, was something that applied to every pilot. She had arrived in the middle of something, and no one had told her anything about it, just as no one had told her anything about what happened to her. Zhao slumped over the desk, closing the manual. For all of the flashy points on its effectiveness, if it ever came to having to actually use this gun, things would be bad enough that she'd probably be dead anyway. Zhao and Ayane trudged out of the classroom, yawning in unison. Free at last! Ayane cheered weakly, though she couldn't help grimacing at the bright roof lights. Not for me. I've still got another flight this afternoon. As they approached the long pathway out of campus, Zhao tilted her head at the small crowd ahead of them out of uniform. Getting closer, she saw signs and decorations were strung up on the fences, and a row of folding chairs and tables had been laid out. The civilians were almost all elderly, dressed in vibrant floral patterns, and calling out cheerfully to the soldiers leaving the base. A small group of military police stood chatting with one another nearby, their bored faces telling Zhao this was some kind of routine event. Zhao could tell it was some kind of charity, but couldn't tell what it was for. The soldiers ahead of her gave polite waves and passed by for the most part, which Zhao found unusually civil for them. An old woman approached Zhao and Ayane, a box of paper sachets in her hand. Oh, you two, you're both so pretty. Would you like to buy a seed bag? I'll buy anything from someone who calls me pretty. Ayane laughed, already taking out her wallet. The woman leaned closer to Zhao, noticing her confusion. They're lilac seeds. Zhao took the decorated bag from her hand, examining it to try and figure out its meaning. These flowers here are irreplaceable, so we preserve them. It's good luck to carry them with you, the old woman explained to her. We can't recreate them if they're all gone, so it's important for everyone to keep some safe, don't you think? Yeah. Zhao cautiously took out some change, looking to Ayane for approval. Ayane gave her a small smile that said, just go along with it. These flowers are our lifeblood, the woman continued. It's good for your luck to look after them. Here, Zhao placed a note in the donation box, taking a sachet. Keep the change. Keep the change, Ayane said with a smile, pulling away Zao by the arm before she could get dragged into more conversation. Oh, so generous. Thank you so much. It's our pleasure. Ayane waved goodbye with Zao following beside her. You were very generous, Zao noted, examining her seat packet. Don't say it like that. I'm not so cruel I'd tell a poor old lady to piss off. Okay, I totally am. You meant to say I've got a heart of gold and all that, though. Of course. So, what's the plan? We hang out here until your flight? Sure, I haven't seen much of the place. Haven't seen these parts of the, suburb. Wow, fucking space suburb. The suburb of Trench, which Zao learnt was named after General Trench, who died some 50 years ago with a statue by the train station, was yet another world apart from the tightly woven maze of the Special Division's barracks and surrounding areas. It was open and simple, but at the same time so lacking in distinction from one building to the next, and so ill-defined in its waymarks that it was impossible for Zao to get a read on where she stood. She was familiar with the route to and from the train station, but had no idea how she would find her way back to it. In zero-grav ships, maps were posted up everywhere, with labels on hallways and bulkheads telling you exactly where you were. So long as you could understand a diagram of a ship, you could find your way anywhere. The concept of a street name, or even a street, or the distinction between a court boulevard or a road was completely new to her. She'd been watching the suburbs like this all her life. Every popular show that came out of the Zafralis was set in a place like this. To everyone in the fringes, this was the dream. Everyone wanted a home, a picket fence, to spend some time with their family, to watch their kids play in the backyard with the family dog. But being here now, it felt like she stepped through the lens of the camera and right into an empty set. Zao jumped backwards as the car rolled its way past her in a mild 20-something kilometers an hour. Placing a hand on her shoulder, Ayane said, "It's not like we're on the highway." I don't know how you're used to this, Zao grumbled. She knew cars were an everyday thing here, but having them pass by felt like standing next to an unsecured machinery. You aren't scared of trains. They're on rails. People in cars can just hit you. Have a little faith in your fellow man. Before rubbing her neck in disgust. Actually, I can't even joke about that. But hey, placing a fist to her chest with pride, at least people might be worried about getting in trouble if they hit someone in uniform. Yeah, sure. Anne grinned and let out a smug little laugh. Anyway, is this place usually so quiet? Yeah. I guess I just realized it now. You don't get much separation between businesses, residential, and industrial in the fringes, do you? Not at all. This is all residential, with lawns to keep it residential. They all commute for work, so you won't see too many people during the day. I see. It felt like more than just that, though. Even if there were people around, it felt like this place was designed to keep them away from each other. The houses were luxurious, but its occupants were completely inscrutable behind the high walls surrounding each and every one of them. She saw glimpses of plants peeking over these walls, but wasn't the garden meant to be something you showed people? Though through every small gap in the fence, she spotted doors bearing heavy-duty locks, and the occasional not-so-hidden camera pointed at her. Even the streets Ayane and Zao walked through didn't feel like they were built for walking. I love how this is like criticizing modern society even though it's the future. Spotting a vending machine outside a convenience store, Ayane led Zao forward, her tail wagging with each step. Coffee! Ayane cheered, sticking a coin in the machine. There's plenty of actual coffee places around the station. So what? Canada's plenty good enough for me. Want one? Sure. Ayane hovered over a button, turning her head back to Zao briefly. Low sugar for you, I assume? Huh? Oh, yeah. Zao nodded, caught off guard by Ayane's having remembered her tastes. You can drink black coffee straight, can't you? Zao shrugged, taking the can from Ayane. I don't prefer it, but I'll drink it. Such a refined palate. Zao stood beside Ayane, slowly sipping at the warm metal can she had given her. What to do? Ayane pondered. We could see a movie. Is there anything good on? Nope, never is. You know, I've got some good movies from the Duchy. They make some fucking killer stuff over there. Zao looked at her in an all-too-familiar disbelief for a moment. Having contraband films is another part of being a pilot, I take it? You're starting to get it. But yeah, they actually get outdoor shots over there. Lilac films feel particularly claustrophobic in comparison. Makes sense, I guess. I've always heard our animation is better, though. Yeah, it's where all the talent goes. Here's a fun fact. Most of what they watch in the Duchy gets animated here. Huh? How's that work? I don't know too much, but the gist of it is, they set up fake offices in Sunset, and they act as a middleman to contract Lilac Studios for the animation. Then they take it back to the Duchy by saying the contractors work from Sunset. Nothing wrong with paying a neutral party. Then we make our own versions of the shows with Lilac voice acting, and double the profit. For studios here, the money is way better than producing stuff for the domestic market, but it is kinda risky. I worked at a studio doing it, but I wasn't exactly in the loop for the whole thing. Zao's eyes lit up. Whoa, really? Before you wet yourself over it, I was just a gopher with no creative input whatsoever. I can't draw either. People don't like to associate with studios like that, so it was easy to get in doing menial work. I was doing it to springboard into a job working in film somehow, but you can see how all that turned out. Oh, I'm sorry. Shit, wait, we have more in common with Ayane than we thought. Huh. There were a few people who got to visit Sunset on business trips, but it wasn't important enough. Always bummed I missed out on that. Yeah, I've always wanted to see that. I was more interested in the locals. The locals? I see! Centaur women! Ayane clutched her fist in bitter sorrow. I want to fuck a centaur so bad. So that's what you're after. If I ever get to suck a centaur girl off, I might as well kill myself on the spot. Ayane! Here's my new dream when we get out of the military. I'm gonna buy up a porn studio in Sunset and live in a mansion with all the sexy centaur girls. Ayane? You can live with me. I'll let you fuck them on weekends. Ayane! Ayane laughed at Zao's look of shock. Come on, this is a beautiful moment of sisterly bonding. We're finally close enough to know we're finally close enough for you to know what a disgusting girl I am. Yeah, sure. Zao rubbed her face. Well, it's not like I'm any less disgusting. You know, one of the Duchy princesses is a centaur. I'm kind of in love with her. A lilac soldier in love with the enemy princess? Ah, let me guess. You read the fan accounts for her. I do. Princess Elise. She's pretty popular among a certain crowd. She's beautiful and quite well hung. Zao covered her face. Ayane! Well, you have to assume. There's a pretty sizable population of them over there in the Duchy. If we start sabotaging the war effort now, we could be under occupation in our lifetime. Ayane said, her eyes gleaming. Then we can become collaborators and sell out our countrymen, work our way up. Maybe there's some centaurs in the Duchy secret police. And then get into the princess's bedchambers from there. Oh, sorry. And then get into the princess's bedchambers from there. Zao deadpanned. If we're lucky. If we're lucky. God. Really though, if we're fantasizing about running away, Sunset was something I thought about a lot. It was easier to imagine finding a way to migrate there than ever getting a permit to live here. They don't discriminate so as long as you have the money, but... Pulling out the hem of her sleeve, you can see how it all turned out. Doesn't life suck? Sunset wasn't a place she knew all that much about aside from the images of beaches and olive trees. The animal-eared humans of the present were found in the lilac and the duchy, and the animal-bodied centaurs had always lived in a neutral space colony between the two. They had trade relations with the lilac, but lacked the adaptation to zero gravity held by the two-legged members of humanity, making travel a one-way affair, and Ayane's questionable sex fantasies quite difficult to fulfill. Of the two places she wanted to end up, Zhao felt like here was certainly proving itself the lesser of the two. Nothing would be like it was on TV for either of them, but at least Sunset had kept itself out of the war. For now. Ayane tossed her empty can into the recycling bin. In any case, none of this answers the question of what to do. I'd rather be here than the barracks, and I'd rather be in the city than here. If we go to the city, we won't get back to the barracks on time. Every day on this job is having just enough time to do nothing and not enough time to do anything. You should put that on a mug. Really though, I think I was here like 3 days when it sunk in how every day is fucking the same here. All I ever do is kill time. I think about it a lot. That I ought to be doing more with my life. If I could be shot down whenever. I've got the money and enough free time to basically be doing whatever. I always say stuff to myself like, I should take a painting class or something. But it doesn't feel like I'll be thinking about that when I'm bleeding out. Sorry. I'm just being depressing, forget it. No, I can't promise I'll be able to protect you, but Susie says I'll be a good pilot, and I have a good score and all that, so... Ayane smiled down at her. You're such a good kid. I'm serious! I know, and I'm happy for you to cover me. Like I said when we met, but... Ayane clasped a hand on Zal's shoulder. Let's save the human shield stuff for people we don't like, okay? All of our assignments are with other squadrons, Ayane said, raising a finger. So all we have to do is hang back, keep our guard up, and let them do all the work, and we'll be okay. I don't want you rushing in for me. Or at all, really. Plenty of other pilots will volunteer for that stuff. And yeah, they get killed. There wasn't anything illogical about it. The anti-range field was incredibly difficult to deal with from a distance, especially in a situation where a pilot is aware of the enemy positions. If she just sat back in a safe distance, most anything that hit her would bounce right off. Up close, the shields of Dragoons had no way to differentiate between friend or foe, and there was nothing to protect them from incoming sword but the pilot's reflexes. Zhao was more than capable of fighting in those risky hand-to-hand engagements, but instead, Susie and Ayane both told her to hang back. On one hand, she was grateful to be in a squadron that valued survival over everything else, but the thought of watching Susie or Sima die in her place felt like a vice around her heart. If one of them were to die, Zhao felt it should be her. Rehearse these words. I'll cover you. I'll guard the rear. Or, I'll take the flank. You'll avoid a pointless death. Not that I don't appreciate it. But I don't want to see you die either, really. Yeah. Sorry. And, if you want to do something like take a class, I'd come with you. I want to come with you, I mean. Oh, shucks. Maybe I could brush up on my sewing machine skills. You sew? Yeah, I used to do cosplay stuff as a teen. Oh, I want to see! Someday. So, anyway, what do you think of this place? Ayane asked. Zhao contemplated for a moment. What did she think of this place? Ayane had told her this morning she wanted to hear her complaints, and frankly she had nothing but them for this place. It feels kind of cold. Looking around, it didn't feel like an inviting or joyful place. Everyone has these high concrete fences. I haven't really seen any other people. It just feels kind of closed off, I don't know. Yeah? Ayane looked around. I always sort of thought being here, where people had all their needs met, people would be happy and talk to each other. Zhao wrung her hands together. But maybe that's just me being naive. Oh, Zhao wrung her hands together. But maybe that's just me being naive. Oh, wait. Yeah? Ayane looked around. I always sort of thought being here, where people had all their needs met, people would be happy and talk to each other. Zhao wrung her hands together. But maybe that's just me being naive. I heard once someone say on the Zephyrillies don't trust each other like we do in the Fringes, and I didn't really get what that meant. I didn't trust anyone, but you know, even if I didn't like them or talk to them much, you still sort of knew everyone around you. There were always people like... There was this old lady, Miss Kurskian. She lost her hand and couldn't find any work. She didn't have any family to look after her either. She'd make little art pieces out of wire and bits of metal, like little animals and stuff. I never really had a full conversation with her, but when I was out in space, if I saw something I thought she could use, I'd take it back for her. A lot of people I worked with did things like that. No one really wanted what she was selling. I didn't have anywhere I could even put stuff like that, but people gave her money for them, or gave her things she could use for her art. She'd teach kids how to make stuff if they asked. She was always getting sick. If she couldn't sell anything, people would bring her food, or there was a doctor that would check in on her. It wasn't like she was some community leader or something, and no one really liked getting stuck in conversations with her, but no one wanted to see her suffering. Everyone stole from each other, but no one stole from her. That kind of thing. I didn't really like her. She was kind of pushy and annoying, but I liked seeing her, and I felt glad she wasn't lonely or starving. The lady selling these flower seeds kind of reminded me of her, but none of them look sick. I haven't seen anything like that here. No one starves here, but it doesn't feel like people would give each other their food. I haven't seen anyone so much as wave hello to each other. I mean, I look around, and I just see cops and soldiers. I feel scared thinking of being here without a uniform on, honestly. Country rabbit and city rabbit, huh? I really don't get any of your sayings. I just read a lot of old books. Really? No one ever believes I actually read books. But yeah, you're spot on. I grew up in a house like these. I never learned my neighbors' names, not even once. These suburbs are all the same. And all you see are cops, because that's how people like it here. If they see strangers walking around, they must be up to no good. Same goes for soldiers. Though here we are, walking around up to no good. Zhao disagreed. Sure. Ah, here's an idea. Wanna go to a little restaurant I like? It's a fair hike from here, though. I don't mind, sure. We'll work up an appetite on the way. After a long march through the indistinguishable winding streets and the short ride of a tram, Ayane led Zhao upwards through the superstructure built up around the wall of the ship, compartment overlooking the suburb, appropriately referred to as the shelves. As it was obvious at a glance, they were the lowest class areas in these suburbs. Every door and window was tightly packed together. The bicycles and mopeds replaced the cars seen outside the houses below. It was a similar kind of environment to the locales wedged into the ship around the barrack she'd been frequenting, but far from residential. Zhao looked down over the suburb below her. The houses were all fairly small, but it was from here that their meaning really struck her. These people were incredibly wealthy, far more than she already thought from up close. It wasn't just paying for a place to live, it was paying for the emptiness around it too. It was having a sky above their heads, even one as indistinct as the distinct lighting panels. The sparseness that she found eerie was their luxury. These people had wealth, and all they sought to use it for was to insulate themselves further from each other. It was so wasteful. It was sickening. Entire communities of people could fit into all this empty space if anything had been built for them. This awful ship had made room for her to live this entire time. Exhaling before her thoughts turned even uglier, Zhao gazed up at the expanses of panels above them. The sky was a hazy white. There was a sort of mist in the far distance she wasn't sure of the nature of, but figured it was an ordinary part of the scenery here. That she was unable to see the walls of the ship was fairly obviously the desired effect. Say, I've been meaning to ask, does it rain here? Sure does. No one would bother watering all these plants themselves. So much pink! I'm dying of pink! I'm not sure we won't be able to see it. People put up notices when they think it's gonna happen. Wait, they don't just... know? Yeah. Guess you don't know. It's all a total black box. I don't think anyone really figured out where the weather is even controlled from. I guess they built all this and figured it would be best if no one could control the weather. And as the names of our calendars may suggest, they made the right call. It'd be a short war if they could just turn the heating off and freeze us all to death. Zhao looked up at the distant ceiling panels. Yeah, though it's kinda scary no one knows how it works. It kinda is, yeah. It rains for a week straight sometimes. I think it's probably a little broken down. That seems, bad. It's fine, Ayane offered without much reassurance. The dwellers of the Zephyr rejected the mythicism of the duchy with utmost fervor, but the inscrutable technology of this ship might as well be the same thing. Even I know the saying about that one. Anyway, I'm guessing you want to see the rain, jump in puddles and all that. What's wrong with that? Come on, there should be a notice board around here somewhere. I don't really get the science of it, but people have kind of figured out the patterns. I still don't get it though. Why is this handled at such a low level? The question is a landmine. It's all stupid politics like everything else. In the good old days when we all lived on God's green earth or whatever other planet, weather forecasts were sometimes wrong. But who is to blame? You could own land, but you couldn't own the world itself. No one could say they own the weather, or are responsible for it. But here, they really do own the world and the weather. But if they want to keep up the idea that they own it, they can't say that they don't know how it works. Therefore, it saves them face for them to just say any and all function of the weather system was built as a classified system and remains classified. Even if someone knows it's a lie, plausible deniability always holds up in the bigger picture. Zhao rubbed her forehead. God, this world is stupid. Dumbest there ever was. You should buy an umbrella while you can, come to think of it. You could buy them with little bunny ears on top. Ugh. Zhao pictured it in her head. Yes, I need that. Notice board. Notice board, notice board. Ayane examined the wide corkboard they found by an elevator. Let's see. Bake sale, yard sale, garage sale, car for sale, coupons, coupons, more coupons, 2-for-1 pizza. That looks good. What do we need coupons for? Money mindset. Ayane tapped her head. Real hustlers save every dollar they can. Zhao rolled her eyes. Really though, force of habit. You're the same, aren't you? I'm rich, but I certainly don't feel rich. When you put it like that, yeah. Zhao moved from paper to paper across the board. While there wasn't a notice about the rain like she was looking for, there was a window into the lives of the people who lived here. It stung a little, seeing the jobs for teenagers being things as innocent as pizza delivery. These kind of boards were the same as the ones in the common areas in the ships back home. It was a little surprising, but she supposed it was the same everywhere. Digital connection was all-encompassing, and it was all too granular. Every attempt to get people together just resulted in arguments over which service to use. A notice board was a notice board. Looking further, her eyes fixed on a sloppy printed notice stamped with the emblem of the Lilac Fleet. Say hello to your new family. In the Lilac Navy, your comrades in arms are like your brothers and sisters. You will train together, eat together, work together. No soldier ever fights alone. As you serve, you will find the people around you have become like family to you. These unshakable bonds will last you a lifetime. Are you ready to step into a new life? Zhao clenched her teeth. What fucking family? How can they write stuff like that? Let's see. Oh. Yuck. Without skipping a beat, Ayane yanked the flyer off the wall. Ayane? Zhao lurched left and right to make sure they weren't spotted. What's gonna happen? You think anyone that outranks us is just out on a stroll? Do you know how to fold a paper plane? Huh? No, I don't. Watch closely then. Ta-da! Just like that. I couldn't follow that at all. And now, good riddance to bad rubbish. She tossed the paper plane over the railing, and Zhao's eyes followed as it trailed off into the world below. Ayane turned back to her, grinning and making a V sign. Zhao stood dumbstruck. Ayane knew what those words meant to her, why that little piece of paper bothered her so much, and her short-lived pain had flown away with it. Having finally reached their destination, a woman offered a cheerful greeting as they entered the restaurant, and Ayane responded with a familiar wave. Zhao shyly waved back, following behind Ayane as she led her to the booth in the far corner. You brought a friend today. The woman smiled at Ayane, laying out a pair of menus on the table. She's my junior. I'm treating her to lunch, Ayane bragged. I didn't think you were such a good girl, the waitress laughed. Let me know when you're ready to order. Zhao gave the waitress an awkward smile, placing her school bag under the table. It was a small, cheap-looking place, but had a warm and homey feeling to it, much more relaxed than the fast food places Ayane had been taking her to. Ugh. Looking behind the counter, she could see a man working in the kitchen. A staircase told her that it was a business run by a family living upstairs. She'd heard a few people over the years talk about wanting to move here and set up a business just like it. Before she could look at it, Ayane placed her hand over Zhao's menu. I'll pick something for you, don't worry yourself. Even I can figure out you don't get many meals with rice or sauce in 0G. You've really been missing out. Yeah, I'll trust your selection. Annie leaned back in her seat, smiling softly. I love this place. It is nice and quiet. Zhao rested her chin in her hands. Do you like iced tea? Sure. I'll get us a jug of it. After some short deliberation over the menu, Ayane waved over the waitress. Chicken vindaloo for you, the waitress asked Ayane. You know me. Plus some garlic naan. Pork or chicken? Ayane shot the question to Zhao. Chicken? Can I also get a mild chicken katsu for my friend? Oh, and a jug of iced tea. Sure thing, the waitress said, taking the menus with a smile. Zhao let out a small sigh of defeat. Ayane was right. She wouldn't have understood anything on this menu. Stop calling me out, game! I swear to fucking Christ. Snack introduced us to chicken katsu, actually. This certainly looks like a place she would take us. I want to cuddle a cute crocodile. This place mostly does Indian cuisine, but their main draw is that they do all kinds of international variants of curry. It's hard to find any as good as they make here, Ayane explained. When people say curry here, they usually mean the Japanese style. I guess you call it the lilac style now. But back on Earth, pretty much every country had their own way of making it. I like the Indian style though. A lot of what you get here is apparently more of the British style to derive from it. But you know, I have no clue whether what I'm eating here is anything at all like it would taste like on Earth, in Britain or India, or wherever else. The ingredients are all artificial. Our meat is grown in vats. Whether it tastes anything like it used to, I'd never know. Makes you think of how big the world used to be, huh? That makes me kinda sad. Sure does. But still, if it tastes nice, it tastes nice. Good food is enough of a reason to live. Yeah! So, hey, what's the story with the, seed people? Zhao asked, raising a bag of seeds she'd been fiddling with since she'd been given them. You wanna know why I'm so nice to them? Ayane laughed at herself a little. You're a perceptive one, aren't you? They're kinda just a social group of old people. My aunt was one of them, so I used to tag along. Wow! Cute image, isn't it? I was such a good girl. Though, not really. I had my first kiss with some other girl whose parents dragged her along to it. Couldn't think of it. Could've been pretty bad if we got caught, huh? As for the group, they're kinda just weird and harmless. My aunt was sort of a spinster and liked having a company. She was kinda spiritual, all the flower people are. It wasn't really for me, but I liked my aunt enough to come with her. They don't fall under the religion ban? Annie shook her head. Nah, they're not a cult or anything. I think they get away with a lot because of the lilac seed stuff. It's considered kinda patriotic. Or well, better put it, it would make the army look really bad if we had soldiers kick them out. They just say they believe in luck, which everyone does, so yeah, maybe more superstitious than religious. Soldiers are easy marks for Lucky Charms. As for where the money goes, it's nothing out of the ordinary. Community halls, sick kids, blah blah blah. Ayane explained with a wave of her hand. I see. Zhao felt at the bag of seeds. Am I meant to plant these? Not until the world ends. I don't know if they'd even grow if you did. Just carrying them is meant to be lucky. I guess it's like, if you care for something important, it's good karma, you know? Do you believe in it? Not really. Doesn't hurt to try, though. I could use some good fortune, so I keep some in my cockpit. Was your aunt nice? Was, yeah, natural causes. Don't worry, she was sweet. She wanted kids. I didn't like being around my parents. Kind of a win-win for both of us, you know? She kinda treated me like a princess, which was a little embarrassing, but... I think she always knew I was sort of a bad kid, but she never treated me like it. She sounds really nice. Her and her friends would dote on me a lot. She always bought me whatever clothes I asked for. I asked for the most embarrassing shit. Don't know how many of them are still kicking. Hard to tell the difference between 70 or 90 when you're 14. The waitress arrived with a large tray full of plates and bowls, setting them down one by one in the center of the table. Zhao smiled. Thank you. Thank me, I'm paying. Thanks. Here. This one's for you. Ayane passed out a shallow bowl of reddish-orange sauce she couldn't identify. Thanks. Go ahead, give it a taste, Ayane encouraged, grinning. What is this? Do you really eat this? Ayane snickered and wagged her tail, swapping their plates. Of course I do. That's mine. Actually, I just want to see your reaction. Very funny. Oh, such a challenge to take with a girl buying you lunch here. Try this instead, you'll like it. Zhao hesitated, glaring warily at Ayane. I won't kick you twice in a row. It's got crumbled chicken. You'll love it. Everyone loves crumbled chicken. I'll try it. It's really good. Told you. You're eating that? You really gotta get used to proper food. Ayane tore off some bread. Not that I eat much proper food. I mean, I like hot food, so I guess it's built up a tolerance. Yeah, thanks for treating me, really. It's no prob. You owe me, though. Besides, I gotta get you exposed to food better than the cafeterias, or what they serve at the academy. Sure. I'm glad to get out of there. Was it always like it is today in class? Either depressing or bullshit? Yeah, pretty much. I should just get used to the atmosphere here. I've heard the military was disorganized, but I never expected to be like this, especially here. No one ever told you the pilots were the worst of all of them? My image was, well, you know, special, chosen people. I guess I sort of had an image of this place being a bit more prestigious, strict, like a school for gifted students, but it doesn't feel like anyone here really cares what we do. You want officer school then? Plenty of ceremony and prestige over there. But that's not for the special, it's for the rich. Much more valuable. Zal leaned against the table. Right. She wanted to ask about the division and guns, but everything told her she was better off not doing it. I'm glad to see you eating. Yeah. Not to be a sap, but even if we weren't flying together, I can't ignore it. I thought I was being clever when I was a teenager, but people will figure it out pretty quickly when you only wear long sleeves. You get what I'm saying? Zal nodded. So, I don't care if it's annoying. I'm gonna keep taking you out to eat. It's not annoying at all. When I was young, no one ever cared when I didn't eat. I didn't have any clear memories. But I just don't remember facts, sentences like that. Zal gave a half smile. Besides, I can't turn down something you pay for. Good girl. You like tormenting me, don't you? Zal took another spoonful. It's cuteness aggression. I don't know why it's hard to eat. I like all the food here. It's not like we're on holiday though, as much as they dress it up. Like I said, I prefer eating out here. Yeah, and I'm sorry about your teens. You really are cute. I don't mind being told to eat if it's from a friend. I probably need something like that, honestly. Usually, Fuffy tells me. Yeah. You know what she is for, right? I do, yeah. I miss her. Is she, like, even allowed to ditch you like that? I don't really get AI. It's not the first time it's happened. She just doesn't want to talk to me for a while. She really doesn't want me to be a pilot, but I'd be in a real trouble if I wasn't here too. AI isn't good at dealing with contradictions or compromises. I don't know what to say to her to make it better. She could stand to be a little more supportive. I think she's a lot more like a person than most AI, so it's hard for her. There's something about Ayane's face that seemed like she wanted to say more, but Zal couldn't bring herself to press further. Eating the rest of her meal, Zal felt a slight indignation at how correct Ayane was about the crumbled chicken, and how cafeteria food was a much lower bar for a good meal. People really got to spend their whole lives eating dishes like this. I'm not really in any rush to leave. You? Ayane asked as she took out a cigarette. My flight isn't for a while. Are we allowed to smoke here? Sure we are. The waitress from before noticed Ayane, promptly bringing over an ashtray and taking their empty plates. Without either of them asking, she came back again with a fresh jug of iced tea. Red carpet treatment, hey? I don't like it. Fiddling with her cigarette butts, Zal mumbled, seeing Ayane gave her the urge too. Ayane flicked her cigarette into the ashtray. You look uncomfortable. I know. It took me a while to get used to it. Just tip well, and you'll feel like less of an asshole. I guess. Zal put her cigarette in her mouth. You still smoke those flavored ones for babies. Babies don't smoke. You are a baby that smokes. Ayane reached across the table. Give me a try. Get your own! Ayane pawed at Zal's face. I'm getting it. Zal sighed, gave in and passed it to her. Ayane took a drag, closing her eyes in contemplation. Gross. Zal reached over and plucked the pink-colored cigarette from her mouth. I like them. They're what I'm used to, I guess. I was kinda shocked you actually smoked when we first met. I only really asked as a joke. I get that a lot. Contradictions. Think we're gonna go. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Oh boy. We've been streaming for 13 hours. This chapter just refuses to end. At least I still have my Wawa. God, actually I'm curious, what time is it now? Okay, it's only 9:25. I was worried it was like noon or like 1 p.m. or something. Zhao sat beside Ayane on the train back to the base. She didn't want to have to part ways, even though she knew they'd see each other tomorrow. The last few days had been marred with all sorts of painful experiences. They were probably the most fulfilling of her life. She knew it wasn't a high bar. They were the ordinary kind of days, but that only added to their significance. She wanted to keep having these ordinary days together. She thought about the paper plane, wondering where it had landed. It was just a kind little gesture for Ayane, but Zhao knew she would remember that image for the rest of her life. It didn't even feel possible to put into words just how much Ayane had begun to mean to her. And it had come as a total surprise to herself, too. She never imagined that they would have any kind of chemistry together as friends, and whether her idea of chemistry was more rooted in fiction than reality. I like the idea of a partner blowing smoke in my face. Is there a variant that would be possible that doesn't revolve around us having lung issues? So cigarettes are the option and vapes are just as bad. I see. I mean, we like having weed smoke blowed in our face, but we would hate having cigarette smoke blowed in our face. We've been pretty lucky that most of our friends don't smoke cigarettes, lately. But when we start having more friends in flesh space, that might change, and we'll have to readjust. There was a time in our life where we smoked. We smoked the most in college and right after college when we lived in a hostel. Cigarettes can be a bonding experience for sure. Hey, just got here. Ready for an all-nighter? Hello, Tidbit. Gosh, I am not ready for an all-nighter. Imagine 24-hour stream. Unless... No. I couldn't possibly. Ugh. I'm glad that we skipped doing the other game that we were gonna play, because I really underestimate how long these chapters be. Hope you're having a good day, Tidbit. Hope you had a good breakfast. If it is breakfast time for you. When I think about the kind of person I always imagined as my ideal friend, it was always the same image. That kind of girl who was naturally in touch with her inner child. Pure, innocent, freely and utterly herself. None of it's forced, role play, or a chosen image. The kind of girl that collects dolls and is still able to play with them from the heart. I was always agonizingly jealous of that kind of person, but I always wanted to get close to them, in the hope that their personality and way of being will rub off onto me. I wanted to be taught how to play. The second was a doting older sister or mother figure, for reasons that should be more or less obvious. I wanted someone who would look after me, fits me, give me permission to indulge in my childishness until I no longer had to force it out. I wanted to be taught how to feel loved. In essence, what I desired from a friend was the utterly selfish idea of someone who would turn me into the desired self by standing before them, a mirror to turn me into the person I wanted to be. I had no desire for anyone else's humanity, only an image. I wanted to be transformed by connection, but didn't know what connection was. What I thought was being held by someone, I now understand to be handling. What I thought was love was just having to use someone. When I'm around Ayane, I feel myself transforming, in none of the ways I wanted. I become vulgar. I say curses instead of just thinking them. I smoke and drink freely. I think about sex. I wonder what her chest looks like. I make snide comebacks or stupid comments in a way I never thought I was capable of. I've never felt so warm in my life. I don't feel cute at all around her. But she always is saying it to me. She's always surprising me. She's incredibly tender, worldly, and sharp. It feels stupid for being fooled by her persona as a class clown. She isn't an idiot, or a crook, or a bully. I don't think I even have the words to categorize her anymore. Which goes to show how little I understand of other people, and my lack of faith in them. I never expected her to be so savvy politically. Her background gets hazier the more we talk about it, and I can't understand what drove her here. I feel so fucking stupid for never even considering she'd be the type of person to cut it herself. End of chapter 3. So this episode was all about their bonding. If this was The Walking Dead, I'd be like, oh yeah, Ayane's gonna die in the next episode. Like, full stop. I hope that doesn't happen. But like, with the stakes being so high, I'm like, there's no way that like an important character isn't gonna die, right? Maybe even not even this season, but in volume 2? It'll be wild not to kill any important characters. It'll feel almost defanged. We're in a war, right? And the thing is, I don't want any characters to die. Least of all Ayane. But holy shit, would that be a fucking turn. It would devastate Zhao. And then Zhao would be more like, what was it, Cindy? And I'm really curious on how that relationship will progress. But to take any clues from the stuff that's inspired this visual novel, I would say that it's gonna come like slowly and also include trauma bonding. I don't like smoke, and I don't like it, but I won't lie, it's a hot as an idea that I'd love to be able to get the experience without having to worry about it. Maybe you should try to do it in VR chat or something. That might be cool. I had a steak fries, lol. Steak fry breakfast. We found out recently about a thing called disco fries that I really want to try making. Seem really cool. Fries are like honestly so good. I wish we had some fries left. But when I actually have breakfast after we get off a stream, we're probably gonna have hash browns and chicken nuggets. Oh, finally, LMAO! Yeah, it's finally the end of chapter 3! Wow! After 10,000 years! 10,000 years, Rick and Morty! And that's a wrap for chapter 3. These are getting longer every time. They sure are! Chapter 3 was approaching 75,000 words, and it wasn't even done yet. Chapter 2 for comparison was only just under 30,000. From these notes the producer gave me, the author split chapter 3 in half, coming here at the 40,000 word mark. What a busybody. Be grateful, this means more screen time for you and me. More time with Millie, joy. You can't get enough of me. Let's talk about the story, shall we? Is it just me, or does Zhao get more depressed by the second? I find her neuroticism charmingly relatable. I want to feed her milk. I want to put her out of her misery. Projecting much? I was surprised Ayane was wearing falsies this whole time. It kinda gives us flatties hope to know that what you can do though. Yes, what an inspiration. Wasn't the opening section with all that 3D animation cool? It was quite slick. Since when do we have a budget? We don't! Zhao could have come across pretty cool piloting if she didn't definitely piss herself during the launch. She probably did, didn't she? I'd piss myself too, I think. That's not something to brag about. Hey, you were a pilot in this chapter. Does that mean we'll get to see you in a diaper too? Kill yourself. I think that's a wrap for our show. Next time on Coquette Dragoon, Zhao reaches new levels of despair, touches a rabbit, and rides a motor scooter too. Chapter 4, I want to choose happiness without hesitation. Thank you for reading! I love Millie and Philly. To be continued. So, that was Coquette Dragoon. Holy fucking Christ. Character heights? That's interesting. That really would help with fan art. Not exactly accurate to scale. Damn, Ionic has some really good, Oh, hello. Oh, Simma's pretty tall. Fucking Christ, Emil. Have I met Celity? Maybe, briefly in Chapter 2, I think. I can even see the heights of dead characters. So cool. Wow. Oh, I went to sleep and woke up for the very end. Well, how was that part of the got censored? Was that good? Oh, it didn't get censored. Well, like I said, I'm playing from the version right before the censored patch, so it was not censored. There was a diaper upskirt. I was very happy. I don't know about the rest of the game though, and I should probably try it out with the censored patch to see the differences. But hopefully it won't be censored for long as soon as the developer figures out a way to not get lasered from space. Oh yes, the piece was very good. Whew. That's it for Coquette Dragoon. See you in at the end of Volume 1 with Chapter 4 next year.